and BYU Wednesday, or the other way? Did they split the Arizona schools too?
I assume so, but I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't get paid to know that.
No.
I can tell you.
You actually do a lot of homework for this. It's underrated. I don't think people fully appreciate. You'll have your 3 questions for each school lined up. Not that you'll get 3 questions in, but you'll have 3 questions.
I'll
try to nail them down on
questions
specifics.
In this time, yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to be good to go. Yeah, they sent us all that stuff. Let's see. Tuesday, the teams are Oklahoma State, Houston, UCF, Baylor, Colorado, Arizona State, BYU, and Texas Tech.
Okay.
And then the schools that I did not mention,
Wednesday.
They would be on Wednesday.
There you go.
Yeah.
So Utah and Arizona Wednesday.
Yes. Morgan Scally making his debut. But anyway, back to soccer.
Welcome to the party.
We'll get to that.
All right, that's all day tomorrow and Wednesday. So there it is. And David's on board for all of it. August 29th. He said, when does football start? August 29th. And it's not far away.
Well,
but go USA
this
3-1.
Is football.
If you're European, yes. It's soccer if you're from over here.
Well, no. You can't have that. I disagree. No.
Okay.
Because if you're over here, then it's 2-0, 2-zip, 2-0. But no, we got to say 2-0. So it's European there, but we're over here.
Yep.
That don't make no sense.
Yep. Pick and choose.
No.
Picking and choosing going on.
No, I'm not a picker and a chooser.
They're also jerseys, not kits. Alex, you like soccer. Do you say kit?
I do say kid sometimes.
Do you really?
I do,
Because he's trying to make his mark, and he thinks sucking up to soccer is a way to get in. I don't blame him. He's a young kid. He's 26 years old. Had you turned 27 yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah. Wait till you make it big. You're 35. You won't give a crap. Like me. I only watched the U.S. I haven't watched 1 second of any other game. I take that back. I did watch a little bit in New Mexico. I got football on the brain. New Mexico. Going in the pack.
Ready for Mountain West
Mountain West
days?
football. Yeah. New Mexico. Yeah. The Lobos.
All right, Lobos. Lobos getting a
I
shout
did
out.
watch. I take that back.
You got pulled into England, Mexico.
Sunday night, at home.
Yeah.
Don't do anything Sunday night.
Dodgers and Padres were on. So thought maybe you're watching that.
Well, yeah, as I'm saying. I'm
Two
going,
screens. Let's go.
I'm just going back and forth.
Yeah.
I mean, other nights of the week, you might be doing stuff, particularly on the weekends. But Sunday night, 95% of us are home. So, yes, I take that back. I did watch a good portion of that game bouncing back and forth, seeing Machado hit his home run and all that stuff.
All right, DJ and PK coming up next. We could talk about Summer League, PK, but there are big questions for the Utah Jazz, and it got a ton of reaction. Is the tandem of Jackson Hayes and Yusuf Nurkic good enough at center? We will get to that. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Chatting with Chris Memmott, president of the Ute Stampede Rodeo, going on July 8th through the 11th. Chris, this is a special event, and it's America's 250. Lots of local celebrations, including yours. Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, we're really excited about our event this year. Starting out with our bull riding on Wednesday the 8th. Happy about having a great lineup of cowboys for that, and it rolls right into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Pre-RC rodeo every night. We've got our carnival again here in town.
And you're going to honor the firefighters working hard, too.
On Friday night. That's the 10th. Our theme, if you will, that night is first responders and military. And that night, for sure, we're going to be bringing some firefighters in. All of our surrounding events that we normally have, including parades, the car show, craft show, 5K run, and all those things. We're super happy to be bringing it again in 2026.
Chris, where do we go for tickets?
UtesStampedeRodeo.com. Also, our ticket office is open from 10 to 6 daily, and that number is 435-623-5608.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
In Utah, our first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Question of the morning, is the tandem of Jackson Hayes and Yusuf Nurkic good enough at center? We're all caught up in Summer League. There's a game tonight, and it's Boozer and it's Peterson, the Grizzlies and the Jazz, so it's a great matchup of the second and third picks in the draft. Plenty to see at the Huntsman Center tonight, or you can watch it on TV if you don't go. But we get through the hors d'oeuvres to get the real season, PK. With Kessler gone, this is the pairing now, Nurkic and Jackson Hayes. And is it good enough? And there is there's a fair amount of angst over this.
I don't blame him.
Yeah. Brad's okay with it. Center by committee. It's the way the Celtics have made deep playoff runs and won championships. Okay. Yeah, it was center by committee, but was there committee higher-end guys?
Well, they won, so that's all that matters.
Okay. Well, when you look at it like that, that whole trophy and parade makes everything okay.
Yes. It does, really. It does.
Yeah. The difference between Kessler and Hayes, roughly 27. The offensive, this is a partial sentence. The offensive difference between Kessler and Hayes and the roughly 27 million difference, as a Jazz man, I'm good with it. Though he's okay with the bargain shopping. Knows they gave up a little something, but they also saved a ton of cash. Vernon, you guys are forgetting we can play JJJ at center too. I really think Triple J will start at center along with Markin and Bailey, DP, and Key. Yeah, I really don't think that'll happen, Vernon. I think you're right that he'll play there. He will get some minutes.
Well, that's a question of how many. So if he got 20, then obviously you'd be asking those other two to divide 28 in whichever way Will Hardy decides to divide them, right? And there's things that are going to happen that we can't forecast. And I don't even think that he can, because you don't know how it's going to be. And Jackson Hayes, still, you get these guys that are playing 6-7 years in the league, and they're 25 years old. And it's kind of crazy. So, maybe in this role that he can be better suited because he doesn't have to do a whole lot. You're not counting on him to be significant, but you are counting on him to provide a skill set that you desperately need. Every team needs it. And can he do that? If he doesn't get any offense, probably not going to be that big of a deal. But if he comes in and let's just go 15 apiece, Nurkic, and so that gets you 30, and then they ham and egg it with Jaren Jackson, whatever they do for the other 18, right? In those minutes, can both of those guys be more effective? Now, the thing with Nurkic, he's older, and we have a much bigger body of evidence with him to know that he is not a shot blocker. And Jackson Hayes is a little springier, bouncier, as they say, and has a long body. Can he do that? Can he help him that? Can he get better than what he's been? I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll find that out. But, yeah, I have a level of concern. I do think that if I'm going to have the cliche by committee, that's probably the position I want it at. Because the other positions, if you're good enough at the other positions, we've seen teams overcome that by not being particularly strong at center, but having a Hartenstein or a Steven Adams. He's been hurt a lot in recent years, but Steven Adams is an enforcer, and he's not looking to post up. He's just looking to bang, get boards, set picks.
They got a few buckets in the flow of the game, but they don't run stuff for him.
And Steven Adams has been in the league a number of years now.
And making good money. And he'll be in the league a number more years.
If you can get a player of that caliber, that would be super cool. I don't know. So, yeah, I think there is a level of angst. Justifiably, I think, in my mind.
Is the tandem of Jackson Hayes and Yusuf Nurkic good enough at center? Larry the Laker weighed in. Nope. Hayes is a great hustle guy, just limited skills.
Well, okay, and he's seen him because he's been on the Lakers.
Yes.
So Larry has a level of credibility because he's going to see Jackson Hayes more than we've seen him.
I thought that was a fair assessment.
But that's a good assessment of his skill. I only need him to be a hustle guy. I need him to be, but I also need him to be a banger, and he's slight of built, and get in the way, clog up the middle.
He's the starting pitcher with a 4.2 ERA who eats innings.
But if I've got aces at the other spots who can really light it up, and I have 3 of the other 4 spots, I have the advantage.
Yep.
Maybe I can live with that. I mean, they're going to have to some extent.
Well, they are going to have to. I think that we can sit here, and it's really the only way to have the discussion about, hey, this guy could play 15 minutes or 20 or 25 or whatever. We can divvy up the minutes. I think it's going to vary wildly from night to night. I think there are nights when Jackson wants no part of the center spot. Certainly not for 30, 35 minutes, whatever, full time. That's just...
You're going to go to Big Vic.
Wembayama, the Joker. Yeah.
Those are your 2 guys. I don't think the Joker is that big of a deal because offensively, he's a perimeter guy.
Right, but he can get people in foul trouble. And I think the combination of foul trouble and getting beat up and worn down, it's not that any one matchup is too much for Jackson, but just getting worn down over time playing against the bigger bodies.
But there's not that many.
And I think that, the Steven Adamses of the world.
Oh, you're not going to get beat up by him.
I think you're underestimating the banging, the wear, and the tear. I think there are nights where he will play 20 minutes of center, and I think there are nights where he won't play any, and then he will play in the last 5 minutes with the game on the line.
And don't forget, they've got to guard him, too.
100%. So I do think the center by committee was shifting, every night what's going on. What are the matchups? And then what happens at the end of the game? I think we may see it more at the end of the game. We'll see how that plays out. Tony's like, I'll have to be okay with it for now. I'm sure we're not done with free agency, but I think JJJ will play a lot of center alongside Markkanen. So he's going back to Jackson, too. Don't you think they're done in free agency at the center spot? They're not bringing in another big, are they?
If they can get someone.
Jonathan, no, I don't like it, but it'll do. You can't have all-stars at every position. That was going to be true whether or not we kept Walker. See, I think that goes back to your point about we've seen a lot of teams get by at center with less than the superstar. There was a time where there was like an 80-90% chance you had to have a superstar at center.
Yeah, back
when the
running back was a big deal in the NFL.
That time's long gone, and the running back is coming back more than the dominant center is.
Only if he's good enough.
Right, but there seem to be more people who are good enough. But the dominant center, no. There are plenty of teams that have excelled with center by committee.
Most do.
Yes.
It's to the point where I have to go look at the roster.
See, Karl Anthony Towns is better than center by committee, but not dominant guy.
I don't even really think he's a center. He's not in the center in the manner of what we think of centers. He's a finesse player.
It's a finesse player, too, so it's easier to be physical. It's two finesse guys.
Yeah, Wemby at 21.
Right,
let's not forget. Wemby's best days are
in front
way
of him.
ahead of him.
You would think.
So the Knicks got him at the right time, and good for them.
But it was enough to get through all the other playoff series, too.
Yeah, and Jaron Allen and Mobley, those guys are finesse guys. They're not bangers.
There are not a lot of bangers.
The banger's a dinosaur. You run to the corner and shoot threes. Somebody says it. Do they even watch games anymore?
That's a great line.
Yeah, I watch games.
It's gotta be said
and I come in here
anonymously.
every 3 times a week and complain about it.
He wasn't talking about you either. He definitely was not talking about you.
So and the Jazz administration knows this. If you're going to be weak or not as good, if you want to be politically correct, and the non-winning team members will go first in the press conferences in colleges. Not the losing team, the non-winning team.
The non-winning team.
They say that.
I know they do. And then people come in with really sad faces.
This is the position to be weak at. As long as you're good enough at the other positions.
Right. Get your Zubac or your Adams, your big banger, and call it good. Or get your skilled finesse player who can go out there and shoot threes. Which is really what the Celtics won with when they won with. They had a three-point shooter at center.
Yeah, and a guy like Pirtle, a serviceable center today, but a finesse guy.
Yeah.
Not a banger, but he can move.
Bounce around, but stay in the league. There's a market for him.
Yeah.
What does he care? He's getting paid.
Right.
Yeah.
He's going into...
Go do your thing.
The last time the Huntsman Center was filled outside of the Summer League and BYU was when Jakob played.
We're a decade down the road now.
Yeah. I mean, that's amazing to think about. We are 3 coaches removed. And so if you can get somebody like him...
Joshua says Hayes could fit this team really well. Just hustle and play D. He was cheap. Trade for another big or draft one next year. But for now, well, this will enable you to re-sign Key and anybody else you need to. Push was definitely going to come to shove on the money front. And it still does. It's not like the money to sign. If Keontae George has a good year, if he has the year Jazz fans want and anticipate, they're going to have to make hard decisions to come up with the money to sign him. But they're certainly in better shape without
that.
Yep. And that's why teams are getting pulled apart, and it's hard to repeat.
But so what?
If you get your one.
But that's up to management. That's the price you pay for success. That's no excuse. Every team has to deal with it if you're successful.
So scoop up some talent when the other team is letting the talent go. It's a problem, but it creates opportunity
But
also.
it's not unique to the Jazz.
It is not.
And
No,
so
it's
I'm
30
not going
teams
to cut them
across the board.
slack because they probably will be faced with that. Because that means you've won. And that means George had a
Your guys have excelled.
kick-butt fourth year. I want that for the young man.
Your guys have excelled, and people want to pay them.
Anybody who puts in the hard work, I don't care what field, what sport, what anything. If you work hard, I want you to succeed. I told that to Locke the other day. The D News had a big story on his daughter. Did you see it?
I did not.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
look for it, though.
Yeah, about her doing
Yeah.
the Raptors. She's doing the broadcast of the Nebraska-Utah game.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to Nebraska, right? And Locke came in and helped her. And his wife was down there. And
Yeah,
they're
in the
all
bowl
down
game,
there. Yeah. And so he sees me, or actually his wife sees me walking down the hall, and they come and get me, bring me in. And I've known his daughter. Went to Mexico with them when she was way little, right? And so we're in there, and it's great. It's exciting, blah, blah, blah. And then they got to go do their game. I walk out, and the academic advisor is there. She follows me out.
For Nebraska.
Yeah. Spends 15 to 20 minutes telling me about this young lady, how hard she works, how she shows up at 8 o'clock class. She's fully engaged. She's put in all the time. She's done all the work.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm standing there, and she's just telling me this, right?
Yeah.
And because she wants to know how I got into what I did,
Yeah.
right? And so she's picking my brain and then proceeds to tell me about Locke's daughter, who's worked her butt off to get where she is, right? She's still a young gal and got a long way to go. But the work she put in. And then I see this story, and I knew she'd doing it and all, and blah, blah. And I told David, I said, I love to see people who put in the work succeed because that's what it's about. And whatever obstacle you have, you either complain about it and don't do it, and the world goes on, or you overcome it and go ahead and do it, and the world goes on. The world's going to go on whether you put in the work or not. And you might as well put in the work. Right?
Have you been talking to Pablo Mastriani about
No.
this?
Yeah.
It's like he was literally telling me one day. He says, "The universe just keeps going.
Right.
You make whatever decision you make, and there's like a
Right.
15-foot pathway, and then there's a railing. There's a huge retaining wall down the field." He says, "If you decide to go run and throw yourself over that railing, well, they'll have a funeral for you, and the universe will go on."
Right. It goes on.
Yeah.
Now, and I acknowledge that some people have a much harder task to overcome the obstacles.
Yeah.
I get that completely.
Well, she has some built-in
But you gotta-
advantages. I mean,
sure.
her dad is an NBA play-by-play guy and give her
And that
tips.
helps.
Yeah,
But
right.
this academic advisor doesn't know that this is down the line, by the way. He's telling me all about this young lady, how hard she works. So if George is putting in the work, I want him to succeed if he's putting in the work. And they told us, and we listened to him talk, he did put in the work last year. And so now I expect him to put in the work this year, and I expect him to improve upon what he did last season.
Wow.
And if he puts himself in the position to get an outrageous contract, great. That's what it's about.
I assume he is putting in the work because once you put in the work that
Yeah.
we were all told about and you get the results that we all saw, why would you deviate from the plan at
You
that
wouldn't.
point?
It becomes addictive.
Yeah.
And you then, like people talk about, they go to the gym every day. And then if they don't go to the gym, it feels weird that they didn't go to the gym.
Right.
Because that's what they
They're
do,
getting
and
the
they put in
results.
the work, blah, 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 and away they go. So the Jazz know that, and they are going to be prepared for that. And however they'll deal with it, I want them, as long as you're dealing from a position of strength and you have to get rid of guys, okay, so be it. Hopefully for them, they've quenched the ultimate thirst like the Thunder did. And what's the guy's name? Presti, the general manager? Yep. They haven't traded any of their nucleus yet, but if they have to, I brought you all a championship. So deal with it. This is the way it goes. Right? Okay.
And they will have to trade the nucleus at some point. They've finessed it so far, but those raises are going to keep coming, and they've got too many good players who'll be getting raises versus how fast the cap goes up. But they bought themselves time, another year to go make another run at the title and figure it out and see if a young guy can emerge so they can move one of the expensive guys and still get the production out of somebody who's younger and less expensive.
Yeah, Dort is most likely. He's a free agent.
Yep.
Been in the league 7 years already. My gosh.
Where does time go, PK?
It really does just blow away. I would have liked to seen a guy like Drummond, but he already got scooped up. I don't know if there's anybody out there that really floats the boat as far as what they're looking for. So as we sit here right now, it looks like they're going to have to go with those guys.
Yep. That's what I think it's going to be. I'd be surprised. Maybe they got some rabbit they can pull out of the hat, but I think we're looking at what the deal is going to be right here. Jared says Nurkic averaged 11 points and 10 rebounds. That's what Kessler averaged the full year he played. I think it's about sixes. At least it's not worth $20 million more to keep Kessler. I'll go with you on the $20 million more part, but the 11 points, 10 boards does not talk about the shot blocking, the shots altered, and the shots never attempted because he's intimidating.
You would think in this community they'd understand that because we had Rudy Gobert for many years. And Rudy Gobert, you're just going to judge him by his
points and rebounds.
PTS and REB and B? No.
Nope.
That's not Rudy Gobert's value goes way beyond. And we saw it. I used to love to watch a kid coming down, turning the corner, and then, backing it out.
You can literally see that.
Yeah. And if you watch Gobert night after night like we all did, then you saw his value to the team. And there is not a stat when somebody turns the corner and is going to get baseline and then is going to create all sorts of havoc on the defense, but he backs it out because Gobert's there, and it's not going to end well.
And as much as basketball has changed and the rule changes and the three-point shot and on and on and on, we can go on with the changes, that's never changed. You can take that back to Gobert. You can take that back to Ostertag. You can take that back to Mark Eaton. It doesn't change.
Yeah,
guys don't want to go in there.
Hesitant putting Ostertag between guys like Eaton.
Oh, I get it,
Gobert.
but I saw and I get that. Greg,
and he's a politician now, so I don't like him.
Greg came and went with his focus and his attention span. But the fact he was big, still, I can still see a guy dribbling down in front of the bench, is the visiting bench, and Greg's in the paint, and he drives in the paint, and he slows down, and he looks up and sees Greg, and he puts his head down and goes out and dribbles over to Larry King. I don't remember who the player was. I want to. I think it might have been.
But you remember the specific play.
I do remember the play.
Which tells you about Ostertag that there were too few that you remember.
The specific play.
Yes. Because I don't remember any specific plays with Gobert because he did it 20 times a game.
He did.
Not 20 times a season.
But it never changes. It's not going to change, and they're going to miss that. And they've been a terrible defensive team. And they'll get better, but how much better? And how much better would they be with only a shot blocker?
I get why they did what they did with Kessler.
Yep.
But there's two reasons that I'm disappointed he's not here. Is because he would have made the team better, and we would have had Miss America in our midst. The second Miss America in the borders of the state of Utah. What was Charlene Wells was the first one, right? Mm-hmm. She was Miss America, and I believe she still lives in the state. And I believe,
she did, as far as I know. I haven't heard of
that. I know.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Because I believe she got remarried, and I was told her husband's a sports fan and follows us.
Hello.
Yes, but I don't know the name.
Okay.
That lady, whoever she is, the Kessler's Miss America wife, obviously has got brains because she got engaged after he got the contract.
Nice.
That's genius right there.
DJ and PK coming up. Pete Sousa is going to join us. He covers the Big 12. It's Big 12 Media Days tomorrow and Wednesday. Cougars and Texas Tech tomorrow. Utes on Wednesday. Coaches, players, lots of thoughts. The first school you read on that list, super intriguing. Oklahoma State, last place, given up for dead. No pulse, no nothing. Now they get a new coach, they get a new quarterback. You're saying, they're coming in from North Texas. How good can they be? I don't know how'd that work for Indiana. Maybe they're pretty good.
You put Cal on the list of North Texas? Isn't Cal a little bit better?
No, I was talking about James Madison providing a lot of guys to Indiana. They did get a quarterback from Cal, but they were in the playoff the year before, and Mendoza was still at Cal. No, I'm not comparing.
I don't care where he's from. I compare how he plays.
Right. No, I'm not comparing Cal to North Texas. All right, we'll talk with Pete Sousa. He covers the Big 12. Get a head start on Big 12 Media Days, and we will do that coming up next. Big T Thurl Bailey joins us at 9 o'clock. We'll talk to him about Peterson's debut and the matchup tonight, Boozer and Peterson. It's the Grizzlies and the Jazz, 7 o'clock. David Locke on the radio call. Big T, Thurl Bailey, and Craig Bolerjack on the TV call. You can go to the game at the Huntsman Center. We'll talk with Thurl coming up at 9 o'clock. DJ and PK, Pizza's the next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic is still running a bit slow southbound I-15 in Centerville, left over from the earlier two accidents at the 5th West off-ramp. And traffic is also slow around the South Interchange northbound I-15. Still no luck if you're westbound I-80 as the off-ramp is closed at 13th East because of an earlier semi-fire. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepoulos here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think Ace likes the new guy talking starting backcourt with Keontae George. If I'm Ace Bailey and I'm sitting at home, I'm saying, well, been on the team for a year.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
What about me?
I'm not penciling Darren Peterson in to be the Jazz's starting two guard.
You are the only one. It is a thing in the Jazzosphere that is the starting backcourt. I don't think Ace Bailey is really thrilled about that.
Yeah, talking to some people about like exactly what we're talking about. Literally exactly what we're talking about. How is Ace going to handle this? Ace is not the type of person who's going to worry about it. Ace is just not wired that way, from my understanding. Now, he will get there, because every player gets there, and where people who know him better than I do seem to think that that's where Ace is as a player or as a person, that he is worried about that type of thing. He's like a very good teammate, and that's kind of the expectation.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chevy has earned the GM Mark of Excellence Award. Great service, great vehicles. Together, let's drive. Visit us in Spanish Fork today.
Hey, Doug.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating, so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Championship football teams aren't built by chance. They're built with the right game plan. The same is true when it's time to sell your home. In Salt Lake City, sellers trust the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, because they know how to win. From premium marketing that gets your home noticed to expert pricing and skilled negotiation that help maximize your sale. If you're ready to make your next move, put a championship team in your corner. Visit sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team today.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just when I thought I got in love with Tennessee.
It is the rage of country music. Ella Langley, choosing Texas. And we got Pete coming on. We'll find out if he's choosing Texas Tech.
Pete Sousa joins us, covers the Big 12. Pete, good morning.
Hey, DJ PK. You know, it's funny. I'm from Philadelphia, but I live in Texas now, so it's a short trip tomorrow for me to the Star and Media Days. So, yeah, with that song rolling in, the Texas Pete here with you. I choose Texas. I choose Texas.
That song has caught the country world by storm. I think it's been like 12 weeks, number one or something like that. It's quite the popular tune.
And if they had any more of a reason to be proud around here in Texas, they have another one. Yeah, it's very, very popular in these parts too.
And you're from Philadelphia?
Yeah, right outside. I grew up right where like Villanova University is. So that first win of the season last year for BYU was a tough one for me because it was a loss. I've always followed Villanova sports. My mom worked there. Like during the Raleigh Massimino era, I kind of grew up in the shadows of the university. So it was some good times.
So what was your Jersey Shore of choice? Was it Ocean City?
Avalon. And I never, we never, not like we were totally slumming it, but we never had like a place down there. So I would go and hang with friends that had houses, maybe Avalon or Ocean City. But most of my time was spent in Avalon. I love the Jersey Shore. I miss it.
Me too.
There you go. Where are you from? What's your relationship with the Jersey Shore?
All right, sorry, people. We're not going to talk Big 12 today. PK's going down memory lane.
I was born in North Jersey. My sister went to Glassboro. I lived down in South Jersey for a bit, had a job at a slide at Ocean City. And I'm not sure all these years later how I ended up in Utah, but here I am.
Hey, well, Utah's amazing. That's why we're going to have to take this offline, though, and compare notes at some point. This is good. You got me excited now. Almost as excited as I am for tomorrow in Big 12 Media Days.
Well, you two can go offline there and during some downtime and compare notes. PK is going to be camped out for 2 days, so go to town.
I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to many things about Big 12 Media Day. One of them is the resurrection of Oklahoma State football. In this era of the transfer portal, how quickly can you turn things around? They were really good until they were really bad. How quickly can they be really good again?
I think there is a little bit of too much excitement or too much optimism on like a national level. And I'm not saying by any means this is like a lazy opinion even for me. Because right away you think, oh, my gosh, Eric Morris, Drew Mestamaker, Caleb Hawkins, that trifecta can take this team. And are we looking at the next Indiana, right? I think that's why I say, at least myself, I got to pump the brakes a little bit. Because when you look at some of the games that Mestamaker had last year, just some of that competition, it's far off from what he's going to be facing week in, week out, in the Big 12. And Eric Morris is a brilliant coach, and he's bringing a lot of guys with him. But I'm very interested to see. This is, to me, one of the biggest or best litmus tests in the country to really see where we are right now, because this is a new frontier. We did see Indiana, and Curt Cignetti did it. Now, Curt Cignetti's elite, right? I'm not saying that Eric Morris is nearing that conversation, but I am saying I want to see more of this, right? More of these, whether it's Group of Five or FCS schools that collectively move up to a Power Four conference. I need a little bit more evidence, a bigger body of work to just be right away, oh, they're going to turn it around. The Big 12 is a damn good conference. And I don't know that you can just walk in there and be 8-4 or 7-5. I have them at 5-7. And that's still great because they didn't win one conference game last year.
Yeah, that's amazing that they fell off that much. And so pretty much anything will be an improvement. It's just a question of what level of improvement they will make. The Sorsby thing took over the country for a day or two or a week or so. And I'm wondering, what you think as far as what's it going to be as being addressed here, whether it's by Yormark or what's Texas Tech going to be in terms of their attitude with Joe McGuire. And I look at the players that they're bringing, and they did not bring a quarterback. They did not bring Hammond. And so I found that a little unusual. I know maybe he's rehabbing. I don't know. But I would have thought because they bring, 6 guys or so and not a quarterback. How much of a story do you think that'll be?
It's going to have to be, talked about. It's definitely a storyline. Like, we're going to interview, I'm there with the Big 12 and Raycom, and we're interviewing every coach of every team and players from every team. So we'll have an opportunity to talk to Joey McGuire about it. I think you have to address it and just do your job and ask the question if you're me. At the same time, I think that it's kind of a shrewd PR move not to bring Will Hammond, so he doesn't have to live in that for a couple of days or at least a day. I think that Brett Yormark may address it too, because you've got two groupings, right? Say what you want about Texas Tech. They're not afraid. They will talk about it. And Brett Yormark, I thought he was the one guy who was actually the big winner in this whole thing because he didn't bend to Texas Tech. I mean, eventually, Brett Yormark in the Big 12 was the reason that Brendan Sorsby, and this is a shame, this stinks, but now he's kind of sidelined for this year, but that's a consequence. But all that being said, I think Will Hammond, I don't think it's that much of a drop-off. I think the number one question mark is Will Hammond's health. And from what I'm hearing, he'll be ready to go week 1. Initially, we thought, okay, maybe it's week 3, Houston. I have heard from folks in Lubbock, like, there's no way that would be his first snap, would be a conference game against Houston, and that he will be ready to play some of those non-con games. And if he's healthy, he's darn good. And I don't know that I think we gave a lot of life to the Sorsby situation because it was a very interesting story in it, and it says a lot about where we are in college sports and college football today with gambling and just the constant change. But Will Hammond's a really good quarterback, and I think that we'll be pleasantly surprised will Texas Tech fans be. And I think folks around the nation will just flat out be surprised. I don't think they'll drop off that much. The talent drop-off is like hardly anything. It's just a matter of, how well will he do physically, like a re-entry point into day-to-day, because that was a bad injury, and it was October, so it hasn't even been a year yet.
You mentioned Texas Tech, that conference opener week 3 with Houston. Houston's coming off a 10-3 season. They didn't play the Utes and Cougars. They did sweep the Arizona schools, so the back-to-back weeks, that's impressive. They got blown out by Texas Tech and lost to TCU. Are they paper tiger? Do you really think they're building something there? Can you put them in the top quarter of the league? What do you think?
I think you absolutely can put them in the top quarter of the league, and I think that Willie Fritz is a huge reason for that. I think that also when you see, the play of Connor Wegman last year, we finally got to see him, play a whole season healthy. That's a big deal. You talk to quarterbacks, and we just talked about Will Hammond and his health. Mental toughness, a lot of it comes from playing and being on the field. It sounds simple, but it's hard to stay healthy for these guys in a sport where it's just so brutal. And with Connor Wegman back, they got Amari Thomas back, a terrific wide receiver. Mekhi Lawrence is the running back. He was at Tulane with Willie Fritz, and now he's back with Willie Fritz, now at Houston. They've got the weapons to keep it going. Now, the schedule is going to be more difficult, and I think it is. I think, even BYU, their early slate last year was really manageable, and they took advantage. And Houston was the same way, and they build momentum, build confidence. Well, now it's going to be different. You're going to have early tests. And, if you get knocked on your back, in week 3, and beat up real good. How are you going to respond? So that game that we just talked about, I think you circle that one as an indicator as to where Houston's going to be. We'll find out early in the season. But I don't think they're a paper tiger. I think Willie Fritz is the real deal. And he was almost, to a fault, so patient as a coach. He was not, like, in a rush to get anywhere. So that's why he didn't really come on our radars till about 10 years ago. Spent a lot of time FCS and small Division I, and now here he is. And I think he's going to be here to stay. I believe people in Houston think there is a belief there that with all the success with college basketball and the influx of money to that university, not as much NIL as they would like, but better than it used to be. I think there's a confidence there. Like we may have something here for the whole athletic department, and Houston football is definitely a part of that.
We have some stability in the Big 12. We'll see how long it lasts, right? This is, the third year of these teams all being together. And the first year we had the Sun Devils. That's how I got west. I ended up moving to Phoenix and went to ASU, but if you're wondering. But anyway, so they were the big surprise. And I think last year, we can argue, you had at least a couple of surprises in Houston and Arizona, right? Because they were coming off horrible years. So if I were to ask you, which I will, obviously, which teams do you think can be a big surprise this year? So it would have to be somebody who is predicted to be in the bottom, whether it be Iowa State, Colorado. We mentioned Oklahoma State to a degree. Do you think there will be surprise one or two teams? And if so, who?
Well, I think the team that I have, it's funny, we gave in order to prep for all these preview shows for each team, and it was a great exercise. I hadn't done this in a while. You go down and you just do everybody's record, and you kind of have to have, I'm terrible at math, but you have to have like a matrix feel, right? Like you can't say Houston's going to beat Texas Tech, when you're doing it on Tuesday, and then Thursday you're doing it and you're going through Texas Tech's schedule. It's like, oh yeah, well, I can't say Texas Tech's going to beat Houston because, so you have to, for someone like me, that's not as easy as it sounds. So I had to make sure all that was in line. And once I figured that out, I looked down at my record and I said, wow, I have UCF at 8-4 or 7-5. And that is a school to me where, first of all, the state of Florida, they just have guys. Last year I was calling a UCF game, and Scott Frost was talking to us on a Friday, and he was describing a kid, and he said, he's just a Florida kid. And, you could tell he had an affinity for this young man. I said, well, what does that mean? He's a Florida kid. He said, dude, it means he loves football, will play all day, and it's what he was raised on. And that's one of the reasons he came back, because he knew it was a fertile ground. Like everywhere you turn around, you've got another Hoss, right, that you can recruit. So there's that at UCF, right? And then you've got Alonzo Barnett, who is a quarterback coming over, was at JMU last year in the college football playoff. And really the rhythms of the JMU offense, not dissimilar to what they're doing at UCF. And I believe UCF could be primed for, they're not going to go undefeated, right, like they did in Scott Frost's first tour of duty, but they got dudes. And I think they're going to be a lot better than people think. I like them a lot to be a surprising team in the Big 12. And look, I thought that was a great point about the stability. And by the way, I knew the Arizona State story because I'm curious. I've asked questions before.
Okay.
But because that is a neat little thread. But no, I think that UCF is a team that will surprise a lot of people. And I think it's going to be fun. I think the stability is cool in the Big 12. This is like only the second year where we're not introducing a new team to the rest of the conference. But UCF is a team that I think we will be looking at late in the season towards the top of the conference.
Okay.
Arizona had been down for so long. They were kind of an afterthought. That was a good year for them last year. Do you think they back it up?
It was a great year. I think that the schematics on defense will be huge for Arizona because as well as they played last year, they lost a bunch of guys to the draft. Your quarterback could be one of the more overlooked, and you could maybe say physically, no pun intended. And part of the reason he doesn't get props, I think, is because Noah Fafita is 5'10", but he's about to be the all-time leading passer in Arizona history. And, I think he'll pass Nick Foles, right, to break that record at some point this year, you would think, God willing, for him. It's just kind of a matter of staying healthy. But what Brett Brennan has done as far as infusing confidence into his entire roster, like a belief of winning. They ended last year really hot. Now, defense had a lot to do with that. So their ability to maintain or sustain success defensively will really dictate a lot of their success. But the pieces are there. The excitement is there. I grew up, I love the Desert Swarm. I mean, Dick Tomey, like, it's there. It's there for Arizona. Like, people really care in Tucson as well. But this is a huge year for them. I totally agree, to build on last year. But I believe they can do it.
We want to see the Big 12 succeed as a conference as much as possible, and it's been a little bit of a bummer that they haven't gotten 2 teams into the playoff. Do you think that there'll be the 2 teams that are left standing when we get to December? Will at least one of them have a bid already secured and don't necessarily need to win the conference title game?
Absolutely. And I think it's good news for folks, that follow BYU. I think that the Notre Dame game on BYU's schedule is huge this season because I think Notre Dame's going to be really good. I think the fact that they're playing in Provo gives BYU every opportunity not only to win that game or to make it at least a 1-score game. And then when I look at the rest of BYU's schedule and I see 13 starters coming back, I feel very good about the Cougars going like 11-1 in the regular season. And I have Texas Tech going undefeated. Now, I don't have a crystal ball. These are just, this is just a vibe I have with all the information that we've gathered and the, reporting basically and coverage I do. But I think those 2 teams have a very good chance at making the college football playoff. And I think that this could be the year that they do it. And I think that the non-con opponent like Notre Dame, because Texas Tech's schedule is just not tough. And I would, if you haven't done it yet, just go game by game. It's tough to find a loss there. Even without Brendan Sorsby. I mean, if Sorsby was healthy this year, I saw Brett McMurphy. I read this, but it was an eye-opener that, Texas Tech was going to be a 2-touchdown favorite in all its conference games. So you would imagine they would still roll. That's why they play the game. Upsets happen. But I have Texas Tech and BYU both making the college football playoff. And I think I just gave some good reasons why.
When you do that week-by-week thing, when you get to week 2, there's a lot of big, high-profile non-conference games there. Arizona State's at Texas A&M. Missouri is at Kansas. Iowa State is at Iowa. Texas Tech's at Oregon State. I either see wins for the Big 12 that aren't impressive, Texas Tech at Oregon State, no one's going to give them a lot of credit for that, or I see the Big 12 in trouble. How's the league going to make a big splash? Or they're not going to. It's just going to be 1 or 2 teams are going to pile up wins, and that scenario, which you just laid out, is really the path for the Big 12.
Yeah, I believe that is the path. I don't want to say like the conference is top heavy, but when we talk about the playoff, right, we're talking about a 12-team playoff right now. And, and I do totally agree. I think that, like, Arizona State at Texas A&M, I'm like, oof, that could be rough. That's just on paper. That's what just jumps off the page at me. I do think Kansas and Missouri, I think Kansas is due there. And I think that Kansas could be a team that surprises a little bit. They got to figure out exactly what's going on under center. But I again, it's so interesting because that's why football is the best sport, in my opinion, because it's almost like every week you're getting ready to go on vacation, right? Like you see who your team is playing and you talk about it all week and you get excited. And then Friday comes and you get in the car and you're headed off to this vacation destination. Now, sometimes the vacation can be a total flop, right? Your team can get whacked. But afterwards, you talk about that amazing or tough vacation, and then you're talking about the next one. And I think that as fans, we get so hyperbolic about, the Big 12 lost a bunch of non-con games, to SEC opponents or opponents from other conferences. But at the end of the year, we're not necessarily talking about that anymore. I feel like that's more of a pride thing at the end of the year, because you mentioned it will be unimpressive wins either way. So down the stretch, though, it's like, where are you standing, and do you win? Does your conference win? Again, like I talked about, like, can BYU beat Notre Dame? Because I don't think Arizona State can beat Texas A&M, but I do think BYU can beat Notre Dame, and I think that ultimately the postseason then gives you an opportunity. Like, I'm not saying it was an embarrassment, but I'm kind of like you guys. I want to see the conference do well. It was a total bummer to see Texas Tech get blanked last year. Like, that was just a bummer. And I do think this conference, as it grows, like, Texas Tech was not a one-year wonder. And I appreciate the fact that they should be back in the college football playoff with the chance to atone. Can BYU be there too? Absolutely.
Do you think Yormark and the conference need to do a better job of politicking? Because it seemed like he low-keyed it in terms of pushing for BYU to get in.
Yeah, I do a little bit. I think there's something to be said there. One of the best parts about Brett Yormark is that he's not a Yahoo. You know, honestly, like, he's not going to tell you the sky is purple. That's just not how he rolls, which you appreciate, which makes him more measured. And honestly, if you look at what he was working with when he got to the Big 12 and where it's at now, I think he's done the best job of any commissioner in college sports. Now, that being said, sometimes you need somebody to pound their chest for said team, and that's just not his personality. He tries to do it more from a strategy standpoint. Long term, I ride with Brett Yormark anywhere, but I definitely could see how someone is like, hey, you know, why isn't he going all in, 10 toes down, as the kids say, for our team to make the college football playoff? I agree with you there. I definitely see the point there, but I don't think he'll ever do that.
Two disappointments: him not selling BYU and selling 2 football bids for the league harder. I mean, maybe be selling that even before you know who the teams are. Yeah, and then on top of that, the glass court thing at the conference tournament, that wasn't good.
Okay, but let's go. Here's the glass tournament thing. The glass floor thing, because I was boots on the glass, I guess you could say, for that one. But I was calling the American tournament, and then all that stuff happened. I got back to Texas, and the court was gone. Which you got to give them credit for that. Like, to do an about face and to eat it, I thought was impressive. But at the end of the day, you could look at the totality of the situation and say, well, maybe that was a little too aggressive with the glass court. Yeah, but I swear, Yormark has done, in my opinion, a tremendous job. Tremendous.
When you go down the shore, don't you love a good pork roll?
I love a good pork roll. I love Mac and Manco's pizza. I like cheesesteaks too. I like it all, and I like the beach too. I miss it here. I'm around a bunch of lakes in Texas, which I love Texas, but I miss the waves for sure. You guys are lucky. At least you're close out there. Yeah.
See, the thing about growing up in California is the beach was free. I don't know about this beach tags thing. I can't wrap my brain around that.
It drives me crazy. It drives me bananas. It drives me bananas. Beach. Yeah. I mean, I'm a grown man. I'm walking onto your beach. What's going to go down? What am I planning on doing? Am I going to set up a tent there and stay the week? No, I just want to come enjoy the beach. I'll tell people how great it was. Let me hang. I agree.
Yeah. Pete, thanks for the time. We appreciate it. As always, you and PK can spend a couple days comparing notes in Texas.
I'm looking forward to it. Guys, thank you so much, PK. I will see you at the Star, baby.
Okay.
Give you soon. All right, thanks, Pete.
Choosing Texas, I can tell.
Big T Thurl Bailey joins us at 9 o'clock. Big game for the Jazz tonight. Jazz and Grizzlies. Cam Boozer, Darren Peterson, the number 2 and number 3 picks in the draft playing tonight. We'll talk with Thurl about Peterson's debut. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The load has been transferred, and they've lifted the trailer from the burned semi onto the back of a flatbed tow truck as the incident westbound I-80 at the 13th East off-ramp enters the final clearing stages. All other delays have been cleared, and traffic is flowing normally. Attention property managers, customers see your parking lot first. If it's cracked, they're already walking away. Call GoPave Utah. Seal coating, cracked ceiling, patching across the Wasatch Front at GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
Joining us now from the Oregonian, Bill Orm.
You know, the thing that is just wacky and is that there's like a massive political issue going on with the arena. And there is no guarantee that they're going to get an arena deal done on the stated necessary timeline to renovate Moda Center. The league is expecting a deal done. The league has said that the arena needs to get renovated, basically for the Blazers to stay. The team leaving Portland after 50 plus years is such a real threat. And I don't think I don't know how many people fully understand that yet. Tom Dundon can't help make headlines on even crazier stuff.
I can't bring you on here in Salt Lake City without asking you, what's the situation there to try to bring a Major League Baseball team there?
Let's try to keep the team we have first, Scotty.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Another holiday has come and gone. July 4th is in the books, and time moves fast. But when it comes to saving and investing, don't worry, because it's never too late. For that matter, it's never too early to get your financial life coordinated. And let me tell you about the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, because what they will help you do is build one plan that centers around your investments. But don't forget the taxes and all the information that goes there. And also estate planning. Wherever you are right now, Trajan Wealth can pick it up and help you make it better. Sound pretty good? Yeah, because at Trajan Wealth, they know having you be informed makes you a better client, which in turn makes them better fiduciary advisors. They will take the time to listen to you, explain what they're talking about, and help build a better plan that reflects your life. It's not a template. It's tailored specifically toward you, and initial consultation, even if it's just for a second opinion, it's worth it because it literally costs you nothing. The first meeting is for free. Take advantage of that. Give them a call and set something up with Trajan Wealth. You spell Trajan, Trajan, and the phone number has that in it. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 is the phone number. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. The offices, north and south. I met with them at the offices right off the freeway in Draper, conveniently located where I live. You live up north, you can come up there. They've got offices in Farmington. And also, the website is available with a lot of information, and that would be TrajanWealth.com. The website is TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk's up. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Lloyd just spent the commercial break in the studio planning the coverage for the next 2 days. Some of the details, not planning the coverage, but wrapping up some of the details, PK. Just feel the juices get flowing. College football.
Every freaking year.
Close.
That's why I'm still doing this.
See?
I could go off to some castle. I've got affluence, but I don't because I'm here to serve the people. I mean, I ain't going to do it in my 80s like these politicians.
What castle would you go off to?
Montezuma?
I love it. Sedona reference. Nice. Just go right back to the Grand Canyon State.
When that time comes, I want to spend a fair amount of winters in the Grand Canyon State, yes. And I don't want to spend any summers there.
Right. But not winter in Sedona. Too much elevation. It snows in Sedona. Well,
Very
it did.
little.
I don't know if it still does.
Little, but
yeah,
I'm going to be in the desert. But yeah, I'm jacked every time this year. I can't hide it. I can't hide anything for that matter. I can bluff my way through some stuff.
How good are the Utes and Cougars?
I think we're in for a great season.
Texas
Or
Tech,
seasons.
obviously good. Houston, Arizona, who else? Who
This
else
is a
in the mix?
quality conference. I think there can be up to 10 teams that can spin it. We had a good season. The problem becomes then, can you build on that because you don't know with the transfer portal?
You can't really put it together. Your guys get ripped off because other people have more
Brown
money.
has a breakout year, rushes for over 1,000 yards for the Sun Devils, and he's going to look good in the burnt orange. And
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that sucks.
But if you don't have the NIL money, it's how it's going to work.
You have the NIL money, but you don't have it compared to Texas.
Right. Don't have it to that degree.
And he's choosing Texas.
Sing it. I don't know. Alex got that. 10 teams? Because I'm looking, I can see 6 teams had a good year.
No, I said spin it. They had a good year.
Texas Tech, BYU, Utah, Houston, Arizona State.
Oklahoma State goes 4-8. They can spin it. They had a good
you're
year.
going forward. I was looking back at like who was spinning.
You're
it.
always
Really
looking
good.
back. I'm looking
then
forward.
Oklahoma State can, Colorado. So, yeah, the team's coming out of the depth of the league.
Yeah.
All right, well, the spinning starts tomorrow.
For sure.
All day long, right here on the Zone.
The
Lock
only
it down.
freaking station in the state that's going to be local from 7 freaking a.m. to 6 p.m. Get out of my face.
DJ PK, Big T Thurl Bailey joins us next. Stay with us.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Sometimes, firefighting sounds like this.
But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right.
First car was a 2001 Dodge Neon with a blue wing, and it happened to match my high school sweetheart, who's now my wife, her black 2005. So my uncle has been in the industry for well over 25 years. He recommended Rock Auto immediately to buy my first set of brakes. I would recommend Rock Auto just because it's simple, it's easy to find the parts you're looking for, it's all at a good price.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just 1 dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are joined once again by Big T, Thurl Bailey. Big T, good morning.
DJ, PK, what's going on?
Darren Peterson, making it look easy, looking smooth. When's that guy going to break a sweat?
Oh, how fabulous was that to watch if you're a Jazz fan? I mean, you come in with expectations. You know the kid is really good, but you're wondering if it translates. Now, you know, it is Summer League, but still I think he is so talented. I think it's just the tip of the iceberg. He looks comfortable out there, and I think when, you know, the more he gets that chemistry, you know, with the guys he's going to be spending the season with, we're going to see some more amazing things.
Yeah, for me, Thurl, probably unlike you with the NBA schedule, which you're not even sure what city you're in, what day of the week it is, you probably don't have a lot of time to watch as much college basketball as we do. I got a Wooden Award vote, too, so I make sure I get all the top guys. So the point I'm making in watching him Saturday was nothing that I didn't already see several times. And I know he sat out a bunch, but he also played, too. And we can all just look at that BYU game in the first half, is that this is what this kid does. He does the difficult and makes it look easy. And because you know, Thurl, that I'm a benevolent guy and want to help out you and Bowler Jack, and you're looking for clever sayings, here's the deal. When he's scoring and...
Oh, boy.
Well, you don't even do this 5 days a week, but you react as quickly as I do. That was well done.
That was good. I got to give it to you. When he's scoring so effortlessly and repeatedly, here's what I want you to say. That is another wash, rinse, and depeat.
Crickets.
Crickets screaming loudly because it was so good. Wash, rinse, and depeat.
I'll pass that along to Bowler. And see if,
Hey, what a good teammate.
Yeah. Assist.
This guy can make the difficult look so natural. It's so impressive.
It is impressive, and you always wonder because these kids are so young coming out of college. You always wondering if that really can translate through a whole season. And when I think back as a rookie coming out of college, it was a transition for me. I think it's a transition for any of these players, regardless of how good they are. It's going to be a transition for them. So the expectations for Darian Peterson are really high. I think he's going to live up to most of them. But we still have to kind of come down to earth and say, yeah, we know he's talented, but the idea is how is he going to be able to adjust and fit when it all really counts? And there's no question he can play. He's going to be great. It's just a matter of how consistent can he be every single night, and can he withstand everything that comes with a regular season.
Obviously, right now, when he's beating his man and getting the layups in the Huntsman Center, as a 6'10 center or 6'11 center who maybe doesn't jump that well trying to block his shot, as opposed to somebody who's 7'1 or 7'2, ridiculously long and a heck of an athlete. So things are going to get harder. Maybe some of the things he struggled at will be a little better. 8 turnovers is too many. If you were advising him, which you won't because they've got a coach and about 10 assistant coaches and 10 development guys, so there's plenty of people to advise him. But what would you say as far as cutting down on the turnovers? Because obviously that has to happen.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that one game is really enough. I mean, it's that first game, and you're trying to get comfortable with everything. Really aren't going to be the guys that you're and who knows position-wise and where Coach Will Hardy's going to
That's what I was getting at. Yep.
Put him, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that was the Jazz's biggest problem in the last couple of years. Look, I know we were rebuilding, but still, you got to take care of the basketball. You got to find a way to cut down on that and up your defense and up your possession. So, yeah, I mean, that's going to come. I think that's going to be one of the number one things, the messages that not just him, but all those guys are going to get is that every possession is important. And so you're not going to be error-free, but if you can minimize those, he's definitely going to get that message. And he already knows that. So let's see how he does tonight.
How much can you improve your game as a player, and you went through this, during the season as opposed to the summers? Does the summer matter more when it comes to individual improvement?
I think it matters. It depends on, one, what you're working on, I think. I always go back to Coach Will Hardy's conversation with Walker during the summer. Don't come to me with 10 things. Mm-hmm. Just come with 3. Right? Let's come with 3, and let's talk about improving and working on those during the summer. Now, I think it's very important individually to a player to put the work in the summer. But what I do like is the fact that a lot of these players are committing now to be together and developing in the summer together, not just individually. So yeah, it's important, but the development part is really priority for all these teams, including the Jazz. I mean, they've got a great developmental program. These coaches, each player has a coach or two that works on specific things that they want to see them work on based on what the game plan is going to be for the Jazz. So yeah, that summer is vital. It's vital because that's if you don't work on your game during that time, you can't make up for that time, and you can't expect to do it during the course, like you mentioned, PK, during the course of the season. There's just too much going on.
What are the Jazz? Well, that's probably not it. We know what the Jazz are going to do at center. I guess I'm expecting, what are your expectations for these guys at center? Nurkic and Hayes and maybe a little bit of Jackson as well at center. What do you think of that position? You good with that? You can't pay everybody, I suppose. What do you think?
Well, assuming nothing else is going to happen in that position, Nurk, as I think you would agree, he's capable. He's a capable center. He's not a rim protector per se. The guy can set screens better than anybody in the league. He can get you open. He can stretch the floor, he's shown. I think the question is, you can't put all of that load on Nurk. And, you know, Jackson Hayes he's got to prove himself. But, yeah, I mean, you're interchangeable, though. You can put Tripp at center, right? You got size. Tripp's a great rim protector, right? He's proven that from, you know, being Defensive Player of the Year accolades. So we're going to be big, and it's going to take a collective effort. Without Walker, obviously you lose some of that, but you know, I think you're talented enough where one, your guards have to be better at on the ball defense. But when you're talking about bigs, we're going to have size. It's a matter of the responsibility of guys to protect that paint.
I was surprised that when you guys had Will on during the in-game interview, he really pumped up Hinson to make it sound like he was going to have a definite role on this team. Talked about obviously how he's lost some weight, and he had it was a snapshot, but he was impressive in his snapshot with the Jazz. What did you take away from that interview? Because it surprised me, as I say, that he was so complimentary of him.
Well, he was really complimentary of him this past season. But even more so, I think, because of the work, as we just talked about, that Blake put in during the summer. Right? When you put in that kind of work, when you say, I gotta muscle up, I gotta lose a little bit of weight and come back ready because I'm trying to secure a job, I'm trying to get a position, I'm trying to get paid.
Yeah.
Right? So, I think Will was very high on him last year, but I think because of that work and because of what I think Blake can bring to this team, because you've got pretty much the anchors of the team set. You know, you've got the guys who are going to get the minutes, but who are going to be those other guys who are going to come in and make the difference, hit those corner threes, come in and give your starters a rest and still be physical. So I think Blake has the potential of being one of those.
I counted 14 roster spots. So when I heard that interview, I was thinking, well, Hinson's 15 then. There's a battle for 15. I see 14 people under contract. And to your point, there could still be moves. So who knows?
Yeah.
You know, you could trade two players to get one back and open a roster spot. You know, somebody really good becomes available and, you know, they're having talks and something happens. But as it stands right now, there are 14. So there's a spot. And when I heard that, I thought, well, maybe we know who guy 15 is now.
Well, even within that 15, there's a battle for minutes.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, that too.
And so, you know, you can be 13 or I don't know, 12, 11 through 15, and you got to prove it. You got to prove that you belong out there on the floor because at any time you could fall deeper into that bench. I got to say that I know it's Summer League, but Cody Williams was impressive. And so those guys this is an important year for several players.
Yeah.
And so
critical.
Yeah, very, very critical. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's about trying to cement your way, not just onto that bench, but onto the floor.
I think Cody is right where Keontae was a year ago in a lot of respects. I think certainly the analogy that David Locke used, there's 3 doors. There's a door that Cody walks through.
So let's make a deal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where he ends up in the rotation. Like he's a guy, right? That's one door. There's door number 2, kind of the middle ground where he's on the roster, but maybe the role isn't as big. And there's door number 3 where 1 year from today, Cody Williams is not on the Jazz roster. He's gone. He's making $6 million, have an option for $7.6 next year, and they might need that money to sign Keontae George. You can make a strong case they will, unless he plays himself into a role where it's like, well, now we got to find 15 or 20 or 30 million bucks for Cody Williams because he's just that good. And it's all out there. It could go any direction, And obviously Keontae George got the best version of his story last year. And now we'll just have to see what Cody does.
Yeah, and all those things you talked about, Cody knows, and I think that's why we saw in the game the other night that he's making a statement. He wants to be decisive, and so I really enjoyed watching him play. Had some dynamic plays, but his decision making to me was outstanding, and really, Coach talked about Coach Wojo. We interviewed him the day of the game, and he talked about Cody hanging his hat on the defensive end. That's where it starts for him. But his decision making on the offensive end isn't about making or missing shots. It's about the types of shots that he's going to decide to take. And so I was impressed.
I got another one for you, Thurl. You are.
Oh boy.
You've watched It's a Wonderful Life, haven't you?
Yep.
Yeah, and the lead character is George Bailey, right?
George Bailey, yeah, Uncle Bailey.
So there you go. So next year, when Keontae George and Ace Bailey, when they really are in sync, in concert together, you could say, "Yep, George Bailey. It's a wonderful backcourt."
Ooh. Okay.
All right, 1 for 2, PK. You had a little nubber up the line to the first baseman.
That'll
for
get me in the
out.
Hall of Fame.
Hey,
but I think you just drove one into the gap right there. Extra bases. Let's see the wheels, PK.
I don't hate that one as much as I did the first one.
He was warming up.
Hey, you don't have hate in your heart, Thurl. Come on, you're Thurl Bailey.
You guys are something else.
All right, Big T, Thurl Bailey. You know him on Jazz broadcast, but if I learned anything doing 5 years of pregame, halftime, and postgame, it's that Big T is always on the phone. He's always got another idea on the side guy. There's another project. The sprinklers with the fertilizer built in, that was something. You cashed in on that. Now you got Thurl Bailey's Jam Fest. You got a 3-on-3 street ball basketball tournament coming up Saturday, August 29th in Sandy. You want to tell folks about that?
Absolutely. This is our third season, and it's growing every year. We had about 200 teams last season. Youth divisions for boys and girls, 8 to 18. Adult divisions, I expect to see you guys throwing a team. And all kind of contests, man.
It's a lousy backcourt.
Well, we've got a bunch of contests. We've got 1v1 King of the Court, which is new this year, and it's fun to watch. Guys just go out and compete. You can go to jamfestutah.com, and we just have a lot of fun. The younger generation is starting to learn about what outdoor street basketball is about, and they love it. So you mentioned it, August 29th. It's right on the Sandy Promenade, north of the shops of Southtown Mall. So go get your team, sign up, bring your game.
Jamfestutah.com. I'm sure this third edition will be fantastic. I got one more division for you for your fourth one. Are you ready? Normally I don't give these ideas away, but because you're Big T, Thurl Bailey, I'm just going to trade this to you for future considerations, okay? We'll figure it out in the future. Next year, you need a division that's labeled the Century Division. And this is so that the multi-generations can play together. And anytime the 3 people on the court, their ages have to add up to 100. So you could put a dad out there with 2 kids. You could get college buddies who are, 33, 34, 35 years old. You could make it work, and then you got to play the matchups. So look at adding a Century division. And to be honest, I'm ripping this off from the Overline softball tournament. They did it down in San Diego when I was a kid, and it was wildly popular because it does enable friends and family of different generations to play together, and it gets to be kind of strategic, and it's fun. So it's just one more way for people to compete and build the camaraderie.
I like how you guys are throwing me a lot of ideas today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, this is your third one, so you will have a fourth one. So that will be wash, rinse, and depeat.
Oh, boy. Are we done?
I think we are. Register now at jamfestutah.com. $165 per team. Saturday, August 29th in Sandy. 3 to 5 players per team. You can have a couple subs. They got youth divisions for boys and girls, 8 to 18. Adult divisions for men and women, but they don't have the geezer divisions yet. We'll look forward to that in the future. The Century division. Think about it, Thurl. You're going to like it.
Oh, the wheels are spinning right now.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Thurl. We'll talk to you.
All right, guys.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Big T, Thurl Bailey. There you go. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When we come back, everything you missed in this show next. Stay with us.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Walker Kessler on his way. Not only the Jazz trade him, they trade him to the Lakers. A 4-year contract worth $140 million, roughly just shy of $33 million per year. The Jazz get a haul. They get 2 unprotected first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, which is a monstrous amount, a rim protector and a rebounder. An elite is now off the board for the Jazz.
I think there's probably nuance. Numbers say one thing, but I think there's nuance. I want to make sure we talk about in the beginning that they were more than compensated. John Morant, who was just traded, and I know he has his issues, but he was just traded the other day with no first-round picks attached. This is 4 first-round picks.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Championship football teams aren't built by chance. They're built with the right game plan. The same is true when it's time to sell your home. In Salt Lake City, sellers trust the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, because they know how to win. From premium marketing that gets your home noticed, to expert pricing and skilled negotiation that help maximize your sale. If you're ready to make your next move, put a championship team in your corner. Visit sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team today. Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations, but by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, so carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. Fire Sense is the first response.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker-Ritta headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com.
Wash, rinse, depeat. I think I'm onto something.
All right, keep working it.
It's going to be right there with Magic Happens.
J-Slow is one of your best. Never underrate J-Slow. That was a classic.
George Bailey, a wonderful backcourt.
That's a good one. That's quicker and more to the point. Like J-Slow, just real quick, real to the point. Boom. The wash, rinse, depeat.
Yeah, but that's a nickname versus a phrase.
I get that.
You know, like...
It's just easier to sell the shorter it is.
Honor, courage. What was the BYU thing? They had the thing going on there with Bronco.
Honor, courage, valor. Honor, courage.
And stuff that it doesn't apply in my life.
All right, story of the morning. Darren Peterson's debut over the weekend in the Salt Lake City Summer League. Jazz win in OT 103-102. D. Pete, 28 points on 11 of 21 shooting. 5 boards, 2 blocks, 4 of 7 from 3. Did have the 8 turnovers. It wasn't perfect. But it was really good. And the best part was the eye test. Forget all the stats. It looked easy. A quiet 28, an easy 28.
The truth is, every time, what?
When you pull yourself up, the truth is, I'm like, oh boy, here we go.
The truth is, every time the Jazz have a guard light up the Summer League at the Huntsman Center, all-star.
Donovan Mitchell, 1 for 1.
You don't think D. Pete is going to make an all-star? He'll make it so many times, it will be wash, rinse, D. Pete.
How many times have they been up to the Huntsman for Summer League? How many years have been up there?
I only remember 2.
Before this one? This is the third or this is the second?
To me, it's the second.
Okay. All right. We went up there once and we each had to call a quarter
and I think that was the year when
and
they
was
were
that,
doing...
Was that the year Mitchell came out?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I couldn't remember if that was the same year as Mitchell or if it was a different year than Mitchell.
It might be different, but I don't think so.
I know they were up there when they redid the arena the first time, and I thought there might have been one other occasion they were there.
Well, it was, I remember broadcasting the afternoon show and sitting by the semicircle there on the south side, and it was the year of the Hayward thing because I saw somebody walk by that he had a Hayward jersey, which was number 20, but he had the 0 taped over and then the Hayward taped over, and it said Ingles because Joe wore number 2. Yeah. I remember that distinctly.
Yeah, nice adjustment.
Yeah. I want to say, and I think we had Bobby Hansen on the phone too.
Yeah, that sounds vaguely familiar.
Seems like we were interviewing him on the phone, and somebody walked by with that jersey, then he penned in pen, put Ingles on tape over the Hayward, and blotted out the tape of the 0.
Watch the Jazz and Grizzlies tonight. David Locke on the radio call, Bowler and Big T on the TV call. You can go to the Huntsman Center for the 7 o'clock tip-off. It's Cam Boozer, the number 3 pick in the draft. Darren Peterson, the number 2 pick in the draft.
Now, that's going to be on ESPN, is it not?
Yes, I think it is, actually. If not, it'll be on ESPN2 because they have the games in California, so I'm not sure. NBA TV's picked stuff up in the past. You have a million channels. You can flick around and find it.
Well, I don't know what the hotel's going to have, and hopefully the plane is on time and everything goes okay.
Got it. I see where you're going with
I can
this.
be sitting in there watching that.
Let's see. Yes, Grizzlies Jazz is the ESPN. Because it's number 2 and number 3.
Most hotels get ESPN.
Yeah, the California stuff's over on ESPN Plus, and the Bucks and Kings are on ESPNU. So this stuff's all over the place. But the games out of Utah are on ESPN. ESPNU has the 2 games from one from Chase Center.
Well, if he goes off tonight, assuming he plays, I think he might be the first one to get his Summer League jersey retired.
Where are they going to hang those?
In the summer. You hang it up over in the summer.
Okay. All right.
And then when the summer's over, you take it down. And then when the summer starts again, you put it back up again.
Let's not get distracted with that nonsense. Other stuff you noticed in the game. Cody Williams, strong performance, as you pointed out earlier.
Dunk. I get it.
It's his 3rd summer league, so it better be a strong performance.
Yeah, I think his body is bigger, and I like what Thurl said, decisiveness. If you're going to go down decisively. Don't be timid. Don't be tentative. Cody, you are basically this season, as you pointed out, playing for your life in the NBA.
You're on notice. Yeah,
so,
this is it.
Yeah.
It's year 3, and people are deciding,
just
okay,
go.
The rookie contract is going to be ending here. I mean, there's options or whatever for another year or 2, but it's basically go time. What's your role in the league, how much you should be paid, and it's all defined. And it could be anything.
And
or
go
nothing.
down, if you go down, if you succeed, it's going to have to be through conviction and determination and all those cliche type things.
Boldness,
you can't
aggressiveness,
look wide-eyed anymore.
No. How many rebounds you get, how many deflections, how many steals, can you D guys up? That is your path onto the floor. And then when you're there and you get the chances to score, you got to finish them. Nobody really expects you to carry the load, but you can't be the weak link that doesn't have to be defended. So just offensively do what you're supposed to do. You get a lane to the hoop, you throw down a dunk, and that was quite the impressive windmill he threw down. You do it. You make your free throws, putbacks, they rotate off you, cut the hoop, get yourself a layup, or hit your catch-and-shoot jumper, whatever.
I hate to be wrong, and I love the pick. So, Cody, don't make me look stupid. I do it enough on my own. I don't need your help. And you're an Arizona kid, you're a Phoenix kid, so I'm pulling for you.
Utah Jazz signed wingman Josh Okogie, 2-year deal for Okogie. So give him 2 years, and I think it's about $11 or $12 million.
He's got a nice body. Saw him play with the Suns. I think he was like the 20th pick. He's moved around a little bit. So be a tough guy off the bench. And if you get 10 minutes, just play like your hair's on fire for 10 minutes. If you get 15 and so forth, just do that, man. Because in a sense, you're playing for your survival in the league too.
The Jazz returned 10 guys who were under contract. Now with Nurkic, he returns. He'd be the 11th guy, but he was not under contract. He was a free agent. So he's guy 11. They bring in Jackson Hayes from the Lakers as a backup center. So he's guy 12. Obviously, they draft Darren Peterson, 13. Now signing Okogie, that's 14 guys under contract. And you and Thurl, and if you didn't hear the interview with Thurl in the last segment, get it wherever you get your podcasts. Big T was talking about, and you were talking about it with him, that Blake Hinson got quite the shout-out. If he's not guy 15, he is under strong consideration for contract number 15. And maybe there'll be other moves, and other roster spots will open. Maybe they'll bring in somebody else for 15.
What about
but right
you guys
now,
love the Lion King.
He's under contract, so he was one of the 10 I'm counting. John Conchar is under contract. He's signed.
I was thinking not so much under contract, but having roles on the team of getting on the floor.
Sure, and he's a guy who, so once we take the 15 and they're pared down, are you in the 8 who play if everybody's available? Are you 9, 10, 11, 12? So if you play or how much you play depends on who else is available.
I don't care who's on the team.
Well, Hinson does because
I know they do.
No guarantee.
But I want to see those guys being able to contribute.
Yeah, I get your point. I mean, I think Konchar's on the team. My guess is he's in that 9 to 12 or 13 range where some nights he doesn't play and some nights he does. Depends on, who's missing in this era where people are going to play 60, 65, 70 games.
Because I like the Lion King. I mean, nothing against your mom, but, do I really want to See that? Whereas if I see a lion, he becomes the Lion King. Like Messi has Jesus with the crucifix and everything. You know, makes me feel spiritual every time I see him play.
Cool. That works for you.
You know what I'm saying?
All the MLS soccer you're watching on Apple TV?
I have Apple TV.
Mm-hmm. I don't really think you're watching Miami, though. You watch RSL. Check your guy Pablo. The Thunderbird
I watch
High
Lionel.
has to stick together. Lionel. See, Lionel Richie? Lionel?
Lionel Messi.
Lionel?
He's Italian.
Famous Lionels. Ready and go.
Hollins.
Lionel, good call.
Jefferson.
Nice. Yes, I was wondering if you'd go to that one. 100%. I was holding that one for the end.
You don't even know who Lionel Jefferson is, do you?
No, I don't.
Sing it.
I know Richie and Messi.
He was a neighbor of the Bunkers on All in the Family. He was the kid.
You ever heard of All in the Family?
I have not, no.
And so you're telling me he's a neighbor.
No. Never mind. It's hopeless.
I actually didn't even think of that part. I thought of their own show.
Yeah. Well, and I think he had a bigger role then. But he had a role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a great scene in All in the Family, Alex, that you can because I've seen it on, I don't even know if I saw it live, where Archie Bunker goes to Lionel's
he doesn't know who that is.
wedding party. Yeah, but he'll figure it out. I'm giving him the name so then he can put it in there, right? And so they're having like an engagement party, right? And Lionel is black. George, his father, and Wheezy, his parents, they're both black. Jenny is his fiance, and so they're having like a fiance party. And Jenny's parents, dad is white and is classic. Now, you hear words that you're not supposed to say that they said back then on TV, but it is funny as all get out. Go look it up. I guarantee you'll laugh.
It's the first thing I'll do as soon as we wrap.
And Archie, boy, that's a kick in the face.
No, I mean it genuinely. I'll go.
Next thing you know,
I have Lionel Jefferson pulled up on my phone right now.
And George Jefferson, next thing you know, he's going to be calling her the word. And then Archie, I haven't used that word in 4 years.
They say all kinds of stuff then you can't say now. But you will laugh. It's a hilarious show. And the studio audiences are just roaring. They're just going nuts.
And then George, the dad, says to Lionel, oh, what kind of kids are you going to have? Because they would be potentially mixed race. And Lionel says, well, I hope they're boys and girls. It's great stuff.
See, your recreation has got him laughing now. Need a camera on you in there. Any other NBA news do anything for you? Lakers trade DeAndre Ayton to the Wizards.
His fourth team, an absolute full-fledged, another University of Arizona dud pro. They have a slew of them, but none of them amount to anything.
Best Arizona Wildcat in the pros.
Nick Foles.
Eagles quarterback Super Bowl. Briefly. Coming and going. Didn't last long.
The only U of A quarterback ever drafted.
Sean Elliott, Steve Kerr, Richard Jefferson.
I mean, they're all good.
But they're not duds. They're not stars. They're not megastars.
They've never had a star.
Right. They're not megastars. They don't get the superstar.
That's unusual for a program that has been that good for that long.
That's true. But they mix between nice players and duds.
DeAndre Ayton might be the world's or the NBA's biggest underachiever. All sorts of talent. But he's now on his fourth team.
Who drafted him?
The Suns.
The Suns was the Suns.
Oh,
okay.
and I saw over the weekend.
Yeah.
Your guy, our guy, I like him. Steven, I don't know, Anthony Smith, whatever the A stands for.
Okay.
So he's got this thing back when.
Mm-hmm.
So it was Doncic's year.
Mm-hmm.
And you can look this up. I don't know, it just came up. I just saw it. he's going hard that they must draft Ayton, not this kid from overseas.
Oh, really?
Backyard. Oh, they cannot pass on him, blah, 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 blah. Well, they didn't pass on him, and it was a big old F. They should have passed on him. And not only they passed on him, Sacramento takes Marvin Bagley, who's ironically a Phoenix kid too, went to Duke, and there's Doncic sitting there at 3, and the Kokoshkov guy, who was the assistant here under Quinn, goes down there, he was the coach of the Suns, says, you got to draft, this is our guy, this is our guy, this is our guy.
Get Doncic.
They don't draft him, and then they fire the guy.
You're not good enough.
And he said, because he has the international connections.
We'd have been good enough if we drafted Doncic, which I told you to do.
Yeah.
Don't be right in my presence.
It's just so crazy. And I respect Stephen A. Smith's basketball knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
That's his wheelhouse. Nobody gets it right 100%.
Predictions are, everybody wants them, but they are really,
but the number
really hard.
one pick.
Have you seen the compilation where he picks the NBA Finals wrong 8 years in a row?
Yeah, but that's just picking series.
But whether it's picking players or picking winners, people want predictions about the future, and the future is very difficult to predict.
I know, but this one here, to be so adamant and to be so wrong. Now, I don't think it's going to turn out this year, but I probably would have said that at that point that year, and yet it was wrong, and Doncic blew up.
Big 12 Media Days. Tomorrow and Wednesday. Full coverage all day long here on The Zone. PK's on a plane this afternoon. KSL Sports, the sports team, radio, digital, TV, everybody combining to do a poll since we're short on preseason polls. Texas Tech, number 1, BYU number 2, Arizona 3, Utah 4, and Houston 5.
Oh, yeah, and on Pete Sousa, who does work for the conference or about the conference, saying that he's heard that Will Hammond will be ready snap 1. Well, the problem's solved.
See? There you go. You don't have to worry about him missing the Houston game and losing the conference opener.
No. I wonder, they seem to be, we're adamant, we're going to do what's right by a student athlete. Our students, we take care of them. Well, he's not playing. I wonder how much of that, we got Hammond. He's going to be ready. Oh, well then hell, screw this guy. You're out the door. I wonder. A cynical guy like me and you wonders how much that played into it.
Cynical,
if that's true.
Cynical me assumes that they thought the courts would rule him ineligible, so we will back our guy and tell our athletes we got all your back, and then the courts would rule and he'd be ineligible. And when the courts ruled he was eligible, I think even at Texas Tech, they were like, what? Huh?
But I think they don't.
Checking our guy. Well, now
yeah, but they never have. They could. I think there's a difference. You can back your guy while he's off to the side, practicing and getting the help for the gambling addiction, but they took it beyond that. He will play. We will play him. McGuire downplayed it, but the rest of the people didn't seem to downplay it.
Well,
the boss, Cody's, what's his last name?
Cody did not downplay it. I thought both the coach and AD were kind of reading the tea leaves, knowing the industry and knowing how things might shake out. I thought they were both trying to straddle the fence, and they didn't want to irritate all their fellow peers at coaching.
Oh, they already did.
They did, but they were also trying to appease Cody at the same time, and that is a difficult /
Cody Campbell was talking about he's playing.
Line. Yeah.
So, and I wonder if they backed off on that once medical people say, Will's making great progress over here. Looks like he can go. Well, we got that solved. Because I'm not sure, and I don't know this, but I'm not sure he's a worse quarterback than Sorsby. And I like Sorsby.
I don't think they were going to win I do think Sorsby's been built up too much. And I think he's good, but he's been built up to be a superhero. And I don't think he's a superhero.
Yeah, but you
look
at what's his face, Fernando Mendoza did for Cal, and then what he does for Indiana.
Yeah. Yes.
He became a super quarterback once the team was a lot better, too.
There you go. Because their quarterbacking was so lacking a year ago, and because the team around him is expected to be so good, you could see where you could get the superhero results.
And that's all that matters.
Right.
Although the NFL thought highly of Fernando, too, obviously making him number 1.
I do think there was a little bit of that was a weak quarterback draft, and next year's supposed to be stronger. And I don't know that he would have been number 1 next year, but didn't have to be. He's number 1 this year.
Yeah,
but he's going back to an organization where he doesn't have a lot around him. And that's the nature of the NFL. You're the number one quarterback. You're probably going to be the number one pick, and he was. So odds are you're going to a team that's got a lot of problems, and he is. BYU gets a couple of commits. Willa Wolfgram commits out of Maple Mountain, an edge guy on the defense, and then Tennessee lineman Kyle Nabratsky. So BYU gets a couple of commitments.
Oh, I like a name like Nabratsky. That sounds like he can line up and smack you into tomorrow.
I don't have his measurables, but I'm assuming he's 6'5", 300. Nabratsky.
That's
pancaking
he's
you.
6'5" without the afro. You ever hear of Fletch, Alex?
I have heard of Fletch.
Well, that's the 70s versus the 80s. You picked up like 10, 15 years there, so.
Yeah, I know, but with TV Land and all that stuff
I know. You never know. The movies get replayed. The TV shows get replayed. Yeah. United States and Belgium tonight.
Just
round
when
of
I
16
think
in
that
Seattle.
he's outdone himself, he does it again and helps the guy get eligible.
Yeah. The president reaching out, politicians reaching out to FIFA. If he was going to be reinstated, which would be unusual for FIFA, but definitely not unprecedented, especially for some of the top leagues in the country, it's very common that they decide a mistake was made. So even though you got the red card, not suspended for the next game. But it should have been done in the first 24 hours.
But
not on Sunday. All the time. The practice, the training, the
Sunday,
film.
No, because he hadn't made him an offer they couldn't refuse yet.
Well, there's that. Always the Godfather with you. All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, change and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well. And it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, the question of the morning. Darren Peterson, 28 points in 27 minutes in his Jazz Summer League debut. Can you contain your excitement?
My excitement keeps going over and over and over again to the point of
wash, rinse, repeat.
You got to say D-Pete. You got to see, it's Darren
D-Pete.
Peterson, D-Pete. He's the second Darren on the team, D-Will, D-Pete.
I thought when you went with D-Pete that there'd be Dr. Pepper jokes in there, and I figured you're probably trying to figure out how to work in a diet Dr. Pepper joke.
I hate Dr. Pepper.
I tasted it one time, and I thought it was disgusting, and I know people who will take mine every time. So feel free.
There's not mine to take.
Yeah, you're in this. Well, I was thinking like in the summer picnic or whatever, and they have the ice chest, full of all your favorite soda flavors. Except they never have your favorite because your favorite is everybody else's favorite, and it's gone
That's
already.
why when I go to those things, I bring my own.
Atta kid.
Like when I go to Scotty's thing coming up in a couple of weeks. Yep. Were you invited, Alex?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Could have been awkward.
I knew he would. I'm just trying to get the young kid airtime.
Nice.
Trying to build up his voice.
I will bring the Dr. Pepper.
I always give back.
Well, he doesn't want you to bring Dr. Pepper.
Dr.
Neither did
Pepper.
I. You're supposed to be sucking up to us. We're trying to help you here.
I'm a Coke Zero guy. I used to be Schlitz, but then they did away with it.
Darren Peterson, 28 points in 27 minutes. Can you contain your excitement? David, 4 travels, 4 near flops. The only highlight shots were sloppy prayer shots that happened to go in, and it's rookie league.
Oh, wow.
And he did load management. 5 laughing, crying emojis. David is a downer.
I didn't see that. I saw him doing what he does. He's
I
a
saw him
scoring
driving
machine.
to the hoop and finishing.
And his balance is incredible.
Yep.
He's a highly gifted player.
I love the fact that he was ready to take the easiest shot available, in which case you can't stay in front of me. Layup. And that'll get harder. Regular season, there'll be bigger, more athletic players, but whatever. This is the game he's playing now.
Come on. Number 2 pick, and he goes for 28 in 27 minutes. I mean, that's summer league, but still.
Michael Deej, how soon you forget. Ostertag, 21 points, 8 rebounds. Duncan, 14 points, 8 boards. I don't remember any of that, Michael. I'll take your word for it. Ostertag was shining in one game, huh?
Boy, I don't remember that.
I don't either.
Well, we're going back 25 years, right?
More. Yeah, Duncan was...
30.
Duncan was...
He was 97.
Yeah. Duncan played in 97, so in the 98 playoffs, when the Jazz went back to the finals,
he
was
summer
a rookie.
league.
Yeah, so it would have been, you're right, summer 97.
Yeah.
And this is summer 26, so almost 30 years. Yeah. You're right, I did forget, Michael. Certainly there are guys who shine in summer league, and nothing ever comes of it. However, if you don't shine in summer league, you're doomed.
There was some guard out of Rice. I can't remember his name. The Jazz picked up.
Oh, yeah, it was a 4-year guy. He's 4 years. He's mature. He's a shooter.
And he was
started
mature.
Last name,
but he wasn't good enough.
Yeah. That bugs me. Yeah, anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
Almond.
Morris?
Morris Almond? Was it Morris Almond?
No. Morris Almond is that's the Spike Lee commercial thing, isn't it?
Okay.
Remember little Morris Allman in the commercials?
Let's see who we're getting here.
We were doing the radio show then, so it would have been 2002.
Did they trade from on draft day so he's not on their list? No, Morris Allman, Rice University.
It is Morris Allman?
Yeah, it's Morris Allman.
Oh, who's that?
2007.
Who's Morris Allman? With the Spike Lee commercials way back when. I thought it was Morris something. But yeah, he didn't amount to anything.
No, not at all. Didn't pan out. Gave it a shot. Didn't work.
But Darren Peterson will work out. It's just the level of how good is he going to be? Is he going to be an all-time Jazz player? Is he going to be a multiple all-star? Is he going to be a rotational player? That's about as low as I'll go.
That is probably lower than you should go. But just to make sure you went low enough, you did.
Right.
All right, we're out of time. Tim Lacombe coming up next. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
That's it. We're gone.
We are done. Gang, show's over.
It ain't over yet.
Oh, yes, it is.
That was the whole show.
See you next time.
Bye.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
At Shriners Children's, we're home to the world's leading pediatric orthopedic care. Because so many life-changing advancements start here. We provide access to the best doctors and never allow your ability to pay for services to compromise the care your child needs. We're the first place to turn for the most common or complex orthopedic conditions. Home to possibility and empowering kids to achieve the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at shrinerschildrens.org.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
PK, now DJ and Tim Lacombe, soon to be Scotty G and Tim Lacombe. We're just in a moment of transition.
We're a big
people.
family here, man. Mix and match.
As
Mix
you're
and
about
match.
to find out in the next 2 days at the Star.
Yeah,
we got each other's backs.
We always do, man.
Always help them.
Always. That's the mantra. If we're going to expect it from our teams, we got to do it ourselves, right?
See, right. How hypocritical would that be?
I mean, guy will set a screen and then come out here and, no, I ain't taking a shift.
Although a lot of the people that we've worked with here over the years who've gone to other markets have said, yeah, it's not like that everywhere else.
Well, I
it's
like
been like that with
here.
lots of groups of people here, different people, and it's been like that. But then people have gone off to other markets and they're been like, ooh.
That would be nice.
When the studio door opens, a brisk cold wind blows in.
I got a question for you.
Please,
before we get into stuff, because I was talking to Lloyd about this. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm going to Texas, and our span, and I really haven't traveled very much over the last 5 years. So, you know, packing a bag and everything's a little foreign. You know, I kind of had to make sure I had everything I needed. I did realize I haven't brought a charger, so we're gonna have to figure that out. But I digress. Packed my bag, had plenty of time this morning, got in my car, got halfway down, you know, one of the first major roads to my route every day. And my wife called, maybe 2 minutes away from the house. And she said, did you forget something? I don't know, did I? She said, Hank, our grandson, spent the night. He said you left your luggage sitting in the front room. It's like, I'll be back to get it. So that's the story. And my question to you is this.
Yeah.
Is that like, because that didn't used to happen to me. And I'm, you know, you are a little more wise than me.
I'm a little older than you is what you're getting at.
Yeah.
And I mean, how bad is my memory?
No, did you go through any kind of thing like that where you know, all of a sudden the things that seemed really simple, like you're going to the airport, grab your luggage?
I don't think DJ's that much older, is he?
Yeah, I think I am. I would say I'm in the 5 to 10 range, but I don't really know how old you are, so whatever. So here's the deal. I don't think I've made a blunder that bad. I know someone who made that specific blunder far worse than you at a much earlier an age.
If
you're flying to Europe for the announcement of the Olympic Games in 1995 in advance of 2002, and you leave your bag in your car and you go on TV and you spend the entire time you're on TV complaining about the airline losing your bag, and you get back and find out it's in your car. Yeah, that's worse. So as stories go, that's a bad one.
And this was a colleague?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I'm not going to even go to names, but we'll talk off the air because I have a good idea.
I'll bet you're wrong.
Really?
Yeah, but we'll talk about it.
Okay.
So yeah, I do find the memory slips, and it takes me. I have to leave the house 2 or 3 times, and I've left crazy stuff at home, but not that crazy.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
that's one for the books.
Yeah.
And I'm 56.
I've got to put stuff in place and plan ahead, or I mess it up. Yeah, I'm older. I was exactly right. I was right in the window.
Range.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you were mid-50s. So, recent example, the last 2 times I've gone golfing, you have the little thing that you use the ball mark, and mine has a magnetic marker on it.
Right.
That you can mark your spot, so if someone's got a putt
Fix
near you,
it,
you don't hit the ball, right?
Yeah, multifaceted.
I took, for whatever reason, I finished the round a couple times ago, and that was in my pocket twice without it. Now, that's much smaller than going on a trip. And you can use a tee and fix it, and you can use a coin for a ball mark, so I've adjusted. But yesterday, I saw it at my desk, and I went out immediately in that moment and put it in the bag.
That's the key.
I'm like, I'm no longer going to try to remember this.
I think in the future, that's my key, is don't leave it in the front room, walk it to the car.
Mm-hmm.
Or say, I'm leaving my bag here, I will pick it up later.
Yeah.
Those types of tricks. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. This has been getting older.
Yeah, it happens.
With
and
DJ
and
the
then
coach.
recalling names and Mars Blackman. Like, I thought it was Morris Allman and Mars Blackman, but I didn't trust myself. I thought, did I just butcher the first one? I'm not going to butcher the second one. It turned out I was right, but I wasn't positive, so I didn't say it on the air in the last segment, and you came in and said Mars Blackman.
And to bring it full circle, we lost to that Rice University team in triple overtime when Morris Allman was there when I was at the University of Utah.
Yeah.
They had a stage on one end of their their facility.
It goes to the he was a good college basketball player. And he had some size. If I remember right, he's like 6'5".
Yeah, he's bigger.
Bigger than 6'5"?
6'7".
Okay. And he could shoot it.
Oh, yeah.
But he wasn't athletic enough. And it's just crazy how much
Didn't have
in the NBA, it's just every level. Like Summer League is bigger, more athletic guys and older and more veteran guys than college. So there's some new challenges for guys who are coming straight from college. And it looked like Peterson just blew right through those challenges without barely breaking a sweat, except for the 8 turnovers. That was rough. But other than that, there were a lot of good things there. And then, but the regular season, I mean, the preseason's harder than the summer league. The regular season's harder than the preseason. The playoffs are harder than the regular season. I mean, the bar just keeps going up.
Yeah, absolutely does. And with that, Lloyd, let's jump in, man. We are ready to talk Darren Peterson, to talk Utah Jazz, to talk the goings-on of the weekend.
Hit it, Lloyd.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Peterson passed the eyeball test. That was it. Smooth, effortless. I thought he got a lot of easy buckets. He didn't have to shoot fadeaway threes from the corner, over the backboard, over some 6'10" guy jumping at him and all that. He came out early in the game, started a drive, gave the guy a little hesitation, and boop, right at the hoop, finished for the layup. I know there'll be bigger, more athletic shot blockers to score over later, but all he could do at the Huntsman Center was make over half his shots and score 28 points, and he did.
I thought he was great. With some exceptions, and you mentioned one of them. I think the biggest thing I want to start with is, this kid is to not just play the game, but he understands the nuance of it. In the very first play, Jazz get the tip, and they've got a couple of different actions, and one opportunity to set a screen comes to Darren, and he doesn't want it, and he kind of waves it off and calls the big up, and he gets the big right at a perfect angle and knows if his right foot is in a certain spot, I can turn the corner and get all the way to the rim. And the cool part about it is he did all of that just naturally.
Mm-hmm.
He did that, not making a fuss about it, did it all in the tempo and the rhythm of the game. But it's really the one thing over time, and Keontae George kind of morphed into this a little more last year, but somebody off the bounce that can play at their speed, their pace, don't get sped up. Mm-hmm. His turnovers were kind of careless. I mean, it was just, it was, and it may have been some fatigue things. You have not played a real game for some time.
So how important is it? Yeah, and then there was full court press, and they disorganized against that at the end of the game. And I can't remember who got all those turnovers. There was multiple stuff going on. To me, it just looked chaotic. And I'm like, well, they probably haven't practiced that.
They've been together for 3 days.
Right, they've only had so much time. You got to put in the offense. They haven't practiced it, and guys are lost, and guys have played in different systems and had different rules, and nobody really knew what to do. And it had probably a little bit of an all-star game feel to it that was a little chaotic and weird. I'm curious about the turnovers. I'm curious about when you get to the regular season and there's so many guys on the team who can score at a high level. I mean, 20 points a game in the NBA is a high level. Markkanen's well beyond that. Jackson's done that. I'm not even sure how many times he's been at 20 points a game. He can absolutely do that. Now we see Keontae George last year raises his hand. Hey, look, I can do it too. So there's only going to be so many shots. Who gets the ball and initiates the offense? It was kind of a deal at Kansas, and there were people in the run up to the draft who said that Self misused Peterson, which is pretty rough because I think Self would say,
I didn't get to use him.
I didn't get to use him. Right?
That's try.
I don't want to bag on the kid here, but come on.
I'm always looking out for coaches.
I know. He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't want to bag on him. It doesn't do him any good. But it was clear on the sideline there was frustration. I'm curious. He played a lot off the ball at Kansas. There's the expectation he'd be on the ball, as I guess he was in high school and AAU. Why wouldn't he be? He's the best player. Give him the ball. Don't make this too complicated. Then he gets to college. He's off the ball. What's he going to do in the pros? And if he's going to be on the ball, he's got to handle it a lot better than 8 turnovers. And he's got to take charge, which maybe even in game 2 or 3 we may see, where if they get in a situation where there's a full court press, like get the ball, put it under your arm, and like, hey, everybody get out of here. You're just dragging more guys in my way. I will beat this guy. Go down court. If they leave 3 guys here to defend me, I will pass the ball ahead and beat it with a pass. But this whole everybody running around in my way and nobody knows a fire drill.
What that speaks to is exactly what you said. It's confusion, and it's totally explainable because these guys, you get together, you run your basic offense, that you're going to attack with, and it's going to mirror kind of what the Jazz do. You're going to have a defensive scheme, but some of the specials like a press break and things like that, you're probably you'll work on it, but probably not a ton.
Will Hardy's watching that game thinking, is he going to start the offense 20% of the time, 50% of the time? How often is Keontae George going to start it? Don't rule out Ace Bailey maybe starting the offense at times. There's a lot of different things they could do.
Oh, yeah. So
who gets the ball? Well, Will Hardy's going to say the guy who doesn't cough it up, because Will Hardy's going to say whatever other coach says. You average 1 point, whatever points per possession on threes or on twos or on free throws. Well, you know what you average on turnovers? 0.
I would say this. There's two messages I want to get across. Number one, this kid played great, but let's slow the roll for a lot of people. We tend to, in the sports world, overreact to one performance, good or bad. And, if my memory serves me right, Wemby had just an absolutely miserable couple of summer league games to the point where I read articles, people saying, welcome here. You may be tall, but you're not. Look, man, whether you're good or bad, this is a long saga. This is a long journey. And legacies aren't built overnight. They're not built in one game. You said it exactly right. For that environment, what you wanted to see was a guy who understood how to play, not just understood how to play, but at an elite level. Because when you're drafting in the first couple of picks, you want to see that. You saw a guy that even though he had 8 turnovers, he didn't get sped up. Again, some of those were, early in the game, he made a couple of bad decisions. But just the nature of the way he played lends itself to the fact that he understands, like with that pick, he understands what's going to happen after an action. He's able to see down the road. And then, as I said, studying his tape, his footwork may be as good as anybody I've ever seen. His ability to get on balance, whether it's off the bounce, a shot fake, he showed it on that step back from the top of the key that was Harden-esque. He's just got great feet. And
that matters a lot.
Matters a lot.
When you're off balance, you tend to look weak and you tend to look awkward. And fans instinctively recognize that, but they may not be able to explain why they know what they know.
Exactly.
And you, as a coach, would say, and I know this, and if I think a lot of people here who play junior Jazz basketball and go to camps, I think a high percentage of people here do. If you remember back to those camps, they work with you on the feet right away.
Balance is the first thing you talk about.
Yep.
Yeah, it's beef when you shoot. It's balance, eyes, elbow, and follow through. So balance in all parts of the game. Majerus used to talk about balance for big guys. When you get a rebound, to be able to keep that thing under your chin, but lower your center of gravity so you've got some torque.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go easy on the fact that this kid's going to be the next Kobe, because the truth of the matter is, careers have weird ways of having. You have a great night, you have a bad night. I saw an article today to kind of back up what I'm saying. A.J. DeBonsa has not played a game. He hasn't had anything that he's been able to do since the draft, but be the number 1 pick. And I saw an article today that Peterson's performance makes Wizards front office second guess their pick. I mean, how in the world, like, we're talking about one guy playing one game against summer league competition, and there is an overreaction. So let's slow the roll. I think in a positive sense, I like breaking the game down. And you said it. He made over half his shots.
11 to 21.
Didn't take a lot of, he may have taken a tough one here or there, but overall, I like the way he got his shots.
Yep.
Didn't feel like he paused the game to get his shots. All happened in the context. And then to answer your question, the fact that he is playing against summer league guys, he's going to be able to do a few more things right now. But when he gets into game 1 of the regular season, which again is a far cry from game 1 of the playoffs in terms of intensity, I think it goes, though, game 1, guys are pretty intense. Then you see it in the NBA Cup for a game or two, and you see it in the playoffs. but he's going to have an opportunity through that whole time to figure it out. And he's going to have veterans in every spot as he drives the ball. You said it. Lowry Markkanen, dead eye, doesn't have to dribble. If he's catch and shoot and he's open, Darren's job is going to be to find him. It's not going to be how will he handle it. This is a play hard and pass culture.
I'm curious, and we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but which players fit with which players?
Yeah,
because there's no reason to have the 4 scorers on the court. Well, depending on how it works out, 4 or 5 scorers on the court together at the same time. A lot of people crave that, and you'll get it for the last 5 minutes of the game. But the rest of the time, first off, one of them will probably miss a game, and then the others need to be staggered and figuring all that out. But I did wonder if Markkanen and Peterson would play well to stay in front of Peterson.
Well, yeah.
And that creates a little tension, right there.
Right. And honestly, the great opportunity that Will's going to have is to be able to carve out identities for both units.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a guy like Collier, who by just coming onto the court, he's going to change the tempo, pace, intensity, speed of the game. So in my mind, I think that's a great opportunity to get a running, a guy who can run with him as far as a big guy, that's out in front of things, that can set ball screens in transition and roll. And then, hey man, as exciting as Darren Peterson was, guys like Cody Williams and Ace Bailey, who looked very polished for where they've, Ace had a very, very good ending to the year, and he picked up right where he left off. And his confidence is higher. His know-how is higher. He's going to jump this year. You watch. Cody was a guy that everybody wanted to write off. They wanted to write off. I had buddies inside the Jazz organization that I've talked to, not in the basketball side, but just in the business side. And, they're like, do you think Cody can ever come around? I'm like, guys, he's 19 and he weighs about 140 pounds.
Well,
give him a little time.
He definitely had to get bigger.
That was the whole thing.
PK said earlier this morning he really just didn't belong in the league. He wasn't big and physical enough. And so then people say he looks timid. Well, he does because he's getting bullied. Now he's big enough to stand up for that. And sure enough, what you see in the summer league, you see a super aggressive straight line drive to the rim and a windmill dunk. Well, when you feel bigger and stronger and like people can't push you around, it impacts your mindset. I mean, the physical and the mental play off each other for sure. But I will say with Cody, this team is they're committing money to a lot of people, and how are they going to pay Keontae? Cody needs to have a year. I really think Cody's where Keontae was a year ago. You got multiple doors to walk through here, 3 doors. Let's make a deal time. Door number 1, you're so good. They're like, this guy's a lockdown defensive guy, and you got to play him honestly. You can't help off him offensively. We need that. He doesn't need the ball and need a lot of shots. He could really carve out a well-paying role for himself, either with this team or in the league. Door number 2, you're good enough. You exist in the league. You're probably going to have to bounce around. And then door number 3, they're moving on to the next prospect. You're out. Go find a team in Europe.
You know what is
and
any
of
the
those
key
things
ingredient
can happen.
to those doors and what differentiates those doors to me? Because he can defend. He's a high-level defender, and his bulk is only going to help that. His confidence offensively and his ability to drive the ball is awesome. It's going to come down to whether he can make a 3. Like, this guy needs to be able to make 35%.
Because you can only have one non-shooter. Nurkic might give him a little breathing room.
Yeah, but also...
Nonetheless, you're right. Define your NBA career, you got to fix that.
Yep, because he's got all the other things, and the confidence is all he was lacking. I said from the very first year on pre-post all year long, because we have to talk a lot.
I heard.
But I said Cody's development will begin when his body gets to the point where he can compete at this level.
But they're going to need his money to pay Keontae next year. So he's really got to make sure he's earning it if he's going to get it.
But to me this year, he addressed that in the offseason. He looks markedly better. And I'm telling you, just a little bit of confidence. I know it's Summer League. But for him, be on ESPN Sports Center to show that dunk, to get his name. And it does something to a guy because he's working hard and it's paying dividends. And you go, man, I got to keep this up.
But he's got to bring his 3-point shooting up.
That's big.
12 to 15 points.
Yeah, and that's not easy to do. But I would dare say a lot of that, he was stuck in bad situations because he couldn't get anywhere off the bounce.
Yeah.
And then,
so they play off him because they respect his ability to go by him, and it's going to make it easier to shoot the 3.
Right, but also having some success will change it. And it's not going to change it 12 to 15 points in a year, but I like Cody's growth. I like his path, and development isn't linear. This is a perfect example. Perfect example, because all guys are dealing with different weaknesses, and some things you can address way quicker than others.
Cody shot 26% from three as a rookie and 21.5% in his second year.
Yeah, I mean, that to me is going to be whether that kid is here, because I love his mindset. I love his hustle. I love the fact that he's had to play through adversity. Sometimes you like to see guys who are forgotten about, and you're not going to forget about me. So some of those guys that climb out of a pit, and it's really not even fair to say he was in a pit, because it's really, I heard you guys talking about it, it's the nature of the game now. You can't get too old in college.
Right.
But you can't get, or you're forgotten.
And he had a bunch of injuries, so he didn't even get a full season of college. You really didn't even get a half season of college.
Right. And the glimpses you saw of him were the things you talk about, his body, his wingspan, his ability to affect defensively. So, yeah, I mean, he's got to be able to prove that he can make a shot at this level.
All right, David James, Tim Lacombe, the coach. More in a moment right here on The Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz are worse today than they were yesterday. The Jazz are not better without Walker Kessler. The Jazz made a trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. to ideally compete for the playoffs this season. That is less likely than it would have been had they had Walker.
So the guy?
No.
No, they did not.
Which we have learned today is maybe the single worst thing you can do in the NBA.
By overpaying the wrong guy. And they did not. Now, the Jazz probably, I'm guessing, offered what they were comfortable offering, or probably pretty close in the 28-29, and honestly, probably didn't want to go much higher.
We would rather lose Walker at that number with 2 draft picks and swaps versus have Walker at $39 million.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So call ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You better dance all night. You're gonna make it right until we all fall down. We all fall down, 'cause it's you that I've been missing. You better dance all night. You're gonna make me right until we all fall down.
DJ and PK has turned into DJ and the coach, Tim LaCombe. And briefly, it's going to turn here momentarily into Scotty G, the coach, Tim LaCombe. In addition to watching Summer League basketball, do you watch any other sports? It's a crazy weekend for golf. I know you golf a little bit. A World Cup, I found that Sunday's two games were wildly entertaining.
They were wild.
Yeah.
I have actually fallen into that pond and watched a little soccer.
Okay. And then crazy baseball with the Marlins. Had a perfect game through 7, but 23-year-old. He's 6'8", and he's 23. He's from the Dominican, so of course he doesn't play basketball. He plays baseball. And he's coming off the injured list. I think he actually had the Tommy John, too.
It's Perez, right?
Yes.
Yuri Perez.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got to see him pitch last year against the Red Sox, or 2 years ago.
You can't forget him because he's 6'8", right?
Oh, dude, and he threw.
I didn't know anything about him. I had to look him up. I'm like,
I've got his baseball cards, bro.
Okay. All right.
That's how I stay relevant in baseball. You got to have cards.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, I kind of know what I'm doing. And a bunch of moves by the Mammoth, like crazy trades, and seems like that team's just getting more and more ready.
They're adding some vets to go for it.
Some
and
toughness.
I like that they're giving up some of the prospects, but not the best ones, because I think they have more prospects than roster spots. So you got to look and say, who's the best prospect for us? And we're so deep. This prospect has value. It'll actually help Team X, whoever they're making a deal with, and move them and give them a chance and clear their path. There's no point in having them bottled up and having them not happy and able to get, and then you don't get any value for them.
But it's fun to see, like, went through the whole rebuild and with the Jazz. And, the Walker Kessler thing over the weekend, that was a detour. That felt like a detour to me. I mean, to me, that guy was always in the plan.
I was surprised by the timing. They liked him. They didn't love him. Back before Austin was involved, when Danny Ainge, after the rookie year, did some stuff. Okay, it was a Luke.
But that's
everybody
Danny.
else was fired up. It is.
Danny will always dampen. You know what I mean? He'll always, because he wants the guys to have a chance.
But fans will always, and not just Jazz fans. I lived in Santa Barbara. It's a huge Laker town. And Eldon Campbell's great. Yeah, Eldon Campbell is great when he's playing with Kareem and Worthy, and maybe I should mention this guy named Magic.
I actually like the Perkins angle better. I like the stretch.
Yeah, right. But Perkins was a much more accomplished NBA player than Eldon Campbell.
But they freaked out over Eldon Campbell.
Oh, they loved Eldon. They loved Eldon. But the guy who works hard, who seems like a good guy, who knows his place in the NBA and is scrapping to keep it, always appeals to fans. That player, and Eldon Campbell, was like that. He worked hard. He battled. He was a poor man's Kurt Rambis. his battling. People loved Rambis, and people loved him too.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they overvalued him. It's like, well, when he's gone, this guy will carry. No, he's not going to carry anything.
My thoughts on it are, I think Walker, in the end, his people felt like he could get more, and he did.
I suspect not as much as they thought he was going to get.
Not as much, and
I
really,
think they thought the mid to high 30s, and then it ended up being low 30s.
But I think the important part of this is the Jazz, and you guys said this earlier, as you're doing this, you have to be really conscious, particularly in certain positions, and center is one of them. You don't want to overpay. You just can't get locked into a deal.
I think in every position, what percentage of the cap are you giving away? Why did the Celtics make the move they made? Hey, there's hard feelings, but there are plenty of places where they get over the hard feelings. And they didn't, and I think the reason they didn't was money. It's like they had two guys pulling on too much of the cap, and they loved Tatum more than Brown. Now, I don't know if you want to, one guy's an A and the other guy's an A-, or one guy's an A-, one guy's a B+, I don't know, do whatever you want. But they like Tatum 10% more than they like Brown, and the new owners, not paying that luxury tax. I'm going to bring this up with PK, and I forgot. A lot of people, and I think PK falls into this camp because he said it. He said, I want to talk about talent, I want to talk about money. But the two are now linked. I was talking to Austin the day he was introduced and talking about the rebuild and what's the timeline for the rebuild. And he's like, and he was non-committal, we'll see. When opportunity knocks, you got to seize it. That opportunity could knock in a week, in a month, in a year. You just have to be ready when it does. So there's no point in putting a timeline on it. You don't know when somebody else is going to be ready to make a deal, and you don't control that. All makes sense. He says, and then he looped back and he said, but it has gotten to the point where contracts are more important than talent because the owners are simply saying, no, we're not paying that second apron, quadruple luxury tax, no, we're not paying it. And the list of people who pay it is very short and it doesn't last for very long. The Warriors are paying. The Warriors have done some paying. They've written some checks there. But they're not willing to do it forever. And so you see
those championships
these
were highly leveraged. They're still paying for
But
it.
if you get four of them,
I guess
it's the price you pay.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
But they have new ownership in Boston. They're not going to do it. And I really think whatever's happening behind the scenes, whatever the analytics say, whatever the emotions and the personalities are, there's also an owner like, we're not going over that number. Now Oklahoma City got to 250. They're $30 million over the number. And we start seeing them whacking guys who are making 8, 10, 12 million bucks. And 240, 230, 220. We see what you're doing. And we see the number you're trying to get to. I can see it. But they got a championship. The Spurs haven't had to do it yet, but they will. Their day will come. But their guys are still on rookie contracts, so they're okay for now. And the Thunder haven't had to go into the core. So if you're in one of these fantasy leagues, this is what I meant to bring up with PK. Some fantasy leagues, you just have the draft. When I play fantasy football, that's what my college buddies and I do. And, if you draft, it's a 10-team league. If you draft 10th, you draft 11th, and it just rotates. But there are other things, and I think it's more a baseball thing, but maybe it's a football thing. I just haven't done it, where it's like an auction, and everybody has a certain budget. So if you want to go get the best player and use 50% of your money, great. But now you only got 50% of your money left. And so there's a whole strategy. That's what the NBA's turned into.
Oh, 100%.
And it's more... Well, it's cutthroat in a different way than the NFL. In the NFL, they'll spend and go over because they know they don't have guaranteed money and they can renegotiate with players. But where everything's guaranteed in the NBA, you can't. So once you do it, you've done it. And I did think they didn't like Kessler at the number in the 30s, but I thought the number one priority was don't lose him for nothing the way you lost Hayward for nothing. Granted, it was different management ownership. But the franchise can't afford that. So I figured that they would sign him and then figure it out, and there was a trade coming in, sooner, not later. And what I missed on completely was trade was not coming sooner or later. Trade was coming soonest. I thought they're going to have to do something in 2 years. If they sign him for a lot of money, they're going to have to do something in 1 year.
1 year.
But it turned out they decided to do something today as opposed to, hey, let's test drive. We can afford it for a year. Let's test drive it, and then we'll make a move. But the Angels, as has been written many times, are all about leverage. They had leverage on the Lakers. Lakers have new owners. General manager hired by previous owner had better look good or he's out. So he was highly motivated to do a deal, and they start talking to him about draft picks in 2031 and 33, and you can say he blew it and he overreached, and I would say he doesn't know if he's going to be here in 2029. What the heck does he care about a draft pick in 2033? I mean, he's got to fix it now because if this year doesn't go well, I'm not even guaranteeing that he gets another year. Maybe he does. I don't know their timeline.
Will this year go well?
So
Speaking
it will
of
go well by
expectations and
NBA
hype.
standards, but it will not be up to Lakers standards because Lakers standards are championship or bust. And I don't think that they're on the top level. I think they're on the next tier. Now, in this volatile era, with injuries, I think the Knicks got from the next tier. I didn't think the Knicks were on the top tier.
No, they jumped up, yep.
But they did it in the East. They only had to win one playoff series. Didn't have to win 2 or 3. And in the West, you probably have to beat the Spurs and the Thunder, or the Thunder and the Spurs, whatever the order, depending on the seeding. And then the finals probably aren't going to be easy. Occasionally they are, but usually they aren't. I think that West is deeper than the East, but when you get to the finals, I think in the last 12 years, I think it's like 7-5. The West has a slight advantage, but only slight. Toronto broke through with the help of an injury. New York, you could argue New York had the matchups to beat the Spurs and not the Thunder, and was fortunate the Thunder had the 2 injuries. And the Thunder also weren't perfect. They didn't shoot the 3 well enough. They did miss 2 rotation guys who could have made the
that
difference
was
in
big.
the 7-gamer.
Very big.
A starter and a sub.
Yep.
And then the Knicks have done well against the Thunder, but they've done poorly against. Excuse me. The Knicks have done well against the Spurs, but the Knicks have done poorly against the Thunder. So maybe they caught a break, but you catch breaks sometimes. That's the nature of the playoffs.
That's why you have to. That's why you keep fighting. That's why health is a huge thing. I mean, just never ever know.
But everybody's making money decisions, not talent decisions.
Yeah. And honestly, I call it salary Tetris. There's certain places that things will fit, and otherwise you gotta.
I think,
pass.
And maybe it'll be wrong, but I think that they overpaid Lowry, and I think, and Geltzeiler was right about this. Like, isn't Jackson overpaid? To which Geltzeiler, when he's on, is like, the only reason the Jazz could trade for him is because he is overpaid. He says there are a lot of cases where if you want a $30 million player, you got to pay him 40, or a $40 million player, you got to pay him 50. You overpay guys by 5, 10, 15 million bucks all the time, because if you don't, someone else will. They'll take the most money. And you may full well know what you're doing, but if you want to get the player, you have to. That's the only way you get the player, because someone else will pay more. And Kessler's a great example of that. But at some point, you have to draw a line, because you know you're going to be bouncing up against the cap. You've already consciously overpaid 2 guys. And Keontae George is going to have to be signed. And what he's signed for will be determined, I think, by what this next year looks like, what his number turns out to be.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted the same type of thing. And I feel like, again, in this world, the Jazz are choosing to deal with information that is current. You sign a deal right now, you don't know what's going to happen a year from now. You know what's going to happen this year. So while it's probably frustrating to agents and players, I think it's actually probably on a guy that, as you're building this thing, fits for a period of time, but then has to do some things extra and above to fit longer. You need to take the time to evaluate that. So I mean, I know it's been criticized, but I like the tact.
What's been criticized?
Just the Jazz
trade?
waited. Yeah, no, not the trade, but that they didn't. Maybe could have locked him up a year ago, or.
I don't think so. I don't think we know the number they could have locked him up for. I think he and his agent gauged his market correctly. Now you can say he's not worth that. Well, he is if somebody will pay it. He is if somebody will pay it.
He got it. Yeah.
Now, is he worth it if you're doling out how much you pay everybody on a championship roster? Probably not. But what does the player care about that? You've got a short period of time to earn the maximum amount of money, and every player probably believes they're better than they are, and they also believe they're going to improve in it, even if they're not. So everyone played their role rationally, and we ended up where we ended up. Yeah, and what we didn't know is that LeBron would opt out with the Lakers, and they'd have cap room. If he stays, then the Lakers...
I think that was all spurred by Luka's demand to get him a big guy. And so I almost feel like LeBron was kind of almost like, hey, you're leaving, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So it all...
But that's why he's going to do this world tour. Hey, I still have value. You shouldn't have pushed me out. I think this world tour, as much as people think it's for his own ego, but I think it's to make a point to the Lakers.
Which is his own ego.
Yes, it is. It does cycle back.
But you can't, when you get to even Michael Jordan, you can't talk about those guys talking about ego. Because it all begins and ends there.
If they didn't have the ego, they never would have gotten there in the first place.
Right. I mean, it's how you've climbed the corporate ladder.
See, we just sit in the chair. You just start channeling PK. Does something rub off on the chair?
I don't know. No, you are, one of the biggest names in the state. So, and I know you've crushed a lot of people to get there. That is not true. You've been such a good advocate to this young guy.
I was a weekend sports guy for 30 years. I don't see the crushing happening
there
anywhere.
No, what you did is you just worked, and you kept a great attitude. And the one thing I'll say about you, Deej, you keep a smile on your face. You keep things pretty light.
If we're doing this and we're not having fun, we're doing it wrong.
That's right.
And having watched people who do this who are all miserable and all, I'm like, then go do something that pays more. There are a lot of things that pay more. This pays less because it's fun. Now, it pays more than other stuff. It's all a sliding scale. If you want more, there's always more, but you got to do something. And one reason local media caps out where it does, which can be in a really good spot to be sure, is it's fun. There are people who leave the media and go into fields like, say, insurance. Might not be as fun.
But they'll make more money.
They make more money. Yeah.
See, it's all.
But
just,
it's all.
It all comes back to salary slots. Salary
As
Tetris.
my grandfather used to say all the time, you pays your money and you makes your choice. So there you go.
Well said, Gramps.
Had some state fair carnival thing going on there when he said that. Yeah, I don't know. He used to love to say that. So.
Well, thank you for keeping
No
the
worries.
seat warm.
Scotty G ready to go? Is he all dialed up?
We'll be good.
Really? Well, if not, I'll just do 15 more. I mean, this is a short segment. If you stay on time.
Well, we'll surprise the listener.
I don't know what's going to happen next. Stay tuned and find out for yourself. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on the select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores.
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Kia is a proud recipient of the 2025 Global Best Dealer Award. Come see why at our Linden location.
Hey, Doug.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Championship football teams aren't built by chance. They're built with the right game plan. The same is true when it's time to sell your home. In Salt Lake City, sellers trust the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, because they know how to win. From premium marketing that gets your home noticed, to expert pricing and skilled negotiation that help maximize your sale. If you're ready to make your next move, put a championship team in your corner. Visit sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team today.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Start me up. The way your body moves is criminal. The way you stole my heart was robbery. And now you're looking for your getaway. Getaway. Like a gun, there was nowhere to run. Ready ready to blast, moving too fast. Murder, she wrote. Came in with the power, like a wild child. Day long, I stood up space in my mind. The way you played me was subliminal. I'm coming down in this ugly love, but I still want you like my favorite drug. Yeah, I just want you too much. Start me up. The way your body moves is criminal. The way you stole my heart was robbery.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. Hey, thanks for holding down the fort.
What's up, my guy?
My guy.
Appreciate it. I missed you. I missed you over the weekend.
Oh, man, I missed you. I missed the show. I missed even like on Friday. I missed talking about stuff. There's all kinds of good stuff going on, man. I am so fired up to get back here.
You were in Idaho.
I was in Idaho with the fam. It was just absolutely awesome. Great. You know, we always get together. We don't do the family reunion very much, and but every 4th of July we get everybody together, and it was awesome. On the Snake River, things were beautiful. The water was clear, calm. My son's ripping out the most ugliest carp you've ever seen.
Lloyd was telling me about that.
I didn't get a reaction from you on that. I sent you a text that was gold.
Did I not send you this, Coach?
It's horrifying.
Still not reacting, huh?
I am. What?
No, him.
Oh.
Look at the size of that thing. And look how ugly that is.
Holy cow. It's like patinaed.
It looks like it swam through acid.
Well, I mean, yeah, those carp up there, they're nasty. They're nasty. So, yeah, but they put up a good fight. They're fun to catch. They're just, you don't do it. You, can't get rid of them fast enough once you catch them.
Man,
yeah,
that thing is,
I would have cut the line on that thing. I'm not touching that. That thing looked like it was going to burn a hole in your hand.
World's ugliest fish.
It's like Quado. Or what was it? What was the Total Recall?
No, it's worse than Quado. I said, so the GIF I sent you is of the RoboCop guy, the acid guy.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I sent you. That's what it reminded me of. Its skin was peeling off. That thing's horrible.
It's disgusting. How was your 4th, Lloyd?
It was excellent. Had a nice barbecue over at some friends that, where the kids swam at a pool and had a slip and slide, and it was great.
Nice.
Nothing more American and 250 than a slip and slide in a swimming pool.
Let's go.
It's more American than football.
My kid was like, we always wanted a slip and slide, but you never would let us have one. I'm like, I would let you have a slip and slide. And my wife's
After
like,
what it does to the yard?
And my wife's like, you know what that does to the grass? I'm like, oh, that's right. I wouldn't let you have a slip and slide.
So they had this big, giant blow-up one, almost like those jump house size. It was like the size, it was a shark. I'll send you a picture of it. Like, this thing was so big, and you should have seen the water and the hole of mud that it created in their yard. And I was just like, oh, I'm so glad this is not my house.
Yeah. Hey,
grass can be repaired.
Memories.
It's the memories
cannot.
Memories last forever. That little pit, only maybe 6 months.
Hey, so I tweeted this out. I'm a firm believer that, and I've always said this for years and years and years, ever since I saw Darren Williams in his first Summer League game, when he looked darn right pedestrian. And I'm like, don't ever get too high or don't ever get too low when it comes to Summer League performances.
That's the speech I've been giving.
And I'm telling you right now, Darren Peterson is testing me on that one.
He's breaking it for you?
He's testing me a little bit on that one. Because I'm watching that, and I'm like, okay, don't get too high, don't get too high, don't get too... But kid looked really good.
He looked great. And honestly, I loved his... After the game, when they talked to him, his media availability, because he talked about some of the things he didn't get to. I need to block out better. He made some of those comments. I can do a better job here. I can do a better job there. So I love the mindset. Had 8 turnovers, and I would speak. That's probably just a bunch of guys getting to know each other.
Yeah.
Zigging when somebody should be zagging, that sort of thing. But what really stood out to me, and it's what we talked about, the dude's just a scorer. In the very first play of the game, he gets the ball, and I can't remember who it was. I think it was Ace, came to run, set a screen. And he basically waved Ace through and called the big up because he knew that he's got a good chance at the angle he was going to be at, right at the top of the key. So as he came off, that dude's right foot was too low. He beat him to the spot and got all the way to the rim. He made those types of decisions all night long. And hopefully you saw my favorite feature is feet.
Yeah.
The way he organizes his feet in a crowd, step backs, things like that, really, really has great feet.
You mentioned the feet, the balance.
Balance is huge.
And that's something that, us average talking heads who haven't coached at the level or been around the game the way you have, we don't talk about balance. But that's why I love your perspective, is those are things that we don't pick up on, but you saw that immediately with him.
And I will be quick to say, I think the fan reaction, whether a player comes in and plays really well, in the case of Darren Peterson, or my mind is, is long. It goes back long enough to remember Wemby's first game, and he spent more time on the ground rolling around.
Yeah,
and people were, come on, this kid he's supposed to be Wilt Chamberlain. It takes a minute, guys. This is a tough deal to break in, and Darren did exactly what we'd hoped he'd do. He went out there. He took kind of the leadership role between he and Ace. I thought they played well off each other, and he was efficient. I loved his efficiency. He didn't go out there and just cast a ton of shots up. His shots had purpose, and so it's a great starting point. But it's tonight he could go 0 for 8.
Yeah.
From the 3. I mean, you just never know. So same people that are praising him today, just make sure along the process. I was at Kobe's game in rookie year. They're sitting third row in the Mr. Max seats. And I watched Kobe airball that pivotal shot as a rookie. And I, got up out of my seat and I wanted to say, see, he's nothing.
Yeah.
But long memory. Majerus talked about having a long memory, and players have to have a short memory and get on to the next game. And hopefully Darren will just pick up where he left off. But man, I love everything about what he showed. But I will say that's what you hope a second pick would do against a bunch of summer league guys.
Well, and the one thing that I was really thrilled about is Ace Bailey came in and looked like
he picked up right where he left off.
Right where he left off. And that's I want to see second-year guys like what I saw from Darren in that first game was what I want to see out of a second-year player. Because I have high expectations for a second-year guy. I don't have any expectations for a rookie. But a second-year guy, you've been around the league. You played NBA games. You should be able to dominate at that level. And I saw Ace Bailey have stretches where it's like, okay, yep, that's a guy that's been around the league for a bit.
Yeah, he's playing with a great confidence, a definite purpose. You can see that he's bulked up. Speaking of bulked up, Cody Williams.
Yeah.
Cody Williams. And I said this way back when during the pre and posts, I would talk about Cody early. And, people wanted him to be great because he was the 10th pick. And I kept saying he will advance slowly, but he will actually be able to compete once he puts on enough weight where he can play on balance. Because you watched Darren was on balance all game, and Cody was hardly on balance his entire first couple of years. Because if he took a hit, he's the guy that's reeling from the hit. And so he's lived in that weight room. And it's done wonders for his confidence. His strength is actually affecting his confidence. And I think the next step for Cody now, he's got to be able to, I know he can guard, and he's getting really great in open floor, driving, that sort of thing. Add that 3-point shot to it. He's got to become more consistent. 21 and 26%. For a guy like him, that's going to be what his career is how he shoots the three.
Realistically, if you got to this number, you would considering where he started, if he can get to X percentage, that's a win for him.
For some reason, like when a guy shoots 33, when I would look at a box, it's just good enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
3 of 9.
And then you get people, the key to it is not just that you make threes and you get 3 points. The key to it is when you can't shoot, it disrupts spacing.
Yeah.
Because your guy's playing 5 to 7 feet off of you at the nearest block, at the nearest elbow, and their whole job is to gum up everything. So cutters and everything, they're whacking them. If somebody drives it, they got an extra guy in there to muddy it up. So if you can get guys playing correctly, and when you catch the ball, you're a threat, and you give them an eyebrow raise, that's sometimes is as good as a screen.
Yes.
Right? But they have to, the key to it is they have to think you're going to make it. They have to really try urgently to get to you, and then you've got them. and that's what he's got to get to.
The great Shehan Jayaraja, CBS Sports, is going to join us next. We'll see Shehan coming up tomorrow in Frisco, Texas. It's Big 12 Media Day kicking off mañana. We will talk to him about that next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. There are things that get us fired up, and one of those is the ease, the convenience, the price, and the quality of Beehive Meals, Coach.
And hopefully, like we did, hopefully everybody had a great Fourth. We had a little extra, in our arsenal because the flat top meals came in handy. Had family in town, got the flat top meals out, and we went through them. The beautiful thing to me is the convenience and the ease, and that's obviously why you do it. But at the same time, you're not sacrificing flavor because I'll tell you what, the flavor is what got me originally.
It is second to none. The fact that you're going to get that kind of quality, that kind of wholesome goodness, and the ease of either the flat top meal or a slow cooker meal, it's all available for you at beehivemeals.com. Subscription models that are going to save you a ton of money, and we're not that far away from the soup menu coming out in the fall. That's right, soup, flat top, so many different varieties. Get there now, beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
David Pagnotta joins us, NHL insider, for the 4th period.
Perception-wise, what is the rep of the Mammoth as an organization in the league to players?
With respect to the rep of the Mammoth, it is on an incline and has been since the end of last season when, player stock, family stock, wife stock, girlfriend stock, that is spread over the course of the last 12 to 18 months here. And the reputation of the organization is immaculate based on a number of players and other hockey personalities that I've talked to. So I think without question, it's becoming, and I say becoming because it's just in its second season here, but becoming a very desirable destination for a lot of players. That's certainly going to be impactful come free agency, but at the same time, when players are putting together their no-trade lists, I can't imagine that too many are going to be looking negatively with respect to the Mammoth.
Catch DJ DJ and PK. Mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Lazy yellow moon coming up tonight, shining through the trees. Crickets are singing in lightning bugs.
Such a great song. There's some songs that, like, I don't care where you're at on the musical spectrum. I don't care what you like, what you don't like. I don't care. You hear this song, you immediately, like, start just nodding your head a little bit. Like, this is iconic in terms of everybody. This is a song that's impossible not to like.
It makes me want to grab one of those slim weed, that you pull off. What are they called?
A little.
You know what I'm talking.
A little stock.
Stock weed and just throw that in your mouth. And you got to be careful when you talk about weed in your mouth.
Yeah.
Especially nowadays. But,
a little grain stock, yeah.
Yeah, just, country. Makes you want to be country. What are we doing with the set list today, by the way, Lloyd?
Oh, that's a good point.
Because I sent it in, but
You didn't have Fishing in the Dark? This wasn't yours?
I didn't have any of these on my set list. So I know there's been, it's busy around here.
It's been a crazy day,
right,
for sure. All right, we will see this guy coming up tomorrow. He'll all you need to do is, if you're watching video streams of maybe press conferences, find the best dressed dude in the place, and that's going to be Shehan Jayaraja. He joins us now, CBS Sports, kind enough to hang out with us. Shehan, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
You got the wardrobe all picked out for the next couple days?
I'm preparing. The nice thing about this one is that since it's a home game, I have my whole wardrobe available to me. So
that's right.
Bring out something special.
Yeah, no Vegas here, man. It's this is a home game. Yeah, that's right.
Hey, man, I get to hang with Shehan. Can't believe it. We get to meet in person. I'll be the second best dressed. I'm packing my sport coat. I'll wear that over a T-shirt or something, but that will at least get me in the running.
I think so too. The thing is, right, like whenever you go to these events, it's kind of like evenly split. People, dressing a little bit professionally and people just showing up in like anything. And so, that was one of the reasons why, like when I first got into sports writing, I'm like, man, these writers don't dress for anything, man. I think that I can outdo them.
No, a golf shirt that's about 2 sizes too small from a bowl game from 10 years ago. And tucked into tight jeans. It's just like, come on. We can classy this up a little bit. Let's go. Hey, Shehan, some big storylines, obviously. What are the 2 or 3 things that you're really looking at going into this thing tomorrow?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, look, let's obviously acknowledge we're going to get a lot of Brendan Sorsby conversation as this is the first time that Texas Tech and Brett Yormark have been under the gun. But let's put that aside for a second. I think we've talked plenty about that the past couple of weeks. For me, it's really about it being a period of transition, I think, in the Big 12. There are so many coaches in this conference that were mainstays who are now gone. I'm thinking Kyle Whittingham at Utah, Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State, Chris Kleiman at Kansas State, Matt Campbell at Iowa State. Like, these are guys who have really been the face of the conference for so many years. And I think that actually creates a little bit of a vacuum for some of these new guys to potentially step up. Now, look, I think that Joey McGuire and Kalani Sitake are kind of in that conversation, right, after what they've done the past few years. Kenny Dillingham as well, I think brand-wise is also one of those coaches who's breaking out on the national scene. But I absolutely think that there's an opportunity for, even at media days, for somebody to come out and really kind of establish themselves as a name and a face to watch. I think back, obviously I'm a Baylor grad, back in 2017, Baylor coach Matt Rule took the podium for the first time. And after his talk, everybody was like, oh, okay, we get it now, right? I think that there's an opportunity for some other coaches to potentially do that as well. I'm thinking of a Morgan Scalley at Utah. I'm thinking of a Colin Klein coming to Kansas State, where he obviously led them to a 12-win season just 13 years ago. So, this is, I think, a big opportunity for a lot of coaches, and I'm excited to see who takes that opportunity.
A lot of explosive names on offense in the league this year, but probably none more than LJ Martin, who's decided to come back and play at BYU. How big is that for BYU, Shehan, and what do you expect from LJ in his return year here?
Yeah, it's absolutely massive, right? I mean, this is a player who I think back to 2 years ago, right? I mean, all sorts of efficiency numbers, the tape, they all said like he had the potential to be one of the best running backs in the Big 12. And in 2025, we finally got a full healthy season out of him. And he was clearly, to me, the best running back in the Big 12. And in 2026, I think he could be a top 5 running back in the country, if not more than that, potentially. So when you talk about its impact on BYU, I think it's huge in terms of bringing along that offense. Like, look, Bear Bachmeier, I expect to be a big time player, but again, we have a lot of questions heading into that wide receiver room as well. So being able to run the ball at a high level, I think, will be huge for this team. And look, I mean, Texas Tech, I think, is a little more beatable with Will Hammond in the lineup than what they would have been with Brendan Sorsby. BYU absolutely has the roster, has the juice, has the talent to be able to win the conference if some things break right. And LJ Martin's a huge part of that.
If BYU, now look, okay, I know injuries and all of that can come into play. It's a long season, but as of right now, is it Big 12 championship game or bust for BYU?
I think it is. And I mean, I think that when I look at the Big 12 right now, I mean, I do think that we are probably going to get a rematch of what we saw last year in the Big 12 title game with Texas Tech and BYU. I think that right now they're ahead above the rest of the league. And there are other teams that can certainly get close. Utah's still going to be really talented. I think that watching Houston and Arizona this year is going to be interesting. I think TCU could play spoiler. But like when you look at one, what they've brought back, two, Kalani Sitake's decision to turn down Penn State and stay in Provo, three, I think also just the level of investment that's been put into this program by BYU. Like, this is a team that should expect to be there. Now, you kind of ask, like, is this Big 12 or bust? I mean, look, this is a team that I think for the next 5 years should expect to be contending for the Big 12 title game every year. If they miss out based on a tiebreaker or something, I don't think people are going to see this as a failed season by any means, but they should absolutely expect to be there at the end of the year, and they should be in the 10-win conversation. They should be in the college football playoff conversation again.
Every preseason, prediction that I've been able to look at, has a variation of BYU and Texas Tech 1-2. But Utah's pretty much solid at 3 in most things I've looked at. Houston, I guess, is another one hanging out there. But with Utah, what do they have to do to unseat Texas Tech and be better than BYU this year? Because they really don't have, a player per se. But what do they have to do as a team, and certainly with a new coach, to be able to jump into that mix?
I think the biggest thing for them heading into the year is they really have to establish an identity on offense, because last year we saw it, right? I mean, this was one of the best offenses in the Big 12 with Jason Beck, of course, running some of his option stuff with an offensive line that was arguably the best in the entire country last year. And I just don't know that there are those obvious pieces and players, like you said, in 2026. Now, it helps a lot. They've got 2 quarterbacks that I feel really excited about in Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklin. But, again, it's going to be behind more of a new look offensive line with a new look offense as well, with a new offensive coordinator coming in. The other thing, too, is that I think that they have to continue to develop their depth on both sides of the ball, because they did lose some key pieces over the offseason after the departure of Kyle Whittingham. So, look, I mean, I think that they were clearly good enough to win the Big 12 last year. They just happened to lose the 2 that they couldn't lose this year. Well, they don't get Texas Tech this year. That's certainly going to be huge. They get BYU in Salt Lake City this year instead of having to go to Provo. So, again, it's more going to be, can you get back to that level that you were at last year than necessarily having to take a giant step.
Shehan Jayaraja, CBS Sports, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There's always somebody that comes out of nowhere that you're not expecting to really challenge. Who do you think that team is this year?
Yeah, you could probably make a list of 6 or 7 of those teams this year, because I think the league, again, after that top 2 potentially could be really, really tight. I mentioned them earlier, though. TCU, I think, is a team that has actually gotten pretty undervalued over the past couple of years because, look, they haven't been in the Big 12 title discussion since they went to the national championship game in 2022. But this is a team that's won 18 games over the past 2 years. And I know that a lot of people are pointing out that they lost quarterback Josh Hoover, but I actually think that Jaden Craig coming in from Harvard could potentially lead to very little downside at the position. And I actually love the addition as well of Gordon Samus, the offensive coordinator coming over from UConn. This is a team that I expect to be more balanced on offense and defensively under Andy Avalos. They've actually done a really good job these past couple of years. So, I think that if you ask people, I don't think that they'd realize that TCU has been the best recruiting program in the Big 12 over the past 5 years, ahead of Utah, ahead of Texas Tech, ahead of everybody. This is a year where I think that maybe some of that talent really is able to pay off.
Throw some names at me, high-level names of guys that you expect big things from across the league this year. Maybe a name or so from offense, defense.
Yeah, look, this is going to be, I think, an opportunity for so many players to come up. I think that certainly for me on defense, Isaiah Glasgow at BYU is a guy that I think, could have been in the All-America discussion last year if he wasn't a little overshadowed by his teammate Jack Kelly as well at times. I think that Glasgow is going to have a chance to maybe even be the Big 12 Player of the Year, although he'll have some competition in his own defense with Keanu Tanuvasa and Faletau Satuala as well. But Glasgow, I think, is the kind of disruptive player who just can really change an entire team. Offense, it's so interesting, right? You mentioned LJ Martin. I think that Texas Tech's running back room led by Cam Dickey is going to have a chance to be really good. So I'm actually going to go with a little bit of an off-the-board pick. I'm going to go Trey Spivey, the wide receiver at Arizona. I think he's going to be a really good fit in a second year with Noah Fafita at quarterback. And again, this is an Arizona offense that really found itself to end the year. So I think that he's potentially a player that can step up, but like Amarion Miller at Arizona State is another player, right? DJ Lagway at Baylor coming in. There are so many players in this conference that I think have a chance to go big. I didn't even mention Drew Mestamaker as yet, the quarterback at Oklahoma State. This I think is going to be a really interesting year, especially on offense.
Do you see a world that exists where the Big 12 might get 2 teams into the college football playoff?
I do. I 100% do. I think that last year for BYU, right? Like they were the second team out. And frankly, to me, I think they should have been in, and their schedule kind of didn't do them any favors. Well, I think this year the schedule does them a lot more favors. And I'm actually looking at one game in particular for BYU that potentially could change everything. They don't have to win it, but if they play Notre Dame close, I think that changes the way that people look at this BYU team. I think that people kind of looked at them as, well, they played one elite team and they got crushed both times against Texas Tech. I think that playing Notre Dame as well, and I think is a really big opportunity for them to show, hey, we are at that top level of team. And the other thing too is that I think that this could easily be a team that finishes 11-1, could be right there, could play a closer game against Texas Tech. Again, I think that those are the two best options that the Big 12 has. But also, again, like there's a team like TCU that could get into the mix. There's a team like Houston that could get into the mix. I think there'll be more teams in that 11-1 conversation. But again, I think that really that Notre Dame game is going to be the biggest opportunity that the Big 12 has to play their way in.
Big 12, obviously the football preseason awards will be given out, or announced. But in terms of Defensive Player of the Year, I just saw an article that 11 guys were polled across the league, media members, and Ben Roberts was chosen as the preseason Defensive Player of the Year. Also receiving votes, there were 4 names, and they're all Texas Tech. So I assume Texas Tech is going to pick up where they left off defensively.
Yeah, they 100% are. And look, this is a situation, right? We're not going to see them have the kind of defensive line that they had in 2025. They are going to be good. They brought in a couple of key pieces, Trey White from San Diego State kind of being the headliner there. But I think that this is actually going to be a team that's built much more on the middle and back end than necessarily on the front end. Ben Roberts, like you mentioned, I mean, he is one of those guys who's just been in this program for a bunch of years. John Curry as well, and Austin Romaine. Like, this is the best linebacking core in the Big 12, maybe the best in the country. I think you could make a pretty good argument. Bryce Pollock as well on the back end at cornerback. I think outside of Leonard Moore, the great cornerback at Notre Dame, he has a case to be the next best potentially. So this is going to be the best defense in the Big 12. But I will tell you what, like you said, for one, I think that having so many guys, maybe that impacts the way that you're able to vote for a Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. And again, there are other teams that I think that certainly have the ability to be in that mix, especially like we kind of mentioned earlier, Isaiah Glasgow leading that BYU defense. So, I think that Ben Roberts would be a very worthy choice, but I'm curious to see what direction the voters go.
Could we see at the end of the season looking back and say, wow, the two best quarterbacks in the conference are in the state of Utah with Bear Bachmeier and Devin Dampier?
I mean, it's an interesting question, right? Like, this is as open a year as I can remember in the Big 12 at the quarterback position. I'm kind of like, I'm kind of fielding Noah Fafita as my sort of default quarterback one. I think he's earned that right and responsibility with what he's done these past couple of years. But I mean, again, I don't think that he's so dominant by any means that he is definitely going to own that spot. Now, I will say, I think that Drew Mestemaker at Oklahoma State has a chance to be one of the most productive passers in the country. Again, I think that he's potentially a player that will be a big time playmaker. There's also a lot of quarterbacks in the state of Texas too. I mentioned DJ Lagway, Jaden Craig, Connor Wigman as well. And while I don't think Will Hammond is going to be the best in the conference, I do think that he has a chance to be pretty darn good. So, for me, it's going to be a question of, well, how much more can those quarterbacks add in the drop back passing game? That wasn't something that they were necessarily asked to do a lot in 2025. That's going to need to be a bigger part of their arsenal for them to win at the highest level. So I think there's a pathway, but for me, I would probably go against right now.
So I'm going to throw Alcorn or Abilene Christian, Abilene Christian and Oregon State out of the mix on this, and just look at that Houston game on September 18th for Tech. What is the likelihood, in your opinion, right now, again, speculating a bit, that Will Hammonds is the starter for that game?
Yeah, I think he will be. We've heard that he's been on track in his recovery since tearing his ACL in October. They kind of like counting out where like, I think it's like August 18th or something like that is officially 9 months out from his injury. And they feel like that's going to be a good opportunity for him to get back into workouts. And there's no need to rush him onto the field until week 3. And, again, talking to people around that program, I think that it would be possible to get Will Hammond back on the field for week 1. There's just not really a good reason to do so with, like you mentioned, Abilene Christian and Oregon State being those first 2 games. So I do expect him back. I do expect him relatively healthy. The thing is, though, I expect a lot of rust for Will Hammond in that first game. He won't have even really have gone through fall camp, much less spring camp, because of that injury. So I do think he's going to be on the field. I also think it could be a little bit of an ugly game for him.
One of the worst things you can do in life is assume, but I'm going to go ahead and do so. BYU, prior to playing Notre Dame, plays 5 games, all of which I think they should win. TCU on the road will be tough. Arizona at home, but I think they can get through it. Is there a chance that Notre Dame, BYU, you talked about it being kind of that big game for the Big 12, but could that be massive as Notre Dame's going to be preseason number 1? BYU could be undefeated. That could be a wild weekend, and I hear there's a great band playing that weekend as well at the show. Yeah.
No, 100%. This is going to be, I think, one of the biggest games in the Big 12 this year. Again, and I don't think it's one that necessarily BYU has to win, but they absolutely have to look like they belong on the field for the Big 12 to be treated as a serious conference during the college football playoff selection process. And, so this is, I think, a huge opportunity for BYU. Like you said, Notre Dame is, I think, at worst going to be top 5 in the country at that point. Really good chance, and especially since one of Texas or Ohio State will have a loss, that they're top 2 or 3 potentially at that point. And this is also, by the way, a huge game for Notre Dame. Like, Notre Dame doesn't have a whole lot of interesting stuff on their schedule. This is going to be the game that's circled most on their calendar, going on the road to play in Provo at BYU. So, no, this is going to be a huge game, obviously nationally televised type of game. I expect that it's going to be the big conversation piece heading in the way that Texas Tech versus BYU was last year. And again, if BYU is able to win that game, I mean, it would be, I'm not going to pretend to necessarily know the 100-year history of BYU, but like, you're talking about it as one of the biggest wins in the history of the program, you know, dating back to 1984, right? Like that's how far back you have to go to get anything that would be comparable, I think, to beating Notre Dame at home. It would be a reintroduction to them to the national stage. I think that it would cement them as one of the powers in college football. It would make them, I think, a default team to make the college football playoff. So again, it is going to be a huge game. I'm really excited to see how they come out and play.
USA, Belgium, right? The script. What are we going to see today?
We're going to see more. I thought that I was done with all the legal maneuvering all the rescinding, and I thought that I wouldn't have to deal with that for at least a couple more months.
File an injunction.
I know. Which again, like, I think the red card was a bad call, so it's fine. But like, you know, it never feels good to be back in this situation again.
Oh yeah.
I think that the U.S. manages to get through. I think that, you know, I don't expect Balogun to have a great game. Like, I think that there's going to be a lot weighing on him in this. But you look at the team and the way that they're playing right now. I mean, it is just unbelievably good. I think that, you know, Weston McKinney has been as good as anybody in this tournament to this point. I think that Tillman as well. You know, you saw that free kick that he took for a goal. I do think that the U.S. is able to get it through. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. Give me like 2-1 or 1-0 or something like that. But the U.S. moves on.
Look, I think it's cool that we're playing these games in, you know, Seattle, stuff like that. Look, if you really want the you know, sporting United States experience, this thing needs to be in like College Station. It needs to be in LSU and Death Valley. These are the venues these games really need to be played in.
You think that we can get them to Lavelle Edwards before?
Yeah, absolutely.
Before the end of the day? No, I think it's going to be really interesting. You know, I will say for all that, like you said, the college atmospheres and all that are big. Seattle's
going to get crazy.
Yeah. Husky Stadium, they do a really good job. Obviously, they're playing at Lumen, but also the 12th man at Lumen, they do a really good job. And Seattle loves their soccer. So I think that we're going to see a good crowd. I think it's going to be very hostile. I really hope that they can take care of business and potentially have a chance to keep moving on.
Hey, Shehan, Ty Detmer texted in. He'd like a word on that 90 win against Miami.
Fair enough. No, that is 100%.
No,
like
kidding.
I said, I'm not gonna sit here and be a historian of BYU football, but we're talking again back to some of the glory days.
Absolutely. I will say I was at the last Notre Dame game in '92, and there's a guy by the name of Jerome Bettis that had himself a ball game. And
yeah, he was a problem in that one. I remember that.
I think I remember that one.
The final rushing tally was Notre Dame 291, BYU 13.
Oh,
that's how the game went.
That's not good.
So 42-16.
I think the bus might be parked on the BYU sideline this year with LJ Martin. So, you know, if he can keep it much closer in the rushing department, I think that would make a huge difference.
You're coming to that game, right? You got to be at that one.
Listen, we have a baby due at the beginning of August. I've not set my sights on anything further than that at this point.
Rightfully so, Dad. Rightfully so.
No, you're making the right call on that one. You play that one by ear for sure. Hey, Shay, I'm looking forward to catching up with you in person tomorrow. Have a good trip, and trip. I mean, you have a good drive to Big 12 Media Day, and we'll see you down there.
Looking forward to it. See you guys tomorrow.
There he is, Shehan J. Raja, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside Coach Tim Lacombe. Good, the bad, the ugly coming up next right here on the Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
think Ace likes the new guy talking starting backcourt with Keontae George. If I'm Ace Bailey and I'm sitting at home, I'm saying, well, been on the team for a year?
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
What about me?
I'm not penciling Darren Peterson in to be the Jazz's starting two guard.
You are the only one. It is a thing in the Jazzosphere that is the starting backcourt. I don't think Ace Bailey is really thrilled about that.
Yeah, talking to some people about like exactly what we're talking about. Literally exactly what we're talking about. How is Ace going to handle this? Ace is not the type of person who's going to worry about it. Ace is just not wired that way, from my understanding. Now, he will get there, because every player gets there and realizes, oh, I'm just an independent contractor. Everybody gets there. I don't think that's where Ace is. At least that doesn't seem to be where people who know him better than I do seem to think that that's where Ace is as a player or as a person, that he is worried about that type of thing. He's like a very good teammate, and that's kind of the expectation.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Utah is dry, but did you know it's one of the driest states in the country? Water runs Utah, and we can all do something to conserve it. Slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. In fact, you could save up to 795,000 gallons of water this year with these simple changes, preserving Utah's beauty and economy. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn more and save a little money on your water bill.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly. And, well, let's start with the good. Team USA in action today. Let's get it, Coach. It's time for a little World Cup action, taking on those pesky Belgian waffles.
I feel guilty talking about this without Alex and a clock running.
I know. Alex.
He's going to join us, by the way. He'll join us on the air link at 12:50.
Perfect.
Oh, okay, good.
So we will get our World Cup minute of soccer. I took away 30 seconds, by the way, on Thursday.
Can I get a little shout out on my Cape Verde pick?
Shout out, holler.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Like
Good
best
pick.
they've ever done.
I can't believe you did it.
Hello?
I
mean, when
think,
will people, quote unquote, take note that there's magic going on over here?
I think that it's like you need to be riding this pony as long as you can in terms of listening to Coach and banking it, because Coach is on a heater right now.
We like to call it a heater. Now I could go cool. So
Should they put the mortgage on it?
No,
never. No,
Okay,
I wouldn't even. Hey, look, man, the world I live in, money's hard to come by. I don't just go willy-nilly and handing it to Guido Sarducci.
No.
Yeah,
be
that's
careful.
where it ends up, right in his hand.
Yeah, and they don't give it back usually.
No, they make sure you give. If you don't, they take something else, like a bone or a knuckle. Kneecap.
But so apparently Mr. Red Card's back in the game.
The president made a phone call to FIFA.
Whatever it takes.
He should have never been red carded anyways.
Yeah,
By the
exactly.
way, I don't know if you. So I took away. So Hatch and Alex co-hosted on Thursday. I took 30 seconds away from Alex Napolis because of the red card. I'm like, I cannot respect a sport that's going to do
I
that.
love that so much.
So you only gave him 30 seconds?
I gave him 30 seconds. I'm like, that's all you're getting.
Oh.
I'm like, this is such trash that this guy got a red card. And I know you've seen all the pictures of Messi and all these other players that had the exact same type of stepping on the calf of another player or whatever, and they didn't get anything. Not even a yellow card. And you're really you're gonna throw this guy out?
Look,
that's trash.
I want this guy to score like 2 goals tonight.
They ought to check that official's fan duel.
And just rub their nose in it.
Absolutely.
Because all of Belgium, look, and the fact is that somebody tweeted out that Belgium was going to lawyer up. Okay, you're in our world now. Like, yeah, you want to go billable hours? Team USA, the United States, we're undefeated when it comes to billable hours. We will take you behind the woodshed. And sure enough, yeah, FIFA's like, yeah, okay, we made our ruling.
We sue first and we ask questions later.
Yeah. Like somewhere, all these lawyers are like, that's cute, Belgium. That's cute, but no, you're not getting anywhere with us, because if there's one sport that we are without a doubt the world champion in, it is the sport of the legal finagling and the billable hours. We will kick your butt in anything when it comes to that. It's not even close.
Brought to you by Do We Cheat 'Em and How?
Yes. So, hey, Shahan broke it down. He thinks Team USA wins this sucker. I guess I'll take that. I do not know the ins and outs of Belgium soccer, so I'm just going to go the role of ugly American and say on to the round of, what would it be, that 8?
8?
The Elite 8?
Is that what they call? They probably call
round
it something
of 16
else.
is probably something fancy.
Exhilarating 8.
Actually, I don't know. They went round of 16. That's how boring is that?
If soccer is anything, it's exhilarating.
The Salvation 8? Is that what they were fighting for, their salvation? Is that the term?
I love that. We survived.
I like. Okay, so the knockout round is surviving or trying to achieve your salvation. Like that's a pretty big term. And then we get into the knockout round, and it's like round of 32, round of 16. Like, come on, let's sexy this thing up a little bit. If we're fighting for salvation, and now it's like, oh, the round of 16.
They could put, like, for each round, they could put one of the boxers from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and it gets progressively harder. Bazooka Joe or whatever his name. Piston Honda. Good luck.
Yeah.
Unless you know the secret code, which is left, down. Oh, no, I don't remember.
And then
you're not far off.
The guy that goes in the circle where you got to have you got to time out your blocks when he goes in the circle.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
You got to be able to put him up when he does the onslaught.
Yeah.
That was a very, very... That game was before its time.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Loved it.
Absolutely fantastic. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
I'm a little nervous. Are these from Thursdays? Good, bad, ugly? Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I will pass on that bad because I don't want to go into Jake Hatch and Alex Napoulos. But, here's the thing. When you look at the fact that this soccer thing has gotten everybody upset, I actually like that Team USA's got a little role of the villain going on right now. Got a little political, sideways on this thing. There's an element it's about time that for so many years, it was like Team USA in the World Cup was like BYU and they got into the Big 12. We're just happy to be here. We want to be your friend. We want to be a nice partner. We're just glad that you decided to invite us. And then over the last couple of years, BYU's turned into a bit of a villain and being like, no, we're going to kick your butt now. Yeah, sure, we'll give you your Cougar tails. We'll give you some ice cream. We'll be gracious hosts, but when it's time to play the game, we're going to kick your butt. And BYU's done that nicely over the last couple of years. And now it's time for Team USA to kind of flex a little bit and say, you know what? Our president pulled some strings. We got our guy back on the pitch, and now there's nothing you can do. We're going to beat your butt. I kind of like that role.
I do too. I actually took solace, as we were talking to Shehan, the Big 12 standings or, the predictions. I love seeing, after only a couple of years, our boys who are from the state of Utah right there at the top.
Yes.
And a bunch of storied teams, down, 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 down. So credit to both BYU and Utah for getting into the league, acclimating, being their friends in the beginning. Yeah, but it's always good to turn villain and get what you want. And that's what USA's trying to do. And this will be something that's talked about forever, the red card thing. But,
oh, yeah.
But he shouldn't have got it. So it fixes itself. It's not like he bet on a sport. Right?
No.
This is a completely different thing.
Now, the only thing that Belgium really has a chance is to find the Texas Tech judge and see if he can pull some weight on this one. Because that's about the only chance you'd have to swing this reversal.
Okay, what I did is I got me $2 million from the Sorsby camp. If you guys come in strong with $3 million, I'll be happy to give you an injunction.
Yeah, you want him out of that pitch? I'm your guy, but it's going to cost you.
That's the judge, in case you were wondering.
I love your time down in Texas, man. You got to figure it out. Also on the bad, LeBron James has narrowed his list of teams that he's willing to play for next year down to 10.
Please go. Is there a way you could play in the Chinese league this year and just report back how it's going?
If there's enough money, I'm sure there is.
Hey, it's not about money this year, Lloyd. That's what he said.
Rich Paul telling ESPN, this is the first time LeBron James is making a decision pressure-free. He's won already. He's made good on his promises. He won in L.A. This now is strictly for his happiness. What does happiness entail? It's a number of things. It's a bucket of happiness. It's basketball. It's living. It's camaraderie. It's competition. It's everything. And here is your top 10 for LeBron James. Philadelphia, Cleveland, Denver, Minnesota, Miami, the Knicks, Golden State, Dallas, Boston, and San Antonio.
Oh, it's big. Big of them.
Yeah. Look.
He's going to go to San Antonio.
That's what I would guess. But honestly, look, if you're Philly and you've got Maxey, you got Edgecombe, you've got Brown, you're like, we're good.
Dude, I think they're like Boston. You could have traded him a little further away.
Yeah.
I mean, they made that team really good. Those two guards and him. And if Embiid could just stay healthy.
Yes.
Just play 70 games, which will probably never happen. But if he could, man, that's a scary thought. It's a way more teeth than Paul George.
Philly does seem like it's a bit of it's getting talked about a lot. In fact, Rich Paul said, LeBron enhances everything there in Philly. He unlocks everything there. Now Tyrone Maxey is also a Clutch client, so there you go.
That is true.
I hate that we have to constantly say that.
I know,
By
right?
the way, he's a client.
Clutch client. It's rumored to be that if he does in fact go to Philly, the Liberty Bell will heal.
Oh, really?
Will
Yeah, he unlocks that too.
Yeah, everything. He will unlock it all.
All of a sudden, that crack just starts to
and over
come
time,
together.
They're going to, over time, they'll be very competitive during the regular season, fall short in the playoffs, time after time. But then that bell will heal, and LeBron will have been the reason.
But it's just for his happiness. You know what? And it even said, look, he'd be very good for VJ Edgecombe. He can come in and teach him how to really play the game. VJ's going to be just fine. Like, if I'm VJ out there, I'm like, look, I appreciate that, but you know what? I think I like the trajectory I'm on right now. Also, I think there's a lot of people out there that that this is an opportunity for Rich Paul to send LeBron somewhere where there's some stars that may not be under that Clutch umbrella, and then get them to ditch their agency and come over to Clutch.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all about Clutch. His name's not Poor Paul.
No.
It's Rich Paul.
He's doing just fine.
Doing just fine, Adele.
Oh, man. All right, there's your bad. Let's get to the ugly.
The ugly.
Good, the bad, the ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. UFC star Dustin Poirier says that his personal struggles with his father issues, with alcoholism, with his ongoing struggles with a retired life contributed to his arrest for public drunkenness last month in Atlanta. Was arrested at the airport, charged with public drunkenness after he aggressively confronted multiple employees. The arrest happened on Father's Day, which he said was not a coincidence. Said, my father has been in jail plenty of times for alcohol-related stuff. He's actually homeless right now. Part of that, me being drunk at the airport. And it's not my weight to carry, but I tried to help him, and he's back on the street. On Father's Day, I was traveling to work, and I just couldn't stop thinking about my father. I started drinking at the airport, and that's what led to the incident. He's also said that he struggled with retirement after he ended a 16-year professional career. I was just a kid chasing a dream. It flew by so quickly. I was scarred for the future. 20 years. I was dreaming about being the best. Now I don't know what to do with my life. Okay. How about this? Just don't drink and fight with employees.
He did this all wrong because, Dustin, you're supposed to fight during those years in the ring. And you're supposed to take all that money, and then you're supposed to just go off and do your thing. But you're still fighting. You need to stop fighting because you're not a fighter anymore.
You're not a fighter anymore.
You were a fighter. No mas.
Like when you hung up.
To borrow a Roberto Duran phrase.
When you hung up the clipboard, you're like, I'm not a coach anymore.
And they never wanted to go back.
And you're like, okay, I'm calm. I'm perfectly fine with that.
I definitely had made the decision, getting used to it and all that. There were days I probably could have ended up like Dusty at the airport. But, hey, man, you hold it together.
Said, it's hurting me financially. One big sponsor is not a sponsor anymore. I'm sure I've lost a few. I'm waiting to see when the smoke clears who's still with me or not. That day cost me not only embarrassment and embarrassment to my family, it cost me a lot of money, too. I'm losing sponsors. I'm losing gigs. I'm losing things that I had set up. Boo freaking who. Like, I understand. Like, it's tough for guys to turn off.
People get tough life, man. But, yeah. It's a hard one. It's hard. He needs to seek help.
Yes. I take personal responsibility. I don't like you playing the dad card. Just take personal responsibility. Say, I screwed up. I drank too much. I have demons, but I'm facing them. You don't need to go into details. Say, I'm working through some demons. But I take full responsibility for my actions. It was my fault, nobody else's. And it's cost me. It'll continue to cost me, and I'm going to do everything I can to repair relationships to get back to where I need to be. That's all I got to say.
And somehow work in a line about charismatic brilliance.
My charismatic brilliance will always come to the forefront.
Will see me through. Dustin, we're praying for you, dude.
Yes, absolutely. All right, 11:46, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz are worse today than they were yesterday. The Jazz are not better without Walker Kessler. The Jazz made a trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. to ideally compete for the playoffs this season. That is less likely than it would have been had they had Walker.
So the Jazz are a little worse on paper as a roster. Check. But did they overpay the wrong guy?
No.
No, they did not.
Which we have learned today is maybe the single worst thing you can do in the NBA.
By overpaying the wrong guy. And they did not. Now, the Jazz probably, I'm guessing, offered what they were comfortable offering, or probably pretty close in the 28-29. And honestly, probably didn't want to go much higher.
We would rather lose Walker at that number with 2 draft picks and swaps versus have Walker at $39 million.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union is here to help you out and make good financial decisions, because let's be honest here, life comes at you pretty quick. And so you've got a big home renovation project, you've got some home issues you've got to get squared away, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, do I have the funds to be able to do that? Well, here's an opportunity for you to actually tap into the equity of your home to make sure that you can get through some of these emergencies, especially when it comes to those home renovation projects. You need that new water heater, a new filtration system. You need something to make sure your home is running efficiently. You want to get the outside of your home looking great. Well, use a HELOC. Now, the great thing about America First Credit Union, they've got a current intro rate of 3.74% for your HELOC. You're going to have that rate for the first 6 months of the loan. And then after that, it goes to the already incredibly low rate going forward. But for the first 6 months, 3.74%. That's right. You, as a member of America First Credit Union, get a chance to take advantage of the flexibility that those HELOCs allow, drawing funds as needed and only paying interest on what's used. Now you can use a kitchen remodel, your bathroom upgrade, outdoor renovations. It's all available for you with that HELOC with the initial low rate of 3.74%. Apply today for that HELOC. Enjoy a low intro rate of 3.74% for the first 6 months. Visit a branch, apply online, or call them now. It's America First and AmericaFirst.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals, perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave, and come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well. And it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
Championship football teams aren't built by chance. They're built with the right game plan. The same is true when it's time to sell your home. In Salt Lake City, sellers trust the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, because they know how to win. From premium marketing that gets your home noticed to expert pricing and skilled negotiation that help maximize your sale. If you're ready to make your next move, put a championship team in your corner. Visit sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team today.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. .97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Kurt Heelan's going to join us coming up here in studio, hopefully in a bit. But tomorrow we will be down in Frisco, Texas. Big 12 Media Day. Your first, Coach, this is always, these are fun. You never know what's going to happen on these media days. You could be on the air for 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours. You never know.
I've been on so many road trips that have been just work that that's really all I know. So, from recruiting to trade shows to all the different things we do. So I'm looking forward to it. And mainly as you look at the list of names, just to be able to, start a relationship with guys, kind of, get to know them, start to watch their career very closely, because that's what we do in this seat. But it's the personalities that I definitely am most excited about. Yeah,
and that's what's fun, because everybody is somewhat in a good mood for the most part, because everybody's undefeated.
And nobody's lost a game yet.
Nobody's lost a game. Everybody has high expectations. They feel like their team's in a good place. And so outside of maybe some people in Lubbock, people are probably going to be in a pretty good mood.
Yeah, and everybody's got hope, because they got new guys. And the one thing we all do is think that all you got to do is tweak it a little bit, and maybe we get what we want. There will be an outlier that nobody's talking about, and like Shahan said, I think it may be TCU. They've just recruited so well, and they have that metroplex to recruit from, the state of Texas to recruit from. It's a gold mine for football, man. It really is. And so one of the things I want to do while we're there, if we have time, I want to take you past my old stomping grounds.
Let's go.
It's about 20 minutes probably, but show you just the high school I went to and our football field that the Party Hounds played in, by the way.
Probably not the knowing how football stadiums are, high school stadiums are there in Texas. Probably not a small field.
No, I mean, it was really big at the time for us. It was 23,000, 25,000.
What?
I mean, they're bigger down there now.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
It was big. And we had, the coolest part, it was a high school team that had AstroTurf, just like the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And
torn ACLs to come with them.
I mean, just write them up, left, right, and center. We weren't thinking about that.
No, nobody cared about that.
We're thinking about practicality, man. Think about the man hours you save not having to water, fertilize. Oh, yeah. So when I was in high school, we obviously we're playing in essentially glorified cow pastures. But then when you made it to state, you got to play in the old mini dome. Oh, yeah. That was
Pocatello.
Quite a sight.
And so you were all excited because you're like, oh, this is real school AstroTurf. And then you played on it and you're like, this
forgot the
sucks.
padding. Yeah.
Yeah, you're essentially playing on concrete, and you're leaving pieces of your skin everywhere over that field. You're like,
like the old Astros stadium.
Yeah, I don't like this at all.
The original version, the Rice Cycles that I remember back in the day, that turf was like that. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember because they play all the high school games, and everybody talk about how hard it was. And man, turf's come a long way. Now we've got the stuff that just
Little pellets.
that just stinks the whole neighborhood up. But nonetheless, it's pretty maintenance free.
Hey, by the way, have you seen this story on Kerr Kriisa, the Kentucky basketball player?
I have not.
Kerr Kriisa.
I've not heard.
You
the
know
latest.
the player though, right?
I do know him. Yeah, he's yes, I do.
Played at Kentucky, Arizona, West Virginia, Cincinnati over 6 seasons. He has been arrested and indicted on a $2.2 million fraud scheme. Allegedly carried out a scheme to obtain nearly over $2 million from multiple victims using false representation, fabricated identities, and deceptive communications. Apparently, he would go and tell people that his mom had cancer and needed treatment and send him money. And then he would be, by posing as his mother in another scheme, he allegedly told one victim he needed money to save the family's farm. He also allegedly acted as a woman named Irene, come on, Irene, to sign a fraudulent promise to repay one of the victims $100,000 by a February deadline. I just kept doing this over and over and over, just catfishing everybody, and to the tune of $2.2 million.
It's no wonder he could never make a jump shot.
Yeah.
He had a lot of other things going on.
So, yeah, I mean, we thought maybe, he decided, look, gambling, that's for losers. I'm going to go complete identity fraud.
It's so funny because I remember this kid well, and I remember even at BYU, Cody Feger was recruiting him and darn near got him.
Oh, okay.
But he ended up going to Arizona. I always, just watching him from a distance and how he carried himself, thought he was a little fast, honestly. That, I wouldn't know I'd go to 2.2 million in fraud schemes, but he seemed a little quick. And the gut's usually right if you trust it.
There's sometimes where, they don't give you a reason at the time, but you're like, something just doesn't seem right here.
Yeah. And, especially when mom chimes in about the family farm.
Yeah.
Again, there's a reason the dude who came over to play basketball and could have had a really great future. There's a reason he didn't do very well in basketball because his attention was very divided.
Well, yeah, like he had a lot of irons in the fire here.
And if you're going to choose one or the other, the way you're going to make out on the other deal, I think that might take most of your time.
Cincinnati last year, he averaged 5.8 points per game, 3 assists before at a separated shoulder in February, missed the rest of the season. So, yeah, interesting.
I mean, I think he had a pretty decent first year.
Yeah.
And I think everything went downhill from there. Yes.
But yeah, he made the rounds. He was all over the country: Kentucky, Arizona, West Virginia, Cincinnati, over 6 seasons, 4 schools in 6 seasons. And milked about everything he could, not only out of his playing career, but also of a lot of victims as well.
And should maybe be the poster child NIL of this era of it anyway. This cash grab where, hey, every single year I'm going to go see if I can get more. That's kind of what he did. The most he ever averaged, in fact, was he averaged 11 points in 2023 in 23 games. So all that from less than 11 points, most of it. I mean, he was a little fast, man. A little fast. And couldn't shoot.
I mean, that's a problem there.
Couldn't shoot consistently. So, yeah, that is that's a saga, what we call a saga.
Yeah.
Of Kerr Kriisa.
Kerr Kriisa is now in himself let's just say he's in a world of hurt. A lot of pain there. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, high noon. You and I, hopefully, by the way, we've already got one notice from Delta that our flight has been delayed a half hour.
You know what that means, everybody that travels?
Yeah, when you get it that early in the day.
There's a plan.
Yeah. Let's see. I got our flight was supposed to leave about 5:40. I got the text from Delta at 9:54 a.m. We're sorry. Your flight has been delayed by 37 minutes. It is now departing at 6:17 p.m. Yeah, usually when you get those dominoes start falling, that could be a problem.
The nice thing is they haven't done it again.
No, yeah. Yeah.
Because they typically follow that about an hour later with another one. So we'll stay tuned. But we plan to go tonight to Dallas.
We might be needing to reach out to any listeners that are, working for Delta. Like, hey, if you could find a way to get that plane off the ground, we would certainly appreciate it.
That would be cool. That would be very cool.
All right. Hey, look who's going to be hanging out with us in studio. The great Kurt Heelan joining us next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. Coach, we broke triple digits over the weekend. A lot of people's AC has been running nonstop, and they've got bad windows, which means that power bill is going to go through the roof. Not you, my friend, because you have the best windows out there.
I have the best windows out there. Advanced Window Products, grateful for the opportunity I had to work with them. And from start to finish, I can tell you there's a lot of people out there doing it. They're not necessarily doing it the professional way. And I'll tell you, the experience was great, from punctuality to proficiency on everything I needed to know. To getting everything done. It was a great experience, and I highly recommend the people at Advanced Windows and their products.
$2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. It's Advanced Windows. Go to advancedwindows.com, a local company. They've been around for generations, now led by Jake and Nate Orchard. That's right, the mayor of Sac Lake City. He'll even might even come by and say hi to you as well. It's all available for you at Advanced Windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midband. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You'd be surprised to know this is actually a radio station. Kurt Heelan joining us and getting barked at by Lloyd about, like, move that chair up, move it to the left. Yes. Yeah, we're all on the video stream. Go to youtube.com, search KSL Sports, and you can see us all in our handsome glory.
Well, I was about to ask where the hidden cameras were, but now I see.
Love the T-shirt, dog.
Oh, the Vancouver Grizzlies
Yeah,
T-shirt.
that's a good mark.
It's a good. I actually got this in Vancouver, and I got suckered in by. We're walking past one of those painfully horrid tourist shops that are in every city, and I'm like, ooh, but a Vancouver Grizzlies shirt in Vancouver, I kind of have to.
Big country approves, man.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the name that comes to mind for me too.
Exactly.
When I see that.
Oh yeah, you see that? That's the one guy.
Or Abdul Rahim.
Yeah,
yeah. Because they had him too. They weren't a bad team for a while there.
I wonder where. Have we even heard of where he's at these days? Big country.
Ooh, I don't know.
I would say north of 350.
Well, yeah. I bet he's closer to 4 than 3. Yeah.
Comfortably living on his ranch somewhere.
You know, we had Greg Ostertag on the other day, and he was on the old video stream. He's got he's the mayor of a city down in Texas.
Really?
Yes, and he's got a restaurant down there. And I would if somebody would have said Greg Ostertag is 4 bills, I would have been like, I totally believe it. Dude is svelte and happy, and he's got what kind of, was it alpacas? What has he got on his farm?
Emus.
Emus. Interesting.
And he's just living the good life.
Guys tend to go one of two ways when they retire, right? Like they either like the activity stops and they don't stop eating, or that taking care of their body thing wasn't just a basketball thing.
So we had him, and then Brian Russell.
Oh, yeah.
And B. Russ is about 4 bills.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Long Beach State's own, I believe.
Yes. Good
right
pull.
there.
Nice.
Well, I think I've told you guys a million times, you could hit a golf shot from my place to the Pyramid where Long Beach State plays. Well, I couldn't. It would slice off into the parking lot and like shatter a window, but of somebody's windshield. But like, you could get there. Like I go to games there just to like, it's the one place I can go and have a beer and watch a game and not have to be writing about it. Not be a fan, just be a fan again.
Did you ever get to talk to Coach Monson?
Oh yeah, he and I texted. Yeah,
that's one of the good dudes now.
He's a great dude. He endeared himself. I can't tell that story on air. He endeared himself to me the first time we met.
Hey, same here, man. I'll never forget him. I'll
Yeah.
never forget him. He's the best. I love that guy. Obviously, if you don't know, started the whole upswell at Gonzaga.
Yeah, and then went to Minnesota at a poorly timed move for him. Like, it wasn't that he couldn't handle the job. It's right when they went on sanctions, and so nobody was going to win there. And
yeah, I don't feel bad. He got a bag. He got a bag.
He got a bag, and then he stayed in Long Beach longer. He had other offers, but his kids were of an age where he was like, man, I like the neighborhood. I like it here. I like, if I move now, I'm moving that whole family and my kids at an age I'd rather not do that to them too. And so he stayed there probably longer than he otherwise would have, just for family.
And it's Long Beach State. I mean, you can.
There are worse places to be.
Yeah, not a lot of crazy expectations. Just don't be horrible and win a few games and you'll be just fine.
Hey, Bryant Reeves is he's a rancher. And
Shocker.
He looks great. He's actually not. He's more Ostertag than.
Oh, good.
He's more
good for him.
So he's looks like he's kicking tail.
That's good. Good to hear. All right, so I was telling Coach this earlier. I've got a strict summer league, especially a rookie in a summer league policy where I don't get too high, don't get too low. Like I saw, speaking of Greg Ostertag, I saw him just completely dominate Tim Duncan in an old Jazz summer league game. I saw Darren Williams look pedestrian. We've seen guys really struggle, especially as a rookie in summer league. That being said, I'm having a hard time sticking to my guns on that with Darren Peterson because he looked phenomenal.
He showed that athleticism. I didn't get to watch the whole game, but the parts I saw, it was a little bit of rookie. Like there were a few turnovers. The game moves faster, and it's also it's not structured.
Yes,
it's a glorified.
They don't know
game.
each other, man.
They don't know each other. It's funny, Jazz fans. If like. You're going to get to Vegas, and that first game is going to be on national TV against DeBonsa not Memphis, Washington. You should smoke them because you've played 3 games, and that's such a those 3 games are such a learning curve for a young team that it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. But I thought he looked good. I thought he looked aggressive. I thought he showed what we'd expect from him. He can get downhill, but he makes good decisions, and he knows kind of like he can score from any level. So,
to me, it was kind of just like the very first play of the game. You saw the highlight of that, I'm sure. Just kind of the way that he approached that whole possession. Ace Bailey's coming to set him. He kind of waves him through, calls the big up, has him set it right at that perfect angle, knows if that guy doesn't step out, he's got the rim. Just so it's not necessarily just that he did it, because a lot of guys can go score. It's how he did it, and did a lot of those things throughout the game.
Recognizing the mismatch,
right? Big time.
Immediately. Oh, I can get by this guy.
Correct.
Which even at the NBA level, he's going to be able to get by a lot of guys. But recognizing that, like you said, and calling it up and saying that's the play I want is a really mature play, and that's a really good sign. Like you said, there was really a lot of positives when he came out of that. Just his mentality of it.
So, what are the other element to this as well is when it comes to second-year players playing, I expect a very high level. And Ace Bailey, I thought had some really good moments.
Look, I have few rules about Summer League. A few of them off the court in Vegas, and a few of them on. But one of the on-court ones is if you got regular run, if you got steady run as a rookie, and you don't come out and look much better than everybody you're playing, I am now concerned, because you should be a notch above this. You should be the guy who plays 3 games and is done, kind of thing.
Go home. We don't need you anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Play 1 game in Vegas, and Ace looked like that. He looked like a guy he looked comfortable, and he'd been there before, and obviously was trying to, like Coach said, there's a lot of feeling out going on, but I thought he looked good, and I'll be there tonight. And I think they'll look smoother tonight. What's
your take on just generally on where Cody Williams is? And obviously his first couple of years struggled, was rated, I think in year 1, was rated the lowest, had the lowest ranking of any player in the league. And, I have the opportunity to watch these dudes play 82 games a year, whether I want to or not. I sit and watch them. And, I've just steadily watched this kid get better. But my take on him was as soon as his body gets to a grown-up size and he can actually start dishing out some blows himself, it's not until then we can really judge this kid. And the other night, he was, as you say, he was a polished kid compared to the rest of the guys out there by virtue of his experiment in the last couple of years. What's your take on him?
I think he's coming into a critical year where you need to see a step forward from him. And I think you're right about needing to grow into his body. And I know about the analytics the first year. Jalen Brown would like to have a word with you about the analytics.
Yeah, exactly.
But
7th best player.
Philly just all of a sudden becomes...
Oh, Philly's going to be
like good,
really good.
Yeah.
And it's funny, like, I don't know that they're going to get LeBron. I still think it's looking like Cleveland, but
they'll be less good if they get him.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he just... Yeah, it's a whole nother... That's a segment.
The challenge with LeBron, and Cleveland can handle it, and Franklin may need it because we kind of seen what their ceiling is. LeBron comes with a lot, like in terms of the personality, but also in terms of it's going to be a documentary, and he's going to have a crew following him around, and there's certain accommodations you need to make for him and his workout schedule and all. Like, there's a lot that comes with LeBron, and you've got to be ready to handle it. And I'm not sure Philly needs that. I'm not sure Philly needs all that. Not that Embiid's not getting a few accommodations, but like you do.
It's really serving him well.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other part of the risk with them. Ultimately, is like second round. Can Embiid's knees hold up when it becomes an every other day? You've got to play. We'll see. I like them on paper, but their ceiling, they have to have him.
But you're thinking ultimately Cleveland, not the Golden State reunion geriatric Space Cowboy tour?
No. As much as I would find that entertaining, and it checks the close to home box, and frankly, they might be able to offer him a little bit more. You're always reading the tea leaves with LeBron, but the tea leaves lately, including some of his social media stuff, suggests that Cleveland seems to be where things are headed. We'll see. I expect that he will wait until the Las Vegas Summer League and all the media are combined somewhere and then drop this, because that sounds like what LeBron does. But I think it's going to be Cleveland. If I had to bet today, it would be Cleveland. But Golden State's in the mix. I still think Denver is a sleepy candidate, but they can't do anything till they get Peyton Watson figured out. financially.
I think it's going to be Cleveland too, because he can go be the guy
Yeah.
in all the ways.
And they kind of need that. Like you
Right,
saw
they
where
do.
they got to.
Right. I mean, Donovan's great, and he's great in the regular season, but in the playoffs, he needs to. He got through a demon this year. You know, he's able to win, but they just need a little extra help, and I think LeBron could actually help that team.
Yeah, and you have to have somebody there because every playoff series you're going to get one or two really great James Harden games, and you're going to get one or two real stinker James Harden games, and you, especially when you get to 6 and 7. LeBron, I'm not worried about stepping up in the moment. Like that is of my concerns about LeBron at this point in his career. It's not can he step up in a big moment. He will play his best basketball then.
I just our guy Sammy might lose a few shots there.
Oh man, yeah,
yes, yeah. Although they're still going to need that floor spacing. He should still get some looks.
And he's tough.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of former Aggies, Neemias Queta getting a bit of a bag. Were you surprised by that contract?
I thought he earned it. I thought he proved last year to be a solid NBA center. Like he started for them. You could say starter or sixth man, but he is at a position of need around the league. He is rock solid. He was good for them last year, and people who didn't see him until the playoffs and around the nation, well, what? No, he was good. And then you get to the second round of the playoffs, and levels come up. Things get different. Matchups are different. He's a perfect fit for them too because now they've got Mitchell Robinson at center. Mitchell's great for the 20 minutes a game in the 60 games he can give you. He's fantastic in that role, and he'll be great in the playoffs. But you got to have somebody else who can eat up the minutes, and Neemias can do that.
So is the shine off of Brad Stevens a little bit? He's taking a beating.
I'm curious. It's funny. We talked about NBC. We were talking before I came here. We were in a meeting about things we would like to do at Summer League, interviews we'd like to get. And we're like, what if we could get Brad Stevens? I'm like, I would like to ask him if he thought he was microdosing, but accidentally took too many. Because
I don't know how you do it.
I don't know how you get there. As much as you might need to trade him, that deal at that time,
to that team,
but also to that team. But I know other people, and other people have reported this, but I talked to a couple people around the league. We're like, if there had been a bidding war, if this was what was going on, we could have jumped in. We didn't think they were really going to. Everybody was lowballing them at first because that's how every negotiation goes.
Yeah.
It was mind-boggling that they made that trade at that point, and I'm curious. Brad Stevens has a lot to answer for. They have made a lot of financial decisions since the ownership change.
Oh, okay.
And I think I'm just throwing that out there. A part of that was kind of logical last season with Tatum out for most of the season, but it's been interesting.
They're taking the Tom Dundon approach.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, Tom's willing to spend on players, just nothing.
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing else. Which, again, we've talked about this, all the three of us on here. It's if you're not a glamour market, if you're not Miami, you have to do a little extra sometimes to keep guys. You do, and I think Ryan Smith does that with Utah. Paul Allen did that in Portland, and if that's the shocking change of it. It was you get all the perks. Oh, you get none of the perks. Well, now if I'm choosing in a neutral world, if the money's the same or close, then why am I going?
Yeah. If I can't get a massage after 11 o'clock because they had to shut down the room.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if and when this comes back to bite him, because I think that's an interesting team, by the way. I like the swing with Ja for them, with Ja Morant. It might not work out. He's you coach, you might. What do you think? Everybody I talk to, and just my impression of him is he's lost half a step. He's not quite as explosive.
I think so. I think, and honestly, I think confidence too.
Yeah.
I mean, everything that was a big part. If you think about Ja and how he made his way in, it was that high flying, always putting himself out there. What's he going to do next? And that's inhibited a little bit now.
Yeah.
So.
And there's an adjustment period. Derrick Rose went through this. A lot of guys. If athleticism is how you got there, how much craft do you have when some of that athleticism wanes? And how much craft do you have to work your game? And I think we're going to find out. But being next to Damian Lillard and, at least for now, Drew Holiday, Those are good veterans to have guide you through this, and hopefully, I would like to see Ja do well. I would like to see him kind of find his footing again because, I mean, for a couple of years, guys, you had to stop on League Pass.
No, he was
You
great.
had to stop.
Well,
and watch.
he had his coming out in that playoff series against the Jazz.
Yeah,
I mean that's
that's
where
right,
it really all kind of, and we're all saying, man, a star is born.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's life too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Walker Kessler thing, I think, caught a lot of us by surprise. We didn't see that, especially to the Lakers. I mean, we knew that there was some ties to the Lakers, and the Lakers might come in restricted free agency and make the Jazz life a little miserable. But the Jazz just saying, you know what, fine, you want to go there? Let's just make it happen. The Jazz got some good assets back, but now they're without a center. And I think that a lot of people are like, okay, it's not necessarily that you lost Walker Kessler, but you lost a piece of bringing this team together that everybody's fired up about here in Salt Lake City. How do the Jazz navigate that? They do have some assets to play with. There's nothing really left in free agency.
Yeah.
How do they improve that position?
Yeah, it's probably going to have to be by trade in the short term, if anything, and we have to see who's available out there. But it's become, especially in the West, but frankly, remember a couple of years ago when everybody was going small and everybody wanted to be the Warriors, which works great when you have Draymond.
Yeah.
But frankly, at his peak, but for the rest of us, that's not how life works. But now that you've got real size coming into the league look, if you're in the West, and this is something that Utah's ultimately going to have to deal with, you're going to have to deal with Jokic, you're going to have to deal with Wembanyama, you're going to have to deal with Chet Holmgren. Now, unfortunately, you've got to deal with Walker Kessler on another team and a guy who's made lesser centers look really good. You're going to have to find somebody big-bodied out there. And that's like, you see Mara getting drafted, like, do they need another center? Yes, they can use another center. Like they can use all the bodies they can get because they know what the target is in Oklahoma City.
Do you feel like, my feeling is you don't have to be in a hurry either. I mean,
no.
The stopgap is obviously between Nurkic and Hayes at this point. Yeah. But also you have the luxury, you don't really want to do it because Jaren Jackson isn't a center. But, you those guys are big enough that you could, with Lowry and you could move, play some other ways. But over time, you kind of just need to wait for another Jaren Jackson situation to evolve where a team's got to move a guy, right? And then you sweep in with your bag of picks and everything else.
Exactly. You've got so much, I believe the trendy word is optionality. You've got the ability to go get that guy when that guy you like pops up, and it's maybe it's a Keita, not Keita, but a Keita kind of guy where you can like, hey, that's the kind of rock solid big guy we need to go get. And there are teams that are not, in 2 years, Oklahoma City's not going to be able to keep Hartenstein. Like they're coming up, the apron's coming hard for them, and that's a guy who's, there's other guys like that, but like that's a guy who's going to be out there if you want to be patient. In a year or two, that's why they drafted Mara. They know what's ahead, and they're going for it in the short term, but like long term, they know they're going to have to move on.
The other element too, I'm still not quite sure that Walker's worth that.
He's got to stay healthy.
Yeah.
It was 57 games a year before, something like that. And obviously last year was hopefully a one-off year for him with the shoulder. But he's going to have to prove that he can, because when he's played, even in the 5 games last year, you're like, wow, he looks really good.
Yeah.
He looks really good. I like this. And then, if he can get back to that level and stay there and stay healthy, I hope for his sake you can, but it's a risk. And there's always a school of thought around the league when these kind of trades happen where you're like, yeah, why are they selling low? Why, or not even selling low in this case, but why? Because I don't think they sold low, but like, why are you getting out of the business? Is it the price was just too high, or do you have a legitimate concern?
Well, and I think that Wemby's left a lot of shocks around the NBA. Like, how do we deal with this? And one is, okay, well, you get a guy like Kessler, but then I think maybe the Jazz are looking at it like, going Moneyball, we go after him in the aggregate and just get a collection of bodies that we throw at him, not necessarily one major.
That's an option. You trying to find an Isaiah Stewart type of, he's a little smaller, but really tough physical guy who can, he's only 6'9". I love it when I get to say that. He's only 6'9", but like can body up somebody like that and at least annoy him. Because right now that's still kind of like young Rudy Gobert when he was in Utah those first couple of years. You can still get him down low. You can still push him because his center of gravity is naturally a little higher. That may not be the case in a couple of years, but right now you can kind of still get him that way.
Spend enough time eating those churros in San Antonio, and then watch out. It's going to be a problem.
Yeah, well, that's why we spend the summer with the Shaolin monks.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, during the break, I'm going to work on some of the Wemby drills to knock you off balance. Is that okay?
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Nice.
I'll show you how it's done.
That's Kurt
Probably
Heelan.
better than I. Yeah.
Kurt Heelan joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, NBC Sports, ProBasketballTalk.com, with us in studio right here on the Zone.
Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
For over 20 years, Doug Smith is Utah's Kia leader for sales, parts, and service. Come see why today at our new location in Linden, Utah.
Hey, Doug.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. But why should you care? You only use it to hydrate, bathe, cook, clean, garden, play, and generally stay alive. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sounds funny, but I just can't stand the pain. Girl, I'm leaving you tomorrow.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LaCombe, Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, ProBasketballTalk.com, kind enough to hang out with us as well. All right, so you're going to be up at Huntsman Center, checking out, and then making your way down to Vegas, I'm assuming.
Yes, I will be in Vegas for till the middle of next week, and then.
Oh, okay, not too bad then.
No, it's still about 9 days of summer league basketball, which is by the end of that,
that's too much.
Too much, and I mean, where I stay in Vegas, a little off the strip, usually is trying to avoid the Vegasness of it.
Yeah,
but it's still, I'm kind of done by the end of it. I'm ready
JW Marriott, you hanging out there?
No, actually a Hilton property.
Nice. Okay.
It's without getting it. It's one of their resort
timeshare
things. So I've got a kitchen and.
Sweet. That's great.
So you don't have the you're not walking down to the old grandma's chain smoking in their
no
jazzy
casino in the lobby, which is like a key for me. So.
You know, I loved Vegas back in the day. I loved everything about it. Loved walking through the casinos. Loved throwing down a few coins here and there, and now I can't get out of there fast enough. Like getting old.
It's called the wisdom.
Yeah.
Just rips you apart.
I think if I only went once every few years with friends or my wife or whatever, like it would feel different. But now I'm there. Well, it won't be twice a year anymore, at least, because they moved NBA Cup to Butler.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Year.
Yeah.
But it's still at least once a year for a lot of days, and I'm just kind of it's the same thing. I'm like, been there, done that, seen that. If there's a show I really want to see at the Sphere, we'll come back. But
yeah,
my
Sphere's cool though.
I need to see it. I haven't seen the Sphere yet.
It's even from the outside, it's quite the experience. And I didn't see U2 when they were there, and I'm not a big enough Deadhead for those shows. But Dead and Company, I believe it was, but or Fish, but
oh boy, I bet the contact high you would. You get it there at a Fish concert.
You don't, with all that going on, you should just not do the hallucinogenics.
No.
Stay away and just,
danger.
It's a little overwhelming. It'll be a little overwhelming.
Yeah. I say hallucinogenics probably steer clear anyhow.
Yeah. Again, that's Brad Stevens' questions, but yes. In general, I think that's wise.
So I know there's going to be, obviously, the Jazz have one more game here in Salt Lake City, but there's going to be a lot of attention on that game against the Wizards, that first game in Vegas.
Oh, yeah. No, there's going to be a lot of people there, and they put it on that Thursday night. It's got prime television. It's going to have a bunch of media there. Like I said, we had a whole meeting about doing videos off of that, and then the next night is Boozer and Caleb Wilson. Like, all right, we're breaking the top four down because they were kind of their own group, right? There was a real tier there, and Caleb's going to be interesting in Chicago, but there's a lot of attention on this first game, and there was so much debate about DeBonsa or Peterson, kind of back and forth all year, and AJ secured that spot by being a combination of steady and just there every night, and also, it's basketball and he's 5 inches taller. At the end of the day, that doesn't hurt.
Was, again, back to Summer League and one game not meaning anything. Yeah. I saw an article today because people just love to throw stuff out there. And it was like, talk to someone in the Wizards and they're doubting they're second guessing their pick after seeing Peterson play the other day. I'm like, AJ hasn't even been able to play yet. And we're having there's just too much stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. And some of that, there is stuff I see online from, call them influencers? I don't know what the term would be. Occasionally where I'm like, I just know that's not true. Like, I've been around long enough. I've talked to enough people. I know you're just making that whole cloth out of clicks, for clicks, and then you'll 2 days later go back and I guess that wasn't true, or that's not, you apologize later, but you got the bump from what you wanted.
Exactly.
So, there's a lot of that. Exactly that. There's nobody inside Washington right now is like, we screwed up. No, in fact, let's be honest. As we were discussing, you're not making that discussion after Summer League. Will you have that discussion at the end of the first year? Or kick yourself a little, potentially, depending on how things broke, maybe. But I think AJ is going to be great in Washington. He's going to be great no matter where he landed. I think they're 2 really elite, maybe 3 really elite guys at the top of this draft.
Boozer in Chicago, I think I've told Coach, and I think both of us, if I had to make as good as I think Darren Peterson will be and AJ will be, if I had to submit a preseason Rookie of the Year, I think it might be Boozer, just because I think he's going to be able to produce the quickest there in Chicago.
With Memphis.
Memphis. That's what I meant. Yeah, my bad.
Chicago,
yeah. Caleb's in Chicago.
Caleb's in Chicago, and that's just interesting because he is so talented, but also
just raw.
There's a lot of know-how that needs to come
he's
about.
Got some, and it's only concerning because the list of long athletic wings who went to Chicago and failed in the last 15 years is a little too long for my taste, but hopefully they'll get this one right. But I think that's a good bet. If you watch Boozer play, he's just so fundamentally sound. He is just going to be good from day one. Rebounding, he's going to be in the right position. He's going to score around the rim. He's going to be rock solid. Although my dark horse pick, Acuff.
I could see that
in Sacramento, because they are going to give him the rock and the keys. They just waived DeMar DeRozan since we've been sitting here. They are going to turn the house. They're going to give him the house, and he could put up the numbers that get him in the discussion.
He definitely have the opportunity.
Now, and he's entertaining, and he'll be fun. So
that's your dark horse.
That's my dark horse, and I the fans, the long-suffering fans in Sacramento, frankly, deserve a positive. That's a surprisingly good fan base for what they've had to put up with.
Yeah.
Watching Boozer the other day, I mean, just like you said, I think our assessment was right. I think this was a year where 3 guys in other years would be taken first.
Yeah.
And Boozer just went out there and plug and play. Did his thing, shot fake guys to death.
Yep.
Up and under, found guys underneath. I mean, he's going to be great. And I think that's what I take from it, as opposed to, man, who's better? I take it I think all 3 places got great players, and in time, because it's going to take time, even with Darren Peterson, he could go have a game tonight where he doesn't play very well. It happens to young guys, it just does. I've been around it enough. So you can't get too high or too low, but you certainly see it with him. I see the same thing with Boozer.
Yeah, and I think the fit, putting him next to a real 5 in Zach Edey, lets him play to his strengths more. He can shoot the 3, he can step out. He can give you some of the floor spacing you need, and plus go in and get boards and do stuff. So and again, they got Isaiah Stewart off the bench. They've got Coward now, the Cedric Coward at the 3,
he's
the young
real.
guy who's
Coward's real.
He's really good. That's suddenly a nice young front line as they start to rebuild that thing.
So, Coach and I were talking to a NBA executive the other day, and they told us that the league has taken notice of the ownership change in LA, and they're like, Lakers are going to be a problem now because the buses have been running it on duct tape and baling twine for a long time and just getting away with the Laker name. Now that they have real ownership in place, now that they actually have some money to play with, they're going to be back. And what you've seen with what they've been able to do here in just the last few weeks, it's a different era now in LA. And it seems like the years of kind of having some fun at their expense might be coming to an end here pretty soon.
Yeah, they were aggressive in a way they just hadn't, like all right, let's take these risks. Let's do this. Where LeBron, among his other skills, brings people to the building, brings television ratings, brings jersey sales, and all this stuff, that ancillary stuff that isn't really that ancillary if you're running a business. matters. And as excited as the Laker Nation is right now about what happened, like, you gave up a sure thing. And so I think you're right. I think that but I've heard that as well, that there's concern that more than just that, they had a bare bones scouting department.
Yes.
Compared to everybody else. Their analytics were not the most robust in the league, and it had gotten better over the last couple of years, but it was not where it needed to be. That kind of stuff has already started to change, and they've cleaned house within the organization. Not just the basketball side, the business side. They're bringing in their people who have had. Look, they've got a model. Like the Dodger thing has worked out pretty well, and it's a different sport with different, minor leagues and all that stuff. But like, there's a model now. They know what they want to do.
If LeBron really wanted to be back in LA, would he be back?
Yes.
Okay.
So that was a mutual parting of the ways, and an amicable one. But they left before it got ugly. But they, to my knowledge, talking to people around them, I don't think there was ever a serious discussion of what you're going to pay. Like, here's what we would offer you. Here's what we got. It was kind of like, we would love to have you back. We'll let you know what we would have after we do all this other stuff. We'll see what we can offer you. And he's just didn't want that. He didn't want it. He realizes where this thing is going, and it just felt it had run its course. And so he's going to go. Plus, if you really want to chase one more ring, I'd probably get out of the West next year.
Yeah.
So we've talked about it. You and I have been in agreement. The Jazz, they made their moves, and we kind of figured Walker Kessler in the mix would be a playoff team above a play-in team. How much does this affect them with Nurkic and Hayes at this point as the five men to that end?
So I sat down over the weekend where I thought there was a little bit of a slow NBA news, and I sat down and started putting teams in both conferences in tiers, like where it is. And the problem with the West is suddenly like, all right, if you're going to assume 1 and 2 are Oklahoma City and San Antonio, like you're going to have to prove you can play with them. That's second tier. Lakers, Houston, Minnesota, Denver. Like, I'm at 6. I'm at 6 teams that I know are going to be good. And so I have Utah in the tier with, they might have to play their way out of the play-in. Now, maybe Houston doesn't come together this season. Maybe, injury here or whatever. Minnesota's different. Maybe it doesn't work as well. And we'll see what they ultimately look like. I don't think they're done. But whatever everything looks like, I think they may have to fight their way out of the play-in, but I think that's less about the Jazz going in the right direction and more about the West being brutal. It's also, by the way, everybody in the West's win totals will drop a little, just from the top. Like I don't know that you're going to see a 64, 62 win team this year as good as Oklahoma City and San Antonio are, because there's not going to be a cupcake quite the same at the bottom. Like, there's not that many teams tanking. Portland's not going to be a pushover. Memphis isn't going to be a pushover. Like, these are pretty good teams that can give you a chance. Even the Jazz last year, like, you're going to have to win some games you didn't have to win last year. So it's going to bunch up a little, and so there's room for them to move up. But right now, I'd have them 7th or 8th probably.
Can we steal you for one more segment?
Yeah. I mean, yes. I'm like, what else have I got to do? I'm like, actually, I saw a text, but I'm not going to ignore them from my boss. And I would rather spend time with Scotty.
I appreciate it. Let's go. One more segment. Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, ProBasketballTalk.com, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time to get those carpets cleaned. That's right. Look, you got all the festivities coming up. You got family reunions, people coming over for all the summer parties. You want your house to look its best. We don't talk about carpets enough. You get those carpets cleaned, Zero Res is here to help you out. They've got a special going on right now. 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $139. And look, it just isn't the carpets as well. They can do the dryer vents. They can do the air duct. They can even do hardwood, tile. You need it cleaned, they're there to help you out. Zero Res with that special going on for a limited time only. 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Book your appointment right now. Go to zerores.com. Spelled the same front or back. It's Zero Res, the right way to clean with that patented water technology, which means they're going to be in and out quickly. Your carpets are going to dry faster. They're going to stay cleaner longer. You're not going to have the harsh chemicals, the soaps that some of those other guys are going to leave behind with that crunchy carpet. You don't want any part of that. Go to zerores.com or call 866-0RES. That's 866-0RES or zerores.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeComb, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I used to travel in the shadows and the
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LeComb, Kurt Heelan, who's in for the Salt Lake City Summer League, kind enough to hang out with us here in studio. But it is also World Cup day for Team USA. You feeling pretty good about us versus the Waffles?
Those are good waffles, man.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it's going to be really even. Like I'm a pretty big soccer fan. I am a weirdly, as much as I can't stand Man City, Kevin De Bruyne might have been my favorite player to watch at his peak.
Okay.
Just a gifted, visionary passer of the ball. He could score some, but like just one of those guys who made incredible plays. But they're older, and we're younger and a little more athletic. I think it's a pretty even match, and I like us on our home I like us at home. I like the chances, especially despite the weirdness. I'll take the striker back. I'll take Malloy back, but it's going to be close. Like that's a legitimate European power. Like you've got to beat. Like that's a good program. You know.
It's just been look, soccer's really never been on our radar that much, but it's been hard not getting caught up in all this.
Yeah, it's been really a really entertaining, fun, and the energy has been great. The videos of like Scotland fans drinking Boston Dry, which is like my favorite stuff.
Can you think of a better two better fan bases to come together?
I said a friend I think it was on Twitter, was like, we taught the Scots how to tailgate. I don't know that they're coming back from that.
Nope.
Like,
it's over.
It's done.
Between the Scots and Boston, and then everybody going down to Texas and discovering barbecue.
Yes, that's the other one. Yeah,
that was the best
awesome.
line you've had. You said there's going to be
somebody's going to go back to Europe and they're going to try to open up a barbecue joint, and it's going to fail miserably. But
it's anybody with a smoker, which is probably 2/3 of the listening audience at this point, and myself included, knows that it's not easy getting it right. It is, as much as you can get it close, like actually, like I stick to the couple of things that people are coming over, like I got baby back ribs that pretty good. Like there's certain things I can do, but like I never get my briskets never quite right.
You know what's funny is, so I've got I've got a barbecue competition team. We do comps during the summer and stuff, and haven't been able to get out this summer. Usually I try to get to like 4 or 5 events, but this honk.
Yeah.
But so I feel really good about ribs. Brisket I've gotten pretty dialed in, but I've got like these big, pellet smokers and all these offsets and stuff like that. I had like a Weber kettle that I had just sitting around, and it's the best brisket I made. It's like a $200 Weber kettle, and that thing will knock out a brisket like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, my new quest has been after having this in Houston during the season at a Q, which is kind of a famous, almost chainy barbecue, but they did a smoked turkey that was ridiculously good, and I'm finding it impossible. Like the line between perfect and dry is like 2 minutes, and I'm like. And I'm not quite always on the right side of that line. But
you inject? Do a little injection in there too, and a brine, and
that's
it'll
a good
help
idea.
you.
I found that to be the difference.
Okay.
Shut up. He makes fun of my barbecue.
No, I
nerd.
don't make fun at all. Does
he say no when it's offered to eat?
I do have a big event coming up at the old house where I've got like 14 ribs. I've got 4 briskets. I've got we're going to do it upright for the old station barbecue.
Oh, so you're inviting Coach?
Yes.
Okay.
And everybody else.
I'll eat. Oh, yeah, I'll eat. But, I mean, I can have a little fun. He has fun at my expense from time to time.
So what are your other storylines on Summer League, especially down in Vegas coming up that you're going to be keeping an eye on? Obviously, the rookies or the top 4 picks garnering a lot of attention.
Top 4 picks, but what's fun about Summer League is always, and it'll probably start tonight, there's always a guy who was either drafted later or undrafted who sneaks like, hey, this Jeremy Lin guy, this Austin Reeves guy, that's like worth watching right there. Like you start to see guys like that kind of sneak up and who is it going to be down the draft this year? Is it Filion? Like somebody like that who fell to 22 or something, like you're like, ooh, no, how did he fall that far? Like you get to see these guys because you both probably see more of them in person or on video than I get to during the season just because I'm watching so much NBA. So this is the first time I get to see a lot of these guys in person, unless they were at like Nike Hoop Summit or something that I can get to where I can see them as a high schooler. By the way, Boozer is a high schooler. You could have watched him. You're like, yeah, he can walk in right now and play in the NBA. Like he had the body. He had the body until he stood next to his dad, and you're like, I forgot how big his dad is.
His dad is big.
His dad is a big man. But had all those fundamental skills down already. It was kind of crazy.
What in terms of Vegas, in the format itself, you feel like the opportunity for Darren and AJ to play in that first game?
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be fun to watch, but then there'll be a whole lot of overreactions.
Exactly. There's a whole bunch of people who will decide, and myself included, because I'll be writing a story and doing video out of this at NBC. We will decide their careers that night. Clearly, the entire path for their career
That's
will
right.
be defined by that one
performance.
So, yeah, it's, and again, like you said, especially with first-year guys, for me, it's a lot of a benchmark. Like, how good were you then? And if you come back, and in Peterson's case, will he even play Summer League next year? Or will he play in Vegas? He might play here.
Yeah.
But, second-year guy, do you even, like, some of those guys don't even play now. So
the only thing that I take from the other day with the Jazz, Darren, it's truth in advertising. What I saw, and not all the time at Kansas because of the issues, but what I saw leading up and the things that I loved, he did those things. And now it's just you grow from here. But, I think some people get carried away and anoint a guy after one game, and it's a long – careers are long.
Yeah, and it's look, Summer League, especially Vegas, but even here to a degree, will be – it's a networking thing. It's shaking a lot of hands and talking to people and it's all that as much as it's as much as it's basketball, it's all that. And the other part that nobody ever talks about because it's not really affecting the NBA or our circles, this is where a bunch of European teams come and watch those guys and then go, I'm going to go get – this is where I'm going to get, by the way, probably the best player on my team for the next 2 years and, like, bring him to Italy or France or Turkey or wherever. And, by the way, the fun scouts to go hang out with afterwards.
The European.
Because they're getting their best player. They have an unlimited budget. Those are the guys you want to hang out with.
It's like their lottery, right?
Exactly.
They're over here finding their lottery player.
Exactly. They are getting their, like, the third guy at UNC is their best player next year, and that's those are fun guys to hang out with just because they're both enjoying themselves and they've got the budget.
Who do you feel like post July 1 has really helped themselves the most in the offseason?
Ooh.
Is it Philly?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think. Philly's obviously right at the top of the list because that team's a contender now. That team is we can talk about Embiid versus this, but like it's them in New York right now at the top of the East, right? I think Boston's taken a step back as constructed. Cleveland, with or without LeBron, you're going to have to prove something to me. Like, they'll be really good in the regular season, but like you're going to have to. Your season starts in mid-April. Get back to me then. And I don't know who else in the East. Oh, Detroit. Detroit hasn't yet, though, and I'm waiting because I've heard them tied to Trey Murphy, who would be a great fit. They've got to get shooting and a secondary shot creator to take some of that load off of Cade. And they also, by the way, have to figure out the Jalen Duren thing, which is getting messy.
If you're the Jazz, do you get yourself caught up in those waters at all?
If you think you could get him.
But you're not.
But I don't.
Right?
I don't. But this is where I would want in a sign and trade more than you gave up for Walker Kessler from any team, by the way. Just because, with all due respect to Walker, Jalen Duren has proven it. He is a 22-year-old all-NBA player who is strong on both ends. And yeah, he cost himself some money with the playoffs. And that's probably what they're haggling over. Not probably. That's what they're haggling over. But at the end of the day, like they can't let him go unless you're giving them something back that's equally good. And I don't know where that would be coming from.
I would say what the Lakers did in terms of everything all told was irresponsible. To do that many 2 picks, 2 swaps for now. If it's Jalen Duren, I got no issue.
Yeah.
Now again, I love Walker Kessler, and I've been a guy from the start who saw the greatness. It's not always points, but this guy, he's an elite rim protector, is a great defensive rebounder, maybe the best in the league. Has a relentless motor around the floor, and those are the things you want out of a big guy. Yep. But has not proven it over a long period of time on a team that is doing anything other than tanking.
And he is going to have to prove, look, for all the offense and the pick setting and the rolling and all that he is going to do well. He's there to play defense because if you've got to play Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves next to each other, you better have some rim protection behind them that cleans a lot of things up. And Kessler is that. I mean, that is ultimately what he's there to do. He's going to have to clean up a lot of messes for them, because it's not going to be wholly unlike Utah back in the Gobert days, where we're just going to we're going to need Rudy to clean up a lot of messes with Donovan and everybody out on the perimeter, because they're not great defenders. We're going to need him to do. They need him to be that kind of guy, and I mean, we'll see.
I mean, and I think he can be, but I think the problem is they made a very large investment that he will.
They are fully committed to this core. And by the way, I like the Sandro pickup. I like bringing Colin Sexton off the bench. Like Sandro, nobody saw here because you're not allowed to show Canadian games in the United States for some reason. Colin Sexton off the bench just to give them some punch. I like
Grimes.
Grimes is a great two-way play. I like all the moves they made on paper, and I think JJ Redick's a good coach, but that's why they're in my second tier on the list. He's like, that's still paper, man. Like, you're going to have to prove you can do this.
Well, hey, we appreciate you coming in. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Enjoy your time here in Salt Lake, and try to enjoy your time down in Vegas.
You guys gave me some restaurant, at least a lunch recommendation now, so I know what I'm doing for lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I expect a full report next time we talk.
I know that fry sauce might not be a big thing in Southern California, but load up on the fries and the fry sauce.
Fries and fry sauce? Okay, good. Yeah. Southern California, big on bowls right now. Healthy bowls is
not
here
in
in
this
Utah.
Place.
Yeah. we still like our grease.
I think you eat this after a different kind of bowl.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Kurt Heelan.
I'm here working, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
NBC Sports, ProBasketballTalk.com, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage. I got my helmet strapped on tight, I've got my bike, and my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Killed my world and I've killed my time. So where do I go? What will I see?
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim LaCombe. This time tomorrow, Coach, we're going to be hanging out in Texas, enjoying Big 12 Media Day. College football, it's kind of the unofficial kickoff of college football.
Man, can't get here soon enough.
I know, right?
Except for you're going to be traveling more, which will, I'll cope with that.
No, it won't be as bad. Now, basketball season can get a little rough sometimes.
That's true. I guess by the time football, you're leaving Fridays after the show sometimes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the old charters can be...
they're a nice thing.
They're nice, but you're on their schedule,
That's
not
true.
your own schedule.
That is true.
But, yeah, I can't wait to get the college football season started. By the way, a little bit of breaking news. The Big 12 has already announced its preseason awards. And guess what? We keep hearing about him. Shehan Jay Raja kept talking about him. But L.J. Martin, your preseason Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. Now, everybody at BYU would be saying it don't matter because it's preseason. He hasn't done anything, but he's done plenty to earn that honor. Now he has to go out there and earn this honor coming up in the regular season.
Well, I think the way BYU's built, they were going to be good this year. But when LJ said, I'm coming back, I think that takes it to a whole another echelon. And I really do believe that, they flirted with the Big 12 title. And Texas Tech is obviously a great foe. Utah's a great foe. But I think, in their minds, this is the year they do it. And so at least a trip to that championship game again and hopefully a better outcome.
Yeah. And look, I think that if you're BYU, you're looking at this year and saying it's a Big 12 championship game, and anything less is probably a little bit of a disappointment.
I mean, that's kind of the vibe I get from BYU and the folks there. And again, hype and expectation have crushed many a dream.
Yeah.
But I do think that it's well placed. You've got a tenured coach, especially in the league, certainly well respected, who's just had to fine tune his staff a little bit. And so that defensive piece will be interesting because Jay Hill did make quite a defense out of the group of guys. And, he's on to things now in Michigan. The cool part is Kelly, was right there watching it. And it's Kelly.
Kelly Papinga,
yeah. Because I knew both of them.
Yeah.
So sometimes I throw the bro's name in there. Kelly is such a good guy, has worked really hard, is not a Johnny-come-lately, not a guy that just showed up, and found his way politically into that job. He's paid his dues.
Oh, yeah.
And I love the fact that, he's going to get his crack. And I think with Kalani nearby and again, having Jay and learning some of the principles that I think Jay has made a constant everyday thing, I think BYU can dream big.
They should. And I think that's, it's an opportunity for them to really establish that brand that they've been building and building and building towards and saying, to win that Big 12 championship. You were knocking on the door last year. If they can get that and then knock themselves into the college football playoff, it's a huge accomplishment. And if they're able to accomplish that before the University of Utah, that's going to be a problem. But make no mistake, Utah is going to be just fine this year. I have very little concern that Utah can be right there in the mix in this thing too.
I get a really good vibe coming from it.
I do too.
And you see, I mean, watching just tweet after tweet over the last couple of weeks of guys jumping on. You know, they like what they're hearing from a recruiting standpoint. And Utah's done a really good job just accumulating talent, which is, it's how Kyle did it in the first place. You got to have talented dudes, always. And I do believe Morgan Scally is the type of guy that can coach guys just the way Kyle did, you know, to the same result, using different methods. You know, I think Morgan's will be one that I think it's going to be a little more open. I think they're going to smile and laugh a little more, but don't mistake any of that stuff for the fact that they want to rip your head off.
Yeah. And but yeah, you're right. Utah's on a heater right now when it comes to recruiting.
Big time.
And the commitments they've been picking up.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
And I think a lot of people are like, okay, let's see what the staff looks like. And once they got settled in and got to work, it's like, whew, okay, here they go. And BYU's doing well. I mean, both these schools are just humming along at a nice level when it comes to recruiting.
Well, and there's great pride in the fact that you know, that preseason poll I looked at, and we'll actually see the official one, but this is conjecture, but it had, you know, BYU and Utah there in 2 and 3. And again, these are schools that at their different times went from the mid-major to the halves, and they've worked their way into it. They figured out NIL. You know, they've navigated the landscape. So both Utah and BYU fans should be excited. Both staffs should be congratulated, you know, both on the athletic side and on the coaching side, because the Big 12 was always something you'd hope to be in and you could compete in, and now their name's right up there at the top.
Yeah. All right, Summer League continues tonight for the Utah Jazz here in Salt Lake City, and then they'll hit the road and go down to Vegas. But after a huge Game 1 performance, Darren Peterson had a chance to catch up with the media. Here is the newest member of the Utah Jazz after a big night for the Jazz in Summer League.
Darren, how would you assess, you know, your performance tonight, and you know, what were you seeing, particularly, you know, down the stretch in those possessions?
I think I was pretty good. I could help my team win. Happy we came out on top. Last couple possessions, I know I missed the box out, turned the ball over. I'm gonna have to watch it back, but got to be better at the end of the game. We had a lot of turnovers at the end of the game. We got to be able to seal the game.
Darren, at the start of the game, like first possession, you guys get the tip and then you get the ball. Are you thinking to yourself, like, I just see something and you drive for it, or were you instructed to kind of go to the basket?
Just a read. Yeah, I seen a bigger guy come out on me, so I tried to just attack him.
When you walked out onto the court for warm-ups, you had a standing ovation from fans, and there were fans chanting MVP and all these kind of things. What was it like just getting to play in front of them for the first time?
It was great. Kind of takes me back to like the Kansas, like just reminds me of Kansas a little bit, with a great fan base. And like I said in the media before, like when I put on the uniform, it's not just for myself, it's for the fans as well. So happy to see me out there.
Darren, with everything's happened, getting drafted, all of that, I'm sure there were some nerves or something built up for it. Just how did it feel to go out there and finally play with Jazz across your chest?
Oh, it felt great. I said after the game, like that was my first game since my last game in March. And that was also on my mind because Zubies was on the other team and they beat us on that game winner. I don't know if you guys seen it, but that was on my mind. So, yeah, happy to get the win.
Darren, you had kind of talked about you were itching to get back on the court and kind of prove yourself. Just was that kind of a motivating factor for you heading into this game, and how did you kind of use that in your favor in your first game as a Jazzman?
For sure, I've been training super hard, like manifesting this game for a long since the season ended. My Kansas season ended, so to get out there and finally be able to put on a jersey and play again is great. And then on top of that, I got Jazz across my chest now, so it's a huge honor and privilege.
Darren, you hit a three towards the end of the game that was just a little bit left of the top of the key, and you had a very similar shot against Texas Tech in a tie game. Is that a spot you like to get to in a moment, or is it just kind of what the game dictates? Take me through that kind of late game moment.
You're kind of just a game dictator. They switched. I had the same layup I had on the beginning of the game. I had him again, and I just thought score when I got him. So got one up. Happy to win it.
Playing next to some NBA guys on your roster, better spacing, bigger size though. What did you notice in your first game?
First thing I noticed, it was like I'm tired. Right? I was like the altitude was getting to me a little bit. I was tired, but yeah, like you said, more space. Also, how important scouting report is. It was important in college, but also like I got to be able to go out there and perform what we scouted and went over. So I got to be better at that. Those probably the main things.
Darren, you kind of already hit on it, but you said the opposing team had a player that hit a game winner against you in Kansas in the NCAA tournament. How do you use things like that? How do you note take things like that to kind of motivate you heading into these games? I mean, what is the process like for that?
I'm already kind of motivated going into the game. Just it's a basketball game. I'm a competitor. Every time I step out there, I want to help my team win. But I use that as a little bit extra just because he ended my freshman year. So I kind of use anything I can.
Darren, what have your first days been like, just kind of on and off the floor? And, what are some of the things that have stood out to you? And, have there been any, signature moments that you've encountered that you'll remember going forward?
Yeah. First couple of days been great. Practice, going hard, competing every day. Leaning on guys like Keontae. He's been at every practice and been pushing me to do certain things and hold me accountable. Like I can't wait to play with him, play together. Then off the court, really just been with my dog. I don't really want something off the court. I don't got much time to myself no more. He got to be taken out and walked and stuff. I want him to have like a great life, so I've been trying to like walk him and spend as much time as I can with him when I'm off court.
What's his name?
Denim.
Like the jeans?
Yeah, like the jeans. Yeah. It's crazy. Like the people were telling me like at halftime, my alarm was going off on my phone. It said feed Denim. Like so yeah, I'm trying to get Dad of the Year. So yeah, I had that on there. But yeah, off court, just him really chilling and treatment and him.
Has anything surprised you with this, the week of practice, this game? Have you had like a welcome to NBA moment or anything that's kind of wasn't something you expected?
Welcome to NBA. I'd probably say like these guys are a lot stronger, maybe. That was the biggest thing I noticed today. Also got to get used to like the refs, the whistle. It's a different whistle. That was the first thing that come to mind on that one.
Darren, you talked a lot during the pre-draft process about wanting to get back to showing your playmaking at the next level. Just how did it feel to have the ball in your hands so much this game?
It felt good. I feel like I know I had a lot of turnovers. Yeah. I got to be better with it. But it felt good. Got to take care of the ball, though. Can't have talk about that with Coach Hardy the other day. Live ball turnovers are bad, so we gotta be better.
A scout I was talking to says it looks easy for you in terms of like getting to your spots, creating your shot. Does that still feel pretty natural and pretty easy for you at this level?
I don't know. I train super hard to try to make the games easier for me, but I wouldn't say it's easy. I just try to find my spot. Like they said, I just try to find my spot and get it up or make a play, but I wouldn't say it's easy. Still got to work.
I know you've talked a lot about having conversations with Keontae, but quite a few vets are back from Bryce, Jaren, Isaiah. What have those conversations been like?
Mainly just with Keontae, but those guys are at the scrimmage we had the other day, so they just basketball stuff really. We spent some time together at Coach's house, and we'll probably get together today for the 4th, but just been like welcome and happy to have me, that kind of stuff. Only one that's been like coaching me up is Keontae on court.
There you go. Keontae out there serving as not just a teammate, but as a coach as well for the Jazz Summer League. So a lot of attention going his way, a lot of excitement certainly earned based on that game. And again, it wouldn't surprise me if I don't think it would happen, but it wouldn't surprise me if he puts up a dud tonight because that's just kind of how it goes sometimes, especially with rookies playing in Summer League.
Well, just as excited as everybody is tonight. Don't
freak out.
Just know it's a process, man. And sure, this kid has, I think people throw comps out. They whisper comps sometimes because they don't dare say them out loud. But when you're thrown into a certain echelon, the expectations are going to be through the roof. And have to remind you, it still does take time. Those guys were not those guys right away. And those guys were not those guys 2 to 3 years in. So it takes a little time. But I will just say truth in advertising. I loved what I saw. I loved that he competed the way he did. I loved the way he took about accountability after for, some things that didn't go great. And but ultimately, if you're a Jazz person and you watch that and say, I'm really glad we got him at number 2.
Like, okay, we can work with this.
We can work with this.
Yes.
This will do.
That'll do, Pig. That'll do. No, there's just so much to get fired up about. And again, it's you want to keep yourself even keeled throughout the whole process in Summer League, but sometimes it's hard not to get a little excited about what October, November, and this upcoming season could look like.
Well, it's no doubt the one thing that we said all along is what a year for the Jazz to get the number 2 pick when there are literally 3 number 1 picks on the board.
Yep.
If you were just assigned one of those 3 guys at year's end, you would have been thrilled. And the way it worked out, I think AJ is going to be terrific, and he'll get his first crack in Summer League against the Jazz. Darren has got off to a great start, and Boozer was everything everybody said he was the other night. So I think that is one thing we can definitely agree on. There was a lot of talent in this draft. Acuff had a big night. The names will start to pop, of guys that had good nights. But overall, you got to love it. If Darren Peterson had that's a memorable first game.
I think Kurt, like I've been on that Boozer being Rookie of the Year. I think Kurt may have got me rethinking that because I think Acuff very easily could be Rookie of the Year next year.
With just the ball in his hand and he's the plan.
Yep.
Yeah,
just go get it.
He's good enough to certainly rack up a ton of numbers. And I hope he's got a little more to him. Sacramento hopes he's got a little more to him because it's going to take a crazy effort to rip that thing out of the gutter because that's where Sacramento resides, in the gutter.
Yeah, you just feel bad for those guys.
And our guy Kurt just broke news that they waived DeRozan. He's out. He also broke news that Hachimura is staying in L.A., not the Lakers, though, going over to the Clippers.
Going to the Clippers. Not a big surprise there.
No.
Not the Clippers, but that he's not going back to the Lakers.
Yeah, not a big surprise at all. I think that was floated out there, a number that could be saved if they were able to not bring LeBron and Rui back. So being in that mix, I didn't think there was a big chance he'd be back. But certainly a good player. And, the Clippers are like, okay, we'll just stay in the same apartment and play for us.
Yeah. All right, 125, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Look, Kurt Heelan's been here. We've had a little change up. We have not forgotten about it. It is a big day for Team USA. It is a big day for our nation. It is, yes, a World Cup day, trying to punch their ticket to the round of 8. Team USA taking on Belgium. You will have your 1 minute of World Cup update. Are we giving them a minute or 90 seconds?
Yeah, we're back up to a minute.
Okay, so not 30 seconds. You're going to give them a full minute.
I want to discuss something on the other side with
Mr.
our
Annapolis?
Our FIFA over here, Oz.
Me?
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Just on a ruling that you made last
FIFA.
week.
Okay. We will do that coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram has been serving Utah County at 2 locations for years. Explore our wide selection of beautiful new vehicles in Spanish or American Fork.
Hey, Doug.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Championship football teams aren't built by chance. They're built with the right game plan. The same is true when it's time to sell your home. In Salt Lake City, sellers trust the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, because they know how to win. From premium marketing that gets your home noticed, to expert pricing and skilled negotiation that help maximize your sale. If you're ready to make your next move, put a championship team in your corner. Visit sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team today.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LaCombe. Hey, yes, coach, you have a question there in the back.
Oh, no, I was just waving to the cameras.
Oh, I thought you were
I was
like
just doing my parade wave.
elbow, wrist.
Which I'm going to need here in a couple weeks.
Oh, what have you got signed up for?
I'm not
Yes, you
I think
do.
the Big Daddy.
You going to the big one, huh?
The big one, yes.
The granddaddy of them all.
The one they had for Karl Malone back in the day.
Yes.
We're starting Tim off right.
The days of 47.
It'll probably be 147 degrees by then.
Yeah.
Because it's getting hot, y'all.
Yep.
We'll know hot tonight, though.
Good thing you got those windows.
There's nothing like getting off the jetway, and nothing says welcome to Texas like that humidity.
I used to hate the heat so much, and now I'm like,
You dig it?
I love it. Absolutely love it. All right. We do have in fact, let's go ahead and spin the wheel. Let's see if Mr. Napolis shows up on there.
Sorry, Belgium.
Ha! Here he is. It is time for your 1 minute soccer World Cup update as the United States now fully leaded, ready to go. Let's check. Oh, we may have lost our guy, Alex.
He's such a prima donna. If it's not, stuff's not, you don't play as open, he's just going to get off the line.
He's like, yeah.
He's getting big for his britches.
You know what? That's what happens. You know, you get a guy, I'm
With
sure.
great talent.
A recruit, great talent, good dude, works hard, and then he tastes a little bit of the good life, and then it sours him. And he's never quite the same again.
I feel it, Jay Busy Brown. It's getting hot. It is getting hot in here. In here.
Get hot in here.
That's off the YouTube stream. Yes, Gary Anderson is still at BYU. Good point.
Yes.
And Gary is a hell of a football coach.
By the way, I ran into Gary, had a nice little chat with him, and I'm going to try to see if he can he is willing to do a little bit of a weekly hit with us throughout the season. So I'd love to be able to chat with Gary. All right. Now he is locked and loaded, ready to go, just like the entire Team USA roster coming up for their showdown against Belgium. It is your 1 minute World Cup update with the world famous Alex Napolis. It starts right now.
Well, obviously the big story tonight is the U.S. men's national team taking on Belgium. The U.S. team moved on after taking down Bosnia and Herzegovina 2-0 in the last round. But the big story is Flo Balogun, the starting striker for the U.S. men's national team, who got a red card in the last game. He was supposed to be suspended for this game, but now he's eligible to play after the FIFA independent judiciary board decided that his red card suspension would be suspended. He'll have to serve it at a later time. And so Flo Balogun is available for the U.S. men's national team. However, though, a lot of pushback from the federations, a lot of pushback from Belgium, their head coach, saying that, of course, he should be serving the suspension tonight. So we'll see if Balogun ends up making the starting lineup for the U.S. men's national team. Yesterday, Brazil bowed out of the tournament. They lost 2-1 to Norway. Holland scored 2 goals in that one. And then England taking down Mexico in Mexico City, a 3-2 scoreline as England moves on to the quarterfinals and Mexico bows out of the tournament.
That Mexico, I know that you were keeping a close eye on that, you and your family. That was a bit of a gut kick, knowing that you had, 10 minutes up a man and you couldn't quite get it there.
Oh, they were up a man for probably closer to 20.
Oh, was
and
okay.
then and then of course you have a bunch of additional time added on to the end. But Mexico lacked, I guess, the ideas. They lacked a little bit of the precision when it came to their crosses. England holds on. They absolutely throw everybody behind the ball to make sure that nobody from the Mexican national team had any chances to get anything going. And then of course they hold on to that 3-2 win.
England didn't have a lot left in the tank there at the end of that thing, too. You could tell that the elevation may have played a toll, but still couldn't get it done there for Mexico.
Yeah, and I think that's the unfortunate part. Just Mexico not being able to take advantage of their opportunities. Mexico not being able to take advantage of being up a man. England, with them being tired, with them being at elevation, with them being down a man, they held on really well. The way that they set up, they made sure that there was no passing lanes for Mexico. They forced everything out wide from Mexico to cross it into the box. But even then, I mean, Mexico didn't have much left in the tank as well when it came to precision on the crosses, precision on balls into the box. Plus, England, very physical, very tall. and it ended up not working out for Mexico.
Hey, Alex, this is just a question about the red card. I understand the other day you were penalized 30 seconds for the red card. Is that correct?
I was for the U.S. Red card. I was penalized. Yes.
Okay, that's my line of questioning to you. So, Lloyd, did you order the red card?
Yeah, I ordered the red card.
Why
do it again?
Why did you order the red card?
You know what? The reason he got the red card on that is because I'm sorry, I'm not going to be dealing with this lame red card. Like, really, you're kicking out the U.S.'s best player. Like, I think that.
No. I'm saying on the penalty.
Yeah,
you penalized him because you didn't like the sportsmanship.
Yeah, so your response to that was that you kicked off our best soccer analyst and cost him 30 seconds.
Much. Yes.
So that was it.
I lost a little bit of respect for soccer after that.
So just to make sure you ordered the code red?
Sure.
We need you behind that board.
Order the code red. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Did you order the code red?
Oh, man. Great movie. Alex, please tell me you've seen that movie.
Oh, man. I hate to disappoint, but I have not. It is on the list.
Alex constantly disappoints when it comes to movies.
Ever since that drop made it into the system, it has been added onto the list.
Well, get it to the top of the list.
Yeah, that's got to be right there.
What are you doing today? As soon as we hang up. Last question for you, from me. It was Cody Campbell or that Lubbock judge anywhere near the people at FIFA making this decision on the red card?
You know what? It kind of feels that way a little bit right now because there's the drama. There's so much drama regarding Flo Balogun and his suspension. There's so much drama regarding what the U.S. Federation and what the Belgian Federation have been going back and forth with FIFA about. FIFA is standing strong on their stance that the independent. And they made it very clear today that it was an independent board who made this decision. It wasn't Gianni Infantino, who's the president of FIFA, who ultimately made the call. It was made by their independent board that operates separately from FIFA. But they review these type of decisions. They review these type of incidences, and FIFA is holding strong on their stance that Flo Balogun can play due to the decision that was made by this independent board. Now, again, the question is, does Mauricio Pochettino elect to go with Flo Balogun tonight? And if Flo Balogun does make an appearance tonight for the U.S. men's national team, the Belgian Federation has already said that they will essentially, no matter how the game ends up, no matter which way the result goes, they will also be back in FIFA's ear, essentially asking for a review of the match because of a player that was suspended and is supposed to be suspended will make an appearance.
Did you order the code red?
All right, so give me your thoughts. Write the script. Now that you know what the roster looks like for Team USA up against Belgium. We had Kurt Heelan on, and Kurt said that Belgium, great team, but a little on the older side, whereas you got Team USA a little bit younger, a little bit more athletic, but maybe not have that same level of experience. You got a rabid crowd there in Seattle. That place is going to be rocking with the 12. So how do you see this one playing out?
Well, I think them being in Seattle is a major factor. Having that 12th man, that home field advantage, will play a huge part in this game tonight. Kurt, I think, absolutely hit it on the head. It is an older Belgium, and to be honest, have been pretty inconsistent throughout the course of this tournament. They haven't been, the Belgium of old, and Belgium in previous editions of the World Cup have disappointed. Sometimes they've crashed out in the 16, similar to they have tonight. I imagine that the U.S., again, whether Balogun plays or not, they'll use their speed, they'll use their physicality to try to get in behind a very good Belgian defense. And if Belgium plays how they played against Senegal in that first half in the round of 32 game, I think the U.S. can take advantage with that physicality inside the box and can take advantage getting in behind the defense. The U.S., I think, has a really, really good shot of advancing tonight. Maybe not favored, even though they're on home soil, but they got a good shot at moving on tonight.
All right, Alex, appreciate it. Thanks for your time, and we look forward to catching up with you again here very soon.
Thanks as always, guys. Appreciate it.
And, by the way, if Team USA wins, he will get 90 seconds. But we're not cutting him down to 30 if Team USA loses, though. Because we still need to be doing these updates.
That's debatable.
Oh, come on, Lloyd. I think you're a little aggressive on
I'm
that.
going to file an injunction.
Hey, that red card, come on, that was such garbage.
It was garbage, but why are you taking it out on Alex, though?
No, I'm not taking it on Alex. I'm taking it out on soccer.
Do you realize how much airtime means to this guy?
That's a moment to shine.
He had a
man.
whole show.
Oh, that's true.
He did have a whole show, if you remember right on Thursday.
Surprised we were invited back.
That is true.
We had already talked soccer several times.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Lloyd, go ahead and spin that wheel.
Giannis.
Giannis is Giannis, and he wants Milwaukee to love him on his way out.
I think they should love him.
He won a title for him.
Won a title, stayed, re-signed.
Yeah.
Tried to win more. And they just kept sending his buddies out of town and bringing in guys that, while on paper look great, hard to win.
Yeah, it was just never going to be set up well for him. But he posts his obligatory thank you, Milwaukee, blah, blah, blah. But I'm out. Milwaukee's going to strip that thing down and try to regroup. But, yeah, I'd say if you're a Milwaukee Buck fan, you slap Giannis on the back. You say thank you very much. You can go chase a title somewhere else because you gave us a trophy and a parade. You can't ask for much more than that.
Giannis has said, I hope bringing a trophy to this city meant something to them because it meant so much to me. I want you to hear it from my mouth. The city of Milwaukee will always be in my heart. This is my home. So a nice step. You know, you don't have to do that stuff.
No.
And, rightfully so. I think the fact that he took a championship to Milwaukee, Milwaukee was not a player.
Nope.
Hadn't been since Pressey and, were some of the great Sid Moncrief, back in those days. But even then, not enough, So did great things for the city, and I like that seems to be ending on a good note.
It was Lou Alcindor in Milwaukee, right?
That's right.
Before Kareem.
That was his very, very close. And I guess it was a personality because it was part of him.
Yeah.
It's a different name.
And Milwaukee won't be a player without him. They weren't a player with him or before him. There won't be one without him. You stumbled into something special there. You got a title out of it, and I'd say that's pretty solid. Can't complain one bit.
Now you watch Tyler Hero chuck threes for a couple of years until they figure it out.
Oh boy, that could be a little rough. All right, spin it.
Bucknell strength coach charged in hazing death.
This is an ugly story here, Coach.
Nasty. 2024 death of a freshman football player that just happened to coincide with some undue conditioning in severe heat. The player ended up collapsing and passing, and everybody thought it was over. And they've come back, circled back, and the strength coach being held responsible for his part in it.
The strength coach subjected Dickey and other players to 100 up-downs and several full-body plank drills in spite of training and direction from other coaches that such exercises were not appropriate or safe for use of training. Dickey was visibly struggling, and the strength and conditioning coach did not summon help until Dickey had passed out. Yeah, this dude probably needs to go to jail for a long time.
And reason I put it on here is it's seriously, it's not macho. It's not, hey, be a man like this. That's pretty big stuff. So I think everybody has a responsibility. Everybody coaches at different levels. And, there's a part where you take it and a part where you let it go. And I just think this is a great reminder. This dude made it about him.
Yeah.
And bad things happen. So just a good reminder and a sad story nonetheless.
Well, and that's the one thing too. Like I've always told my kids whenever they're playing or in part of any organization that I will always back your coaches. But the thing is, I will back my coaches when, in regards of playing time, in regards of those kind of things. Like if a coach says, "I don't think you're good enough to play," or "I don't think you're good enough to start over this other guy," I will always back the coach. But when I ever feel like my son's safety is being threatened, then that's a different thing.
Like locked in a shed or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like there are certain moments where you realize, okay, that's a coach that's trying to act like a tough guy. That's not a coach that's trying to make your player better and make him stronger. You can see where that line is. And when you're doing things like this, when other coaches are saying like, hey, no, don't be doing this, then you're just trying to be like a tough guy. You watch that stupid show on ESPN about Bear Bryant. You earn your water. Okay, stop. That was a long time ago. Life's not like that anymore.
No, and it is. I mean, that's the perfect point. I think there is a line where everybody wants to push, but Little League football's nuts. I've watched coaches out there, and so I think just a good reminder, community wide, that at the highest levels of sport, the number one concern is player safety.
Yes.
And it's obviously football's a little late to that game, but they're they're certainly making strides. I think everybody at the community level can do the same.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll wrap up this bad boy next. Get you ready for Jake Scott straight ahead right here on the Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. The news just breaking. Shams and ESPN reporting the Lakers are acquiring Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round draft picks in 2031 and 2033 and first-round swaps in 2028 and 2030.
Goodbye, Walker. I think they had to let him go. I was bracing myself. This is a part of the puzzle. It's not a complete, okay, this is it, that's it, this deal. Yeah. It's in a box. No, it wasn't going to be Darren Peterson, and that was it. The thing that I like about it is get it done rather than being held hostage. They clearly were held hostage by Gordon Hayward. Get in there and make moves now. And I don't think they wanted to match it in the 30s. And so since they didn't want to match it in the 30s, get stuff back.
Yes, do not let him walk.
You never let a Walker walk. So go make some other moves, see what you got cooking, what you can do to help get the team better.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Beehive Mills, folks, it's no joke. Whether you want to get out on the flat top, whether you just want to eliminate all the time and effort and just throw it in a slow cooker, you can do that as well. Coach, there's so many great mills to choose from. And what's great, too, is that, look, you can gift a subscription to your college kids. If you're an empty nester, they're perfect for you. Or if you got your traditional Utah family of 6, 7, 8, you can feed them as well.
One thing I love about Beehive Meals is every month they kind of change the menu around. This month, some really great options. Honey Chipotle chicken, Six Sisters stuff, if you know what that means. Sausage marinara, Bang Bang chicken, chicken cordon bleu. This is the one that I was excited about, Scotty. Chicken tortilla soup.
Yes,
and
I've had
cheesy
that.
Cauliflower soup. So there's a couple soups on the menu. Just anything you need. You want some healthy, you want to be a little decadent, they've got it all.
Go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on the select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling.
At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, next time you hear from Coach and I as a show, you're going to hear from Coach a little bit coming up next with Jake Scott. But next time you and I will be on the air together, we will be down in Frisco, Texas. Big 12 Media Day kicking off tomorrow. Fired up, Coach. You'll love this stuff.
Yeah, we'll be live all day, won't we?
Yep. From early morning to late night, we've got you covered. And in fact, if you're in the area, come on by. We may even throw you on the air. Like if you're just
you got any credentials?
You got some random that can talk your way in there. Hey, come on in.
Seems to know his stuff, Scotty. Let's give him a segment. I'm excited, man. I'm excited to get there. As crazy as it is, I lived in Texas. My family lives. I've never been to Frisco, so this will be a first for me. Yeah, I've been to everything around it, but Frisco, when I lived there, was just merely fields. Lots of fields.
I called a bowl game in that soccer stadium. Utah State played a bowl game there. And they stayed there and practiced at the Star and all that stuff. So incredible facilities. And Jerry Jones, let's just say, is pretty much created that. Well, not created the town, but pretty much developed the town.
Yeah, he's given people a lot of things to do right there close. And, everything's marked with the Star.
Yes. Got to have that
notorious star. So I'm excited to meet the people, the personalities, in the league that make it happen.
Well, and that's the fun thing about these media days is that you're going to have a lot of people down there, and it's going to get a little crazy. The old Pac-12 really had a very structured system, and it was awesome because they would have handlers for every player and every coach, and they had a very detailed schedule. And so you knew at this time who you'd be talking to, how long you'd have them, and then when they were gone, then another person would come right in, and it was just,
that train ran on time.
You could set your watch to it. Look, there were a lot of issues with the Pac-12, and a couple commissioners that did their best to run it into the ground. In fact, they did run it into the ground. But one thing they did very well is they knew how to handle their media days. It was awesome. The Big 12, on the other hand, they have really captured a free-for-all and they've essentially turned it into Super Bowl Media Day when pretty much anybody who's anybody can come in there, and it's just try to grab a person, throw them on the air, and see what you can get away with. It's you eat what you kill down at Big 12 Media Day.
I'll wear my sneakers.
Yes, and
I'm deft.
And we'll have Stone down there. He'll be fighting people.
Oh, he's ready to mad dog.
Yeah,
he is ready.
So we'll have fun.
I prepped him. I said, "Gonna be a little bit. I feel like it's gonna be more chaotic than it was last year. So just plan on it."
Yeah. So just buckle up.
Tell him it's not really kidnapping if you let him go within about 2 minutes of getting them in a hold and taking them somewhere.
Just grab them and steer them away from their handler.
Just bring them right to the seat. Our seat.
Carry some extra candy with you.
And maybe some zip ties.
Hey, you want a piece of candy?
Want some candy?
I'll do an interview.
Joey McGuire, do you like some bit of honey? You want to come over here?
Just like our remotes, just have candy out on the table. See who comes over to snake it.
And then, bam, Stone grabs him, throws him down in a chair, puts him on a headset, and we talk football.
I was at a remote out. It was out here on the plaza, pregame Jazz game, and they were really excited because they were going to do it upright. And so somebody from the station came and literally dumped this big bucket of candy and just candy all over the table. And this is a true story. So everybody's starting to get there, and a woman comes up and she said, "Are these for the public?" I said, Yes, ma'am. You can go ahead. She opened up her backpack.
No.
And commenced to take every single one of them off the table into a backpack. And I'm certainly not going to stop her. It's not my job. But, yeah, it was quite a scene. Give them one.
The freeloaders out there.
Take them all.
That's the only thing I've disliked about radio, especially remotes and stuff like that. The freeloaders, man. Oof. Gets the blood boiling. It really does.
I think that's offset, though, by the autograph requests. It does amazing things for my confidence.
You get more autograph requests than the freeloaders.
Oh, yeah. The freeloaders aren't, they're not that much.
No, there's not very many of them.
And they've been kind of whittled out.
Yeah.
Phil isn't around anymore.
And when
I don't even think he's with us.
Phil may not even be with us anymore. Yeah.
So.
When I say autograph requests, it's certainly the people that are trying to go through a different avenue to get Scotty.
Just stop.
And I've worked out a little side gig.
Tim, I don't think that's the case. There's been a few.
Oh, no. That's all about people want their coach.
Hey, you're a great partner, my guy.
Tomorrow you'll hear from, I believe, is it BYU tomorrow?
BYU's tomorrow. Okay. Utah's on Wednesday.
All right, yeah. So it'll be a heavy BYU show tomorrow. They've split up, so you'll have Kalani Sitake tomorrow, and then Morgan Scally and the Utah crew coming up on Wednesday.
Early morning Wednesday
Yes.
for Morg, from my understanding.
Yes. So we'll have all the players, all the coaches that are there, and we'll have it covered. I'm fired up.
Realize we were live at that time, but yeah, we are.
We will be live.
We are live all day. The only station that will be live and local from 7A to 7A to
as
6B.
long as we need to be.
Yeah,
If
whatever
I had a horn, I'd honk it.
Honk. Deservedly so. Also, when you look at what you've got in terms of the questions, I know Joey McGuire is going to get talked about by Sorsby. I don't really plan on bringing up Sorsby if he sits down. What I will bring up is, okay, how close is Will Hammond? Do you anticipate him week 1? Do you anticipate him week 3 against Houston? Because the Sorsby thing's in the rearview mirror. Okay, it's over, done with. Put it to bed. Doesn't matter. I know a lot of people are going to ask him about him. If it's up to me, I'm not going to bring up Sorsby at all. But what I do want to talk about is how close is Hammond? Because if he does play, if you're a University of Utah fan, you can see how good that kid is when he gets it dialed in.
Well, and we've heard a couple of different times from different analysts, Shehan being one of them, that the quarterback issue would not have been an issue at Texas Tech had Will Hammond completely been healthy, because that was the guy all along that they wanted to be in there. So to me, it's just a matter of how he gets back from everything, how he acclimates. But in terms of talent, I don't know that there's that big of a drop-off unless you're kind of factoring in the injury, and there's always time. That always takes some time and effectiveness away in the beginning.
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt. And that, and it's just a matter of trying to make sure that you're dialed in, you're settled in, and your team knows who they have to rally around. And that's going to be a bit of a concern for Texas Tech, because I think those guys are going to go through a good chunk of fall camp without him being available. He'll be there, but he won't be practicing at a high level. And then you'll get into the season, and it probably won't be until week 3 at the earliest. And so you've got a team like, okay, is it this week? Is it this week? Is it this week? It's kind of like back with the University of Utah when they were dealing with Cam Rising. Is it? No. No. And so it's that week-to-week thing, and I think that can take a toll on the team.
Man, that was brutal. Wasn't it? Every week just gearing up for, not quite ready.
And you kept hearing from Kyle Whittingham, it's going to be soon. No. Oh, it's good. Nope. And I think that took a toll, and that's why you had a year that wasn't particularly good, a couple of years that weren't particularly good, just because of that.
I see a bad moon rising on that whole thing. It was just brutal.
Which is uncomfortable too, because he was a good kid, and when he was healthy, he was great. And I could totally understand why Utah tried to slow play it as long as they could, because you wanted to do right by him. And you knew he was a great option, but after a while, you just had to cut bait and move on.
One thing will be interesting, and I've talked to a bunch of BYU and Utah people in preparation for the season, because, man, I love to get the fans' angle. It's fun. And then also talking to people inside both buildings. It's really going to come down to a lot of it. Bear and Dampier are a lot the same in terms of, effective with their feet, certainly can really look good. But ultimately, I think to be great quarterbacks, you got to be able to throw the ball downfield. Like both of them have to consistently be able to throw the ball downfield. And at BYU, it's going to be a little tougher this year because his receivers aren't going to be as good. My guy from American Fork, he made him look really good last year. Caveman, of course.
Yeah. By the way, we went a whole show today without talking about the fact that you got Bronco Mendenhall to sing the American Fork Fight song.
I was as shocked as you were, but I just went with it.
And boy, he was right there with you. Just right there with you.
We were kind of sitting there, and, he's Bronx, so he sat down, and he has a relationship with you. So he's, in conversations, you typically read how people are going, and he was answering your question and making eye contact with you. And so just waiting my turn. I didn't want to, trying to think of something,
I'm sure old AFI, yes, we will love you till we die. Our banner's bright of red and white, will be a beacon through the night. Oh, yeah,
we
right
got
there.
Mm-hmm. My favorite part, though, is coming up. Dramatic arts.
Football and track.
We'll
always bring the honors back. So sing our praises to the sky.
Bronco
we'll
and I will always fight for
AFI.
Go, go. So anyway, that's our shout out for the...
And he laughed.
He was no, there's sometimes Bronco will go along with you in an interview and you're like, okay, he really doesn't want to do this, but he's playing a good sport. He was not just being a good sport. He was enthusiastically involved in that.
I'm the coach whisperer. That's another tag.
Yes,
so if you have a coach that needs to laugh, needs to sing, holler.
There you go. All right, coming up next, Jake Scott is going to be hanging out with you, Coach, for the first hour of the show. And then we'll all hop on a plane and head down to Dallas. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Brendan Haywood joins us, 14-year NBA veteran. You see him on NBA TV. He's college basketball TV analyst as well.
So the Jazz did take Peterson, and there was that cramping issues, knowing the grind that is involved in the NBA and how difficult it is. What's your level of concern regarding the fact of the issues that he had in college?
I just think the sky's the limit for this kid. When I look at Darren Peterson averaging over 20 points per game with the cramping issues, playing against older players in college basketball, and then doing it with a roster that's probably not that good, no one on that Kansas team was getting drafted. That tells you how good he is. This kid worked on his game so much, everybody thinks he's a natural shooter. Shooting was actually the part of his game that people were worried about the most coming into college. Utah has a great one. He is going to transcend that franchise.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Brian Haney joins us now. He is the play-by-play voice of the Kansas Jayhawks. I know that Darren desperately wanted to be that number 1 overall pick. He's got himself into a good situation here. I know he realizes it. I know this team realizes it. This feels like a win-win for both sides.
For a guy that Bill Self has said is going to be a perennial NBA All-Star, this is maybe just the extra chip on his shoulder or competitive edge he might need to fuel his fire into being one of the most prolific players of his generation. This was just one player picked in front of Darren, but because he's such an alpha, I kind of think if I'm a Jazz fan, not only am I thrilled to get the player that Jay Billis says is the most talented prospect in the draft, but also you get a player that now has just even more fuel to his fire to push even harder and build on that legacy that we all think is inevitable for him at the next level.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midband. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best
on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. No Ben Anderson today, so sitting in for the first hour, which you are very kind to do so. The one and only, the coach, Tim LeComb. My co-host for Jazz Pre-Half and Post, and of course co-host of Scotty G and the Coach every day from 10 to 2. You're very kind to stick around because I know you have a plane to catch.
Twist my arm. It's either that, drive out the airport and sit there or hang out with a buddy.
Well, you are a Sky Club guy, I'm sure, so it's nice of you to
fine.
Give that time to me.
I don't need all that time over there. So this is great, and I'm happy to help. Great to be with you.
The snack mix they do over there is pretty.
Love it.
Is pretty tasty.
Not gonna lie, I think my favorite's like the peculiar shaped one that always seems to work its way in, and I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what it is. In that mix, it's phenomenal.
I'm a terrible traveler. Anxiety.
I
I'm
do
just
the same.
awful. But here's the thing, though. You had to travel so much for your coaching career. I mean, traveling, on the move, flying, doing the whole thing. My father was that way, and he's recently retired. He traveled a lot for his career. He really misses it. Do you miss it?
I do not miss it. I was always fairly anxious, and it was an awful thing to try. And I don't know why. I mean, for me, once I got through, I think it's just breaking routine for me.
Mm-hmm.
I like routine. And so, I mean, I told my wife yesterday, I said, I used to do this 2 to 3 times a week. And I don't know, I can't remember the last time I got an airplane, honestly, for a couple of years anyway. So I'm excited to go see it. Once I get through security, You'll be
good. All right. It'll be good to go.
Yeah, that's typically where it starts to cut off.
And we're going to your old hometown.
Yeah, we are. We are actually a field that used to reside near me. That Frisco was just, I mean, as far as you could see, it was just field. And now they've built quite a city out there. I sound like an old guy. They've really done well.
You should hear me talk about the Wasatch Front. I remember when there was 3 distinct cities: Provo, Salt Lake, and Ogden.
Now
it's not. No. It was let me tell you about Bluffdale, when the prison was the only thing out there. Now not even the prison is there.
Not
anymore.
even the prison's there. That's
gone.
fixing to blow up out there, though.
Well, yeah, because we've got a great community. Christian is here. How was your 250, Christian? Did you have a good time?
It was great. Yeah, went to a buddy's house. They had a pool set up in their backyard. Great day in the sun.
Did you grill it up?
He did. Yeah.
Oh, you surrendered the.
I'm not gonna. Well, if it's at somebody's house, I'm not gonna take over the grill. You know, at my own house, yeah, don't touch my grill.
My wife was super she wanted to grill on the 4th. She's like, what's more American than grilling? And it's like, okay. And we hung out with some people that came over. I felt a lot of pressure not to screw up. We did burgers and kind of some steaks.
Burgers are kind of tricky if you don't prep them.
And
right.
I just don't want to be
that guy.
And I'm not going to ask somebody else to do it.
You're not going to surrender your spatula.
And of course, the thermometer at the place we were at didn't work, so I had to eyeball it, which is never a good way to go. Although I feel like I'm going into Scotty G in the coach territory here, talking about food preparation.
No. That was a previous show. We don't talk about it as much unless Bar WV's involved.
Well, I heard Scotty talking about getting after it for the company party.
Well, yeah. When he starts talking, though, I just sit back in my chair because I don't have a lot to add. I'm not well schooled in that area.
I think most people should have some sort of hobby. You have hobbies. Mm-hmm. Scotty's got 2 good ones. He's lawn guy, which is a good, productive, contribute to the household hobby. And then he's also barbecue guy, which kind of accomplishes the same thing. But the fact that his hobby is now competing in those competitions, pretty rad.
Who knew?
Shout out to Scotty G, and he is good at it.
You know R&R barbecue, right? You've had that before.
Yeah.
That whole thing started 2 guys in the mortgage crunch and couldn't pay their bills anymore and started a circuit. 2 brothers.
Worked out all right.
Went out there and then developed the restaurant, sold it, and he lives in Cabo now.
Well, maybe Scotty ends up in Cabo someday.
He has the fair skin temperament for that. Can you imagine him all tanned out?
No.
What's up, guys?
in a flowered shirt.
Sorry, Scotty, I know you're listening.
With some flip-flops. Yeah, I could see that for Scotty. He could pull that off.
Hey, maybe do you know where the luau is?
I've got a bucket hat that I like to wear.
Oh, I love a bucket.
Scotty would have a good bucket going on, hanging out in Mexico. Yeah, I could see that.
I appreciate a good bucket hat, and those that wear them, I always see one. It's like when buses pass each other.
Well, sun management.
Kind of give them a wink.
Is a thing. I have 2 very loud bucket hats, and you know why I wear them all the time now? I wore it to Disneyland because my kids can spot me. If you're in a crowd or whatever and you get a little separate, I'm the easiest guy to spot. I'm the one in the big loud
and probably a tie-dye shirt knowing you.
Yeah, easy.
That's my guy.
That's so we hope everybody out there did have a happy 250 and celebrated accordingly. I didn't see if there were many firework fires.
There were a few. I saw Provo had a incident.
Have a flare up?
Yes.
How did the good folks at Murray do? Did they restrain themselves?
I did not feel like in Provo where I lived, I usually felt like I was under attack between July 4th and 24th.
Yeah,
it's just a free-for-all down there.
Well, you're right there by the, what do they call it, Stadium of Fire.
I'm by the Stadium of Fire and by Rock Canyon Park. So there's just fireworks until all hours of the night, usually. And obviously this year I haven't been down there. But
this year was a little calmer?
I felt big fireworks from somewhere. You know,
Murray Park, I'm sure, had something.
But other than that, we just hunkered down and
made it happen.
Yeah, and after a certain hour, the fireworks stopped. which was great.
Christian has a newborn, and I just remember how angry I was at people when I had a newborn.
Just get them down and
and because in my neighborhood, fireworks haven't been allowed for a long time, and so
you're
I feel like I have
bad.
I have the right to be grumpy. Were there many?
There was fireworks, but we have him sleep with the white noise machine,
which
that drowns everything out. So he has not woke up at all from the fireworks.
Those white noise machines are absolutely magic.
Yeah, and there was one night where we had him sleep in the other room, like to try it out, and we didn't have the white noise machine, and we couldn't sleep anymore because we got used to having that on. So
the baby's moved to another room now, huh?
We tried it out.
How'd it go?
Not quite ready to do that.
Oh, yeah,
my wife missed having him in the room. She was the one that wanted to bring him back. She's like, I think we should still have him in here. So not quite yet.
Not to dwell on this too much, but I have two kids. One was not in our room at all. From day one, came home, separate room. Second one was in our room for like the first 6 months of her life.
And is still.
No.
Oh, she's good now.
She's definitely good, but it was the worst. It was the worst sleeping 6 months of my life that I had, and I swear we woke her up too. It was just not productive for anybody.
I was working with you at the time, and you would talk to me about often you'd get kicked in the face in the middle of the night, or it was just cramped quarters.
The worst. That was more when she was
Teeny.
A toddler. But yeah, having kids is the best, especially when they stay in their own bed. It's nice, and it's across the hall.
Yes, absolutely. I was the worst. If my kid made one sound, I was in there. Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, right.
My wife, yeah. The reason our kids didn't sleep well was fully my fault.
That was all you?
Yeah. I was the one saying, let's just keep them in the room for longer.
No, I was not that person. I was definitely not that. Get this kid out of my room.
What have we done? This is crap my lifestyle.
All right, Coach. Our people... everybody's excited. We'll get to the World Cup and stuff, and it's controversial and all that. But everybody around here is so excited about the debut of Darren Peterson. And I appreciate the qualifiers that you and Scotty talked about, because I do not like Summer League, and I don't think you can draw any sort of conclusions. But he was pretty great in his debut.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to choose, you'd probably choose them being good rather than being bad. But I mentioned I watched Wemby out there. The first two games he played a Summer League, and we had heard this tidal wave, and everybody said this is going to be the guy. And his first two games, he had a hard time even staying on his feet. I mean, and this was against Summer League competition. So a way I view this is, and you know this better than me because you've been doing it longer, but this is a long process. Cody Williams, for the first time in 3 years, is starting to feel like he's got something, and that's 3 years that he's been at this. So while things come easier to Darren, and I do believe his body is such that he's not going to have to get stronger to compete like some guys we've seen come in. And I think his offensive game is advanced enough to where you're not going to see him get backed into too many corners. Those are the things I take from it. Where he goes from here, though, again, that's all up to him. That's all up to how things fall. But, yeah, first debut, nothing more than that. He did what he said, he would do. It was truth in advertising.
I think that was my biggest takeaway is he had – Summer League's kind of funny because you see different players treated differently, right?
Totally.
You see players not take it very seriously. You see the Rudy Rudiger types that are playing for their careers.
For their family name.
And frankly, the number 2 pick doesn't really need to take it all that seriously. They don't. And I've seen high draft picks not take Summer League all that seriously, even in their rookie year. But he played like he had something to prove because of all the chatter around his time at Kansas, and this was the first time that he had a chance to show, like, no, I'm really a guy that you should have taken me number 1. I should have been the number 1 pick. I'm the best player in this class, and this was his first opportunity to show it. And I don't think it proves that anybody's arrived, but it proved that he's motivated. I like that.
And from that, the part that I hate about Summer League, I saw an article this morning about somebody inside the Washington Wizards organization after the fact, after this game, reportedly said, man, we're starting to wonder if we got the right guy. Like that is the most ridiculous thing.
Well,
AJ hasn't even been able to play a game yet.
It's so unfair.
Can he play?
And we're going to see him play each other, right?
Yeah, and he'll be great. I was impressed with Boozer. He played the other night, and tonight the Jazz will, Darren and Boozer will get to play tonight. So that will be a great opportunity right up here on the hill.
And why Kurt Heelan was in town, and
Yes.
you got a chance to talk to him.
He was
for an hour.
awesome, man.
He's really good.
He really knows it. I love how he's into the details and the history. Knows stuff like that's one thing I love about you is the way you've got a pedigree. When you've done this job, you can, I'll never forget the Jaren Jackson trade because I was sitting here listening to it. And you just have such a wide swath. So it's nice to talk to people that don't just have a, current understanding of how the NBA works, but long term. And I feel like Kurt does that.
You know what's funny about writers is sometimes it's a bit of a roulette on if they have a personality or not.
Oh yeah,
because you can write articles, which is in itself a wonderful skill to be a good writer. But that does not mean that you're have a magnetic personality, that you understand that you have to come on and be interesting and you crack a joke once in a while. And Kurt Heelan's he's got a personality, you know what I mean?
Oh, I love talking to him on the phone and then just getting him in here, Bro,
where'd you tell him to go?
Of course. What do you think? Right here close.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he had never been. It was a Majerus favorite. I said, you ought to try it. He said, I'm not trying to get his physique. I said, well, cut yourself some slack today because it'll be worth it.
They are good. Rick did, he loved those.
Lived there. Like, he would actually have them delivered during practice. And like somebody come running, and this is before Uber Eats. But he had somebody sequestered that would just run at a whim and get food. And they'd come in, knock on the door, and I'd get the food, and I'd have to find a place for him to eat it. I made the mistake the first time of walking into the gym with the food. That wasn't good.
No.
I was like, get that out of here.
Oh, really?
Because it was secret. He didn't want the players to know while they're shooting free throws. He was inhaling 2 of those.
You know what's funny when I hear you talk about Rick Majerus and you think of his behavior and lifestyle, you ever wonder what you would be like if you didn't have any rules? Like the rules of society just don't apply to you for some reason, and how would you behave?
Like maybe take my Ford Explorer that's given to me and use the sidewalks on campus as a thoroughfare? You mean that?
Park on the grass.
Like that?
Like that? Yeah, live in a hotel. I mean, it feels like he just didn't. The normal rules just didn't apply to that guy.
Didn't wear underwear most of the time.
He just did whatever he wanted.
It was just a thin layer of gabardine.
Didn't mind scratching on television, if that makes any sense.
No, dude.
Like the rules just didn't apply to that guy. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not going to mention who, but there was a really high level crop of recruits when Rick got here in the state of Utah. Okay.
Okay.
And so Rick goes around on his meet the coach tour, and I happen to be friends with a couple of the guys, and so I've gotten this report secondhand, but I trust it. So it was quite a drive to one of these spots from Salt Lake, and so I guess he rings the doorbell, the door's open, they've got all this food for him and everything, and the first thing out of his mouth was, JC, that's a long drive down here. And then he walks into the front room and commences to throw his feet up on the coffee table, and he's just wearing shorts. So in the first 5 minutes, he's pretty much lost the crew, and they had to figure out how to get through the meal because they knew that's not where they were going to go.
This is not going to be.
Yeah, he didn't do much research on the local culture, and maybe some do's and don'ts.
Oh, that's funny. He did win a lot.
He won a lot, and he did it his way, for sure.
He knew ball.
And he knew ball as good as anybody I've been around in my whole life. Like that guy, for me, that was almost a cheat code. I feel like I had a really great understanding of the game that was maybe different from other people in the way they approached it.
Well, the rest of the basketball world would agree with you that he was one of the best basketball minds. It was funny working with Britton for so long because wherever he'd go in the NBA universe, he'd have his coaches come up and talk. What was it like playing for Majerus? Like when Britton played for Doc Rivers, because Doc, of course, knew Rick Majerus going back to his youth days.
Gave him the nickname.
And so everybody was always curious what it was like to play for Rick Majerus because he knew ball. And those Ute teams were incredibly disciplined and skilled. I mean, look who I'm telling. But, I mean, you got a front row seat for all of it.
Do you know that feeling of when you're a kid of coming up the stairs and you feel like somebody's chasing you? And you just – that's what working for Rick was like.
I bet.
All the time.
24/7.
24/7.
But I'm sure he did that on purpose.
Oh, he created an absolute culture of chaos. Just created it. And I think the purpose of it is like he tell the guys all the time, I can prepare you. We're going to take all this time to prepare, but the game is chaos.
Well, you talk about players, what it was like to play for Urban Meyer. He had very similar tactics.
Guys were at the trash cans that first practice. I heard it was a beauty. But yeah, it's every single guy is going to approach it different. I think we're probably on the tail end of guys like Rick. They could push it that far and get away with it, you know.
Well, if you want to bring it full circle, should we be surprised that Darren Peterson and Bill Self allegedly didn't mesh all that well there at Kansas? Probably not. Kind
of similar old school tendencies, you know, having guys go out there and kill themselves running a mile and Hell Week and all that. Yeah, I think the game's a little more thoughtful. You know, the guys are all working with trainers who have things mapped out for them. So for some of them, that's quite a departure from how they've trained in the past.
Imagine a guy in that toupee yelling at you to run.
I mean, I bet he was
I'd tell him no. I mean, I'm not doing that.
You know, when you can really tell is when a game gets tight and the sweat starts going. the lines are a little more evident. I love our secret. I love our little, you know, the things we talk about.
Oh, man. All right. We'll have more coming up next. Coach Combs going to stick around for the next few segments. We're going to talk to PK a little bit later on in the show. We're going to talk to John Kurtz, who hosts a Big 12 podcast. Sarah Todd will be on the show at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. So we're very busy on a Jake and Ben show on a Monday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Joining us now from the Oregonian, Bill Orm.
You know, the thing that is just wacky and is that there's like a massive political issue going on with the arena. And there is no guarantee that they're going to get an arena deal done on the stated necessary timeline to renovate Moda Center. The league is expecting a deal done. The league has said that the arena needs to get renovated, basically for the Blazers to stay. The team leaving Portland after 50 plus years is such a real threat. And I don't think I don't know how many people fully understand that yet. Tom Dundon can't help make headlines on even crazier stuff.
I can't bring you on here in Salt Lake City without asking you, what's the situation there to try to bring a Major League Baseball team there?
Let's try to keep the team we have first, Scotty.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chatting with Chris Memmott, president of the Ute Stampede Rodeo, going on July 8th through the 11th. Chris, this is a special event, and it's America's 250. Lots of local celebrations, including yours. Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, we're really excited about our event this year. I'm starting out with our bull riding on Wednesday the 8th. Happy about having a great lineup of cowboys for that, and it rolls right into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Pre-RC rodeo every night. We've got our carnival again here in town. Some special things going on at the rodeo for the 250. We're going to do a little deal with some riders on Saturday night. We're going to offer them $250 in silver dollars. And these are younger kids. We're going to do some younger kids on some horses and some bulls. All of our surrounding events that we normally have, including parades, the car show, craft show, 5K run, and all those things. We're super happy to be bringing it again in 2026.
Chris, where do we go for tickets?
UteStampedeRodeo.com. Also, our ticket office is open from 10 to 6 daily, and that number is 435-623-5608.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chevy has earned the GM Mark of Excellence Award. Great service, great vehicles. Together, let's drive. Visit us in Spanish Fork today.
Hey, Doug.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben is out today. Coach Combe, nice enough to stick around for an hour. Appreciate that. I did get a chance to see Ozzy once before he passed. I'm assuming you saw Ozzy probably more than once.
I never saw Ozzy, just Ozzy. But I did see Black Sabbath.
I did as well. It was Black Sabbath when they did the reunion tour.
Out here in Salt Lake, and you see him in Salt Lake?
At America First. Yeah.
Okay, I did too.
I was at that show.
That Sunday night. It was a Father's Day. It was on Father's Day.
Yeah.
I was there.
That's fun.
I was in a wig. Trying to blend in.
I was shocked how well he could still sing.
He was great. They were great. Like, that was, honestly, I've been to a million shows, but he brought it that night.
He didn't even move. Like, he just stood out there, but still wailed it out.
Do you remember the part? So, in the very beginning, they had those air raid sirens and stuff going, and they had a spotlight from the back, and you just saw him with his cape. I mean, it was so epic, man. It was, I'm glad I was there.
Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. It's brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Darren Peterson impressed everybody in his Salt Lake Summer League debut. They're going to be taking on Cam Boozer and the Grizzlies tonight.
28 points, Coach. Efficient, 11 of 21 shooting, 4 of 7 from 3, 5 boards. He had 8 turnovers, which needs to button that up a little bit. But all in all, an extremely impressive debut for the Jazz rookie. Let me ask you this, Coach. I had my buddy Tony, who lives in Texas, is a huge Jazz fan, so he'll text me about opinions and that stuff. And he asked me what I thought about Peterson, and I said the Jazz have never had anyone like him. Would you agree with 100%. That take?
Yeah, I said that the night they drafted him. I think his athletic and everything else, like, he's the most complete guy they've drafted. A guy that he doesn't have to make any changes to his body. He's like a man's strength. But if you're talking about what I'm talking about, it's his ability to get to the paint at will, get to the rim at will. That is, as you know, a big-time commodity and something he possesses.
Well, combine that with a guy who can really shoot it. I mean, what a stroke.
What a stroke. I mean, his step back there, he made 2 shots in crunch time, but the step back to his left, seriously, I'll put his footwork up in that against anybody, and it's just year one. I talked to a bunch of people, and one of the biggest things that NBA people, like execs and stuff, they hate overreactions, good or bad. The last couple of years, speaking of that game, you and I have watched Cody Williams just fight for his life.
Yep.
And all the way knowing he didn't have the toolkit he needed. I mean, he was just out there because that's the way it works. He's an older guy. If he waits another year of college, he probably misses a window. So he goes and he's taking his lumps, but man, was he great the other night. And it just speaks to some guys like Darren. They have a lot of those things early. Cody has to work at them. It's why development is not linear.
No, and his stuff, he really needed to grow. Well, you just needed to get bigger.
Physicality, yeah.
And that seems to be headed in the right direction. And I thought Ace Bailey played well in his 20 minutes and, showed that, hey, maybe I'm a little above Summer League now.
Oh, Ace was great. And, I heard this summer, shared it on our show, but I'll share it with you guys. I was talking to somebody inside the organization, and they basically said been doing it forever, and they'd never seen a kid approach his rookie season with the level of willingness and humility that Ace did last year. And it's funny because you and I saw it. Like night one, I think we both had expectations this kid's going to come out and just fire bad shots up, and to the contrary, he was not stellar in his debut, but I remember us talking about the fact that he didn't go out there and force things that weren't there. So I think Ace's ability to read the room, and then, he's just working, dude. He's here in town. He's in that gym. He's in that weight room. And I do believe Ace is on the front end of what we saw with Keontae. He's going to have a leap.
He needs one. I mean, and I kind of wondered, the attention all last year was, how good could Ace be? And all this energy that is now going to Darren Peterson was going to Ace Bailey last year. And I wonder how he reacts to kind of the shift in the narrative, if that really motivates him to take that next step that you're talking about.
I would bet there's a motivation for sure, but, I don't think there's any threat by it by any means. I think he sees it because they talk about it in the building a lot. They want to win a championship. And these guys are smart enough because they go out. One of the things they want to do is draft smarter guys that pass the, more so than just A to B. They want them to understand nuance of the game. And even it doesn't hurt to have that off the court either. But I think they have a bunch of talented guys that understand that this can't work if everybody gets exactly what they want. And so you've got to have the ability to be willing to sacrifice and give. And I think the Knicks just put that on full display for us. And I think that's what the Jazz are trying to do.
And then the Jazz did add a wing defender, Josh Okogie, who spent last year in Houston, agrees to a 2-year, $12 million deal with the Jazz. Any thoughts on his fit?
I've liked him as he's come through town. I think if you're talking about a guy that can really get after it on the defensive side, I think Josh can do that. I think his certainly ability to shoot the basketball is important, especially if you're a defensive guy. To be able to do two things like that. And I do believe that he's at 35, 36%, if I remember looking right. I'm not Mike Smith. It doesn't just go in there and lock, but I did look at it. And so shoots the ball well enough. And I just like as he's come through town with different teams, he's notable because of his effort.
And the Jazz can use a little bit of that to rub off on their young players, certainly.
Yeah.
And they need somebody who's going to go out there and stop. I kind of think that their last in the league defense these last couple of years was intentional, but they do need some guys who are going to set the defensive tone when the trying commences.
I think principles were taught defensively, but it's just hard to, to not have last year for particularly rim protection.
At all.
Yeah, no rim protection. This is something I read on Josh. It says Okogie's defensive impact is highlighted by his active hands ability to guard multiple positions, particularly regarded for creating turnovers and providing energy.
What's next?
Number 2, Big 12 Media Days begin tomorrow. Got the whole crew heading out to Frisco.
Yeah, PK is going to be out there. You and Scotty. I'm going to be out there, and we're going to have it covered for you top to bottom. Are there any storylines or anything you're curious about particularly, Coach?
I'm curious to see how the Sorsby thing, I think enough time has gone by, and I think the result was correct. But I'm just curious how much of that's going to linger.
I think a lot of it.
And questions asked about it.
Well, I think relationships at least changed. I don't know if you want to say damaged, but it was Texas Tech taking on the rest of the league. You guys had Brian Santiago on the day after that contentious call with the athletic directors happened. And Brian said all the right things, but if you kind of saw what sifted out through the media about what that call was really like, it was everybody taking on Texas Tech. And so I wonder, I actually thought Bert Yormark navigated that really well, considering it was such a touchy situation. And the best possible thing happened, and Sorsby just went away. That was the best possible outcome. But I'm curious if there's any fallout. You know, how are those Texas Tech guys going to be strutting around? Is Cody Campbell going to be there? Because he was there last year. So all those things, those little subtle storylines are kind of what makes media days interesting. What everybody, it's not just, you know, the interviews, but it's what everybody's talking about that down there. Last year it was Texas Tech and their giant purse and
how they went and bought that defensive line.
Yeah, best team money can buy. I think Sorsby will be very present and at media days. But I'm curious. You know, we can ask PK about this later in the show, but I'm curious to talk to the Utah guys about the change in coaching and how much of the culture is still the same and how much of the culture has changed.
Man, I'm getting a good vibe from just watching the guys they're signing and the abundance of guys, particularly locally. They're winning real battles with recruiting. So certainly we understand the power of positivity in Morgan Scalley. I mean, I think that's who he is. But I think he's way more than that. I think he's a football coach, and he's a darn good one. And now he gets to prove move over a couple steps, wear a little bit louder whistle. I don't know what else you do in football, but, you know, you're in charge now. And so I'm excited to see him take this challenge on.
When Coach Witt initially took the job, and he talked about this, he was pretty open about it, but what he took from Coach Mack, and then what he took from Urban Meyer, and then of course he'll talk to you about what he took from his dad, and then how he molded that together for his own philosophy. I'm really curious to see what Morgan does similarly. I mean, how much does he keep from Witt? Morgan played for Urban Meyer, so how much has he taken from Urban Meyer, and how much does he put his own spin on it?
The one thing I can tell is seems to be more smiles. You know, I mean, I think culturally, you know, Witt is a guy who likes mystery and smoke and intrigue, and it works for him. But I think in terms of Morgan's, I think it's just more like there's just more feeling of openness up there. So I'm excited for him. I saw in a preseason poll, and I mentioned this on our show, BYU Utah all over the top 3 or 4 in most things I've looked at. So I'm excited to see how the predictions come out. LJ Martin was released today, I guess, as the Offensive Player of the Year. So I think that's the right choice, and I think BYU's trajectory took a different pitch knowing he's coming back.
All right, Christian, what's next?
Number 3, take that red card away. Team USA is going to be at full strength tonight against Belgium.
Balogun is...
How do you feel about it?
So I honestly have so many thoughts on it, which is so funny because it's the story that's dominating everything. But my first take is this is just yet another reason to get rid of replay.
Oh, gosh.
Because that's the excuse they're using, right? That they didn't use the VAR correctly, so that it was in slow motion or something, and so that's why they're
looked more egregious,
rescinding the red card or whatever. But we need to get back to where refs make terrible calls, and then we just all move on with our lives. You know, now we've got presidents that are getting involved and making phone calls and
I'd love to hear that one.
And I mean. You know what? I'm excited for Team USA. Good, they're going to be better on the field. I'm pulling for them. Go get them. But it's just so silly. You know what? We're so out for justice in the sports world. We'll just go to any length. And at what end? You know what? Your team gets screwed once in a while. Let's all move on with our lives. Dick Bavetta existed. Jazz fans have had to live with it, and they're okay. The sun came up tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the hard part about sport is, you know, there's a lot of people at the games, and they're wearing different uniforms. And at the end of the night, there's only one of them, and maybe even that whole group, like half of them will be mad because a certain guy didn't play as much as he should have or whatever. But most are there, and you can only make one of them happy. And I'm with you. It's the replays, the way we've gotten down to it. I don't mind baseballs because it's quick, and you are instantly basically putting that guy on notice that you were wrong. In basketball, you know, typically we get that 2-minute report, which is about as worthless as
worthless.
My 5:30 flight that's now been delayed to 6:30.
Oh, lame.
So I'll maybe flying with you.
Well, I'm glad I'm not. By you sticking around, you're not going to be running
I'll be in no
Home
rush.
Alone style through the airport.
I'll be in no rush. And honestly, I'm excited. I put it down to a mistake, administrative mistake, and I can live with that. It's not like they were trying to get the dude to play and he'd bet on football or football.
You said you'd want to hear the call between President Trump and the FIFA president. I would too, but I would more like to know how much the bribe was and how that was dealt with. Because that, with FIFA, I mean, you saw Sepp Blatter. Did you see his tweet where he's tweeting out basically saying that I'm sure it was a quid pro quo?
Hey.
I'm sure that FIFA got some very generous donations to the correct people.
What's the old saying? Everything's fair in love, war, and the World Cup.
Oh yeah, I think it's funny how unabashed, like they're just shameless, just overturning a red card just for the heck of it. Why not?
Balaga eats a whale, but it's also a soccer guy. He's very important to us. Would you like 250 mil? I have it left over.
We're sending a guy with a suitcase to the hotel. Just let's
tell
make
me the room number.
Let's make the announcement. All right. Good.
He's in.
Good times. The former U.S. head of U.S. soccer or whatever, the representative in FIFA, was so corrupt that he not only had a Manhattan apartment for himself, but he also had the adjoining apartment for his cats.
Who's this guy, Larry Scott?
Good one. All right, more next. Sarah Todd, top of the 3 o'clock hour. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Beehive Meals. Man, do I love Beehive Meals. My family life, very busy. We've got a lot going on. We've got soccer practices. My wife is working. Everybody's working. So we need a solution. We need a little help because, you know what, frankly, it takes a lot of work to shop and think of dinner and plan it out, let alone cooking it yourself. And, of course, I've been a customer with Beehive for a long, long time and are really excited to talk about their brand new product, the Flat Top Meals. They're freshly prepared meals designed for your flat top grill, griddle, or even the regular skillet. And, of course, it's Beehive, so everything comes ready to go. No chopping, no measuring. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is good to go. You've got to check out the menu. Just jump on to beehivemeals.com, and let me tell you, all of it is super delicious, and it is super easy to do, and my kids absolutely love it. So, again, check out this month's menu at beehivemeals.com. If you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations at American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. No Ben today. Sarah Todd's going to be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Tim Lacombe with us for one more segment. How did, for those of you that don't know, Tim's son, Sam, is a big Celtics fan.
Yes, he is.
How did he react to the Jaylen Brown trade?
You know what? He kind of understands how the NBA works. This one was interesting. I think the rub is that he went to the division foe.
Sixers?
I mean, come on. But I don't know that I've ever seen a trade made like that actually weakens the team intending to get
like
stronger.
That? It does.
It was not a good deal for Boston.
No, I can't believe they gave him away for nothing. I don't think Brad Stevens knows what he's doing.
We had to have a goal. I just saw it with my own eyes.
Oh, how about that? España takes a 1-0 lead in the 91st minute over Lloyd's beloved Portuguese squad.
Have you ever had Spanish paella?
I know what it is, but I don't think I've ever had it.
I had a lot of it. We went to Madrid with the team, played over there, and I was good with it till they brought out one with a fish. And the eyeball, was still looking up at me, and I was like, I'm going to skip that one and go back to this other one.
You got to dive in, dude.
I didn't dive. No diving.
I went to a Chinese wedding, a wedding in Chinatown in New York, but it was they had a traditional Chinese. I can't even remember how many courses. It's like 20 courses or something bananas. Anyway, great wedding. We had a fantastic time, but after like the second or third course, I had to tell our server. I had to say, "Listen, just stop telling me what it is. I'm here to experience it. I'm going to eat it. I'm going to dive in. No problem. But you got to stop telling me what it is."
Because it was getting
in my head. You know what I mean? It was getting in my head. Just stop mentioning it. Anyway, we had a really good time.
I bet you did. You have a great time at most parties, I've found.
I don't know. That's kind of my MO. Certainly love weddings. I'm good at weddings. I'm wedding guy. Christian saw that firsthand.
Hey, where's the book? And the bar.
So anyway, Spain 1-0 lead. Okay, well, I was curious to his reaction to the Jaylen Brown deal. Maybe one of the worst trades ever.
That's kind of what he thought, and the fact that I don't know, man. Tatum's got a lot to prove now.
Absolutely, but the Sixers were going to have to pair assets to get off of Paul George's contract. He was a candidate for the old maid, the worst contract in the league that nobody could get off. not only did Philly add Jaylen Brown, but they got off
rid
their
of that.
headache. They got off their, and Jalen's overpaid too. But I mean, you're going to get way more production out of him than you are playoff P. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
What a disaster.
Yes, it is a disaster. And I mean, part of it too, I've heard, there's new ownership and they're going to do things different. Okay. All right. Good luck with that.
Because a bird in the hand is worth a ball in the carpet, my man.
Believe that is true. I've heard that somewhere.
Having a top 10 player in the league? Well, if you're going to move off of it, you better get something. I mean, the Jazz moved off of Donovan and Rudy, arguably two not top 10 players in the league, and you got to maximize that thing. That also tells me that Jaylen Brown or something about him was quite unpleasant. That they just we got to get this guy out of here.
Just get rid of him now. I mean, in all honesty, I think the Jazz got back more for Walker, right?
They did.
I mean,
absolutely.
So
they did.
That was it wasn't, I guess, well orchestrated. Maybe the intentions were good, but not executed to a very good level.
We didn't talk about the Walker deal. I thought the Jazz actually executed that masterfully. To basically, instead of matching a deal for Walker Kessler at 39, they get that kind of compensation. Because they basically told the Lakers, we probably have a number and you can get him if you max him out. And then probably negotiate it down and say, you give us 2 firsts and 2 swaps and we'll come down to a reasonable spot for you.
I agree. I don't think, I think obviously overpaying at any spot is going to be detrimental to what the Jazz are trying to do. I believe Walker's a really good player. I really enjoyed watching his evolution the last couple of years. But I think what Walker wants right now is to be paid like a guy who's done it. And they think there are questions about, his ability, especially coming off injury, to continually do that and then more, because that's what you're going to ask for somebody when you're paying them that much.
Tim, thank you for sticking around. Good luck on the flight leaving
Thank you.
at a reasonable time. I should probably check and see mine. I wonder what's going on.
I think this may have just been like a crew thing or something. Our flight is en route and it was delayed, so it may just be that.
One of those normal kind of things.
Seen it a few times. Over 1 million miles on Delta and over 800 nights in a Marriott in my life.
And you were allowed to keep those points?
Yes. Yes.
Didn't a certain coach always protect the Marriott points like they were?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I found...
But that was earlier.
I had my ways.
Listen to you. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
All right, Tim will be live from Dallas with Scotty G coming up tomorrow. We have Sarah Todd from the Deseret News coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCote.
Walker Kessler on his way. Not only the Jazz trade him, they trade him to the Lakers. A 4-year contract worth $140 million, roughly just shy of $33 million per year. The Jazz get a haul. They get 2 unprotected first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, which is a monstrous amount, a rim protector, and a rebounder. An elite is now off the board for the Jazz.
In my opinion, it wasn't part of the plan. I think this is an outlier. I can just tell you, I think there's probably nuance. Numbers say one thing, but I think there's nuance. I want to make sure we talk about in the beginning that they were more than compensated. John Morant, who was just traded, and I know he has his issues, but he was just traded the other day with no first-round picks attached. This is 4 first-round picks.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Down goes Portugal. Spain is moving on. How's Salazar in there? How's the Mamba?
He quite literally stormed out of the studio.
I can only hope he was in tears.
Portugal, Ronaldo's done.
Done.
Yeah, that's his last one.
Isn't he 105 too? He's done.
104.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, let's talk some Utah Jazz basketball. Let's get to something important. A little summer league action. They have a game tonight, by the way, against the Grizzlies. Tip-off at the Huntsman Center is going to be at 7 o'clock. Our next guest does a wonderful job covering the Jazz for the Deseret News, and she joins us now. She is Sarah Todd. What's going on, Sarah? How are you?
I'm doing great. No more Ronaldo on my screen for the rest of the summer, and I get to watch Darren Peterson. So these are thumbs up.
I hope you had a happy 4th. I know you were working on the 4th, but hopefully you salvaged a little celebration too.
Yeah, I had just enough time to get a microwave burger in and drink a cherry soda. So that was absolutely perfect. That was enough celebration for me.
Well, let's talk about the debut of Darren Peterson, because that's what everybody is talking about. I'm curious to your thoughts, and we always have to throw in the qualifier, right? First game of Summer League, and you can never tell, but I'm curious to your reaction to his debut.
Yeah, I think the thing that I always tell people is that with Summer League, you take a grain of salt and also do your very best to not pay attention to the score. And, like, even if you can, don't pay attention to the box score at all, because, you know, there's nerves that go into it. And a lot of these guys haven't played basketball competitively at all for literally months, because most, you know, the rookies that we're looking at haven't played since March. And most of the guys that are coming back second, third year, whatever it may be, haven't played since the first couple of weeks of April probably, or before that if they were shut down at any part of the season. And so always with a grain of salt. But the things that you're really looking for in Summer League are, like, how does it feel? And I know that that sounds like very woo-woo, right? But, like, the things that are going to translate from a Summer League court to a real NBA court is, like, the guys that stand out and they pop out, for the most part, that's going to translate. They're just the best guys on the court are going to look good in the NBA. And sometimes that takes a little bit more time to realize, right? Like, we've seen Cody Williams look really good for a couple of years in Summer League. That hasn't totally translated, but think back to Keontae George's first year in Summer League where he had like 33-3 in Vegas. And it took a couple of years for him to kind of really settle into an NBA spot. And so that's what you're looking for, is just the guys that stand out, what feels best and what looks best.
You certainly don't have to talk yourself into his shot, do you? You don't
No,
see
you don't.
his shot, and you don't have to say, well, maybe it'll get there in a couple of years. I mean, that stood out to me immediately.
Yeah, you know, his shot has been so fluid, like form, mechanics, all of it since he was in high school. It's beautiful, right? Like when you see guys that shoot the ball like that, it's just wonderful to watch. But also, I think the way that he gets to his shot, the fact that he's 19 years old and he doesn't really get sped up at all, he really controls the pace of the game, and he doesn't force bad shots. Like, God, there's so many things that could be worse for a 19-year-old rookie that you just got in the draft. It's wonderful to see.
I liked it that he well, let me put it this way. You've been covering Summer League and the NBA for a long time. You never know what kind of buy-in level you're going to get at Summer League. It's all over the spectrum, right? Guys that don't want to be there, that think they're above it. Then you get the try hard, trying to make the league types, and it's this weird meshing of motivation. But I thought it was a positive that he really wanted to show his stuff after all the controversy at Kansas and not going number one and the kind of off the floor knocks against him. I liked it that he was eager to come out at first opportunity and show what he could do.
Yeah, and kind of piggyback off that. One of the things that he said after the game, honestly, the thing that he said that I loved the most was that, you know, again, like you're saying, all these questions about like his buy-in and like how much he cares and how much he wants to be on the court, kind of his competitiveness. And he comes in after that game and he's talking about the fact that Zuby Ejiofor is on the Atlanta Hawks Summer League team. And when he saw that roster, he's thinking about the fact that Zuby Ejiofor was on the St. John's team that knocked out Kansas in the NCAA tournament. And he's like, I'm not going to let this guy get another win. It's a Summer League. It's not even a Vegas Summer League game. It's a Salt Lake Summer League game.
Right.
So the fact that he's even thinking about that kind of stuff and like has that, he's just got a lot of dog. And I think that the Jazz roster has been missing that kind of dog.
Yeah, an edge. I totally agree. Jazz have a lot of great young players, but I don't know if they have a guy that you would say, okay, that dude has a little edge to him, a chip on his shoulder type of dude.
Yeah, I've been saying for a long time the Jazz have been lacking dog. And not only that, but like lacking a guy who wants to defend and can defend out on the perimeter at that level. I think, you know, it was really, really nice to see the crowd at the Huntsman Center and they're, you know, on their feet when Darren comes out and he leads the team out onto the court for pregame warmups. And then his first possession, first touch the ball, he just makes a read and goes around like a bigger guy and drives to the basket. Huge eruption from the crowd. And then like 70 seconds later, there's a chase down block from Darren Peterson on Kingston Flemings. And I was like, that is what you want, right? Like, that's what the Jazz have been missing, is a guy who not only has it on the offensive end, but isn't going to give up on a defensive play.
All right, Sarah, let's talk about some of the other guys. You mentioned Cody Williams in his previous summer leagues. What stood out to you about Cody in his debut this year?
Yeah, obviously the athleticism, right? Like, everyone's talking about the dunks, and that's something that Cody's been showing off for a couple of years. I think, if history is any indication, then we probably are not going to see Cody in Vegas. I don't have that on any good authority at all, but, the Jazz, for their third-year guys that they played in Summer League, they play a couple times in Salt Lake, and they haven't played in Vegas, so we'll see. But with Cody, it's like, I need to see it during the regular season. I know what he looks like in Summer League. I know what he looks like against G League guys. At this point, like, I just need to see him on an NBA court be able to kind of assert that same kind of will.
And then kind of same question about Ace Bailey. What stood out to you about him?
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we still get to see Ace at some point this summer, because he left that game with back spasms. That is, both concerning and not concerning, because it's like, I feel like during the summer they're going to be really, really extra cautious. If a guy, breaks a fingernail, they might hold him out from Summer League games because they don't want anything to go wrong. But also, he should probably not be having back spasms at this point after, putting in some really good work the last few weeks. So that's just kind of on the back of my mind, and hoping that all resolves itself very quickly. But I love that Ace looked really smooth and kind of like in his game. He also looks just like drastically stronger. He looks so much stronger than he did at the end of last season. And so it's exciting that kind of the other youngest guy on the team outside of Darren has put on that kind of weight and that kind of strength in the course of just a couple of months. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing kind of what he looks like heading into the next season. I think all of the bright lights were on Darren. I think that Cody kind of took a step up and kind of asserted himself a little bit more in the offense. And I don't think that Ace did that so much in that first game, but he looked really comfortable. He's going to be very, very, very good.
I think so too. And kind of with that in mind, though, what are fair expectations for him this year? What is reasonable to expect as far as improvement in production goes for him?
Yeah, like the easy answer is just to say better than last year, right? But I think the reasonable expectation should be that Ace Bailey has all of the tools to be like an excellent, excellent defender. And so you really want him to take a big jump on that side. And I think Ace's offensive game is kind of like we're talking about with Darren's. Like, there's no questions about it. We know that Ace is really, really fluid. He's got a great feel for those mid-range jumpers. It's very KD-esque when you watch him. And so I don't have a lot of questions about what he's capable of on the offensive end, but like the expectation is that he really needs to jump into being one of the Jazz's premier defenders this year.
First time I've talked to you since the Walker Kessler trade. I'm curious to your thoughts on how that played out for the Jazz and the Lakers, and Walker for that matter.
Yeah, I think, everything that I think, I was hearing, everyone was hearing is that, we expected that there was going to be a resolution. And I think that was the plan. But I think that plan changes when the Lakers come to you and say, like, yeah, we're willing to just empty out the draft coffers for you. We will leverage the entirety of our 7-year future for this guy. So like that really changes the conversation. So the Jazz get, 2 outright unprotected first round picks plus rights to the 2 swaps. So like basically you're getting rights to 4 picks. And then on top of that, I think the kind of under talked about part of this is that the Jazz didn't have to take on any bad contracts. They didn't have to take on guys that they're going to have to waive or buy out or deal elsewhere. And they're just left with, all of this cap space and a trade exception. And so that's a really huge part, is that they're able to make this trade, get the future assets. And meanwhile, like, I know that the Lakers always somehow find a way, right? But to their name right now for the next 7 years, they have no tradable first round picks. They only have a pick swap and a second round pick to their name for the next 7. That's it. That's all they have. So they really leveraged a lot to make this happen. And if you can kind of make a deal and have a lot of room left to work with, and also kind of, handicap one of your Western Conference foes, I think that's incredible. And as far as how it works out for Walker and the Lakers, they were desperate, and Luka Doncic, only has 2 more guaranteed years on his deal before his player option. You have to make him happy. You have to give him something to work with. They had to do a deal like this, and Walker Kessler now gets to catch lobs from Luka Doncic. So I kind of think it's win-win-win.
Steep price tag. It was kind of it was like a game of chicken. Which team wants to go into the season without a center? Because that was really the consequence in the short term. And I don't think Jackson Hayes is the solution. I know Nurk got his nose fixed, thank goodness, but I'm not sure if he's a solution either. What do you think the Jazz do as far as center going forward?
Yeah, I mean, none of that is going to be a solution long term, right? But I think that anybody that thinks that the Jazz going into this particular season being a legitimate title contender, that's not realistic. And so it doesn't have to be that the Jazz have their perfect center for the timeline for this team right now. But having Nurkic there is a great piece to have to kind of get all of these young guys on board, up to speed, setting screens for them. He's a great guy for that. I mean, he showed that he can do those things last season, that he's not too old yet, right? And so that's great for this season. This Jazz team needs to be able to prove that as constructed, that they're able to win games. We haven't even seen most of the players on this team unlocked for a full season. And so that needs to be pushed forward. I think that the expectation is still you make the playoffs. You definitely need to be a play-in team, at worst, make the playoffs. And down the road, the center position is going to need to be fortified a little bit, but that can happen over the next few years kind of as they ramp their way up through the Western Conference.
What on earth is Boston doing? It's one of the worst trades I've ever seen.
What's Boston doing? What's
trading
Washington doing? What's Sacramento doing?
Yeah, right. What are they? I can't make hide nor hair of it. I mean, you take on Paul George. You were that desperate to move off a top, I don't know, what do you put him at, Sarah? Top 10, top 12 player in the NBA? It seems crazy.
We were listen, I know that last year was a weird year with the injuries and the 65-game rule and whatnot, but Jaylen Brown had that team winning, and we were talking about him as a part of the MVP race when Jason Tatum was completely sidelined. He helped to carry that Boston Celtics team, and I can't make sense of the fact that when you have that guy on your team, then you hand him to the team that beat you. That feels like it doesn't really, the math isn't mathing for me there.
No, I couldn't agree more. As far as Sacramento, they drafted the GM made friends with Acuff's dad back in the day, so they drafted him, and they're just going to give him the team, right? I mean, they're just going to hand that through the team.
That's a great way to do things, is just if you have a friend from one day back when, start making decisions for your NBA franchise based on that. And, let's just replace Russell Westbrook with Russell Westbrook.
It's very Sacramento. It's very King.
Listen, Kang's going to Kang.
That's what they're going to do. I mean, you don't get that rep accidentally. Enjoy the game tonight, Sarah. Well, let me ask you this before I let you go. Anything you're going to have your eye on tonight? Possible storyline that we can follow as well?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I'm watching to see if Darren can hold the turnovers down during this one. I think maybe early jitters, and I know that he was upset with himself about having 8 turnovers in that first game. It doesn't really matter. I'm still looking at the same stuff, right? Does he come out and look like he's playing with an edge? Does he come out and look like he's playing in a league of his own compared to everyone else? That's what we're going to be looking at throughout the entirety of the summer.
Well, Sarah, thank you for coming on. We love your coverage. We'll be watching for it tonight.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, Sarah. There you go. The one and only Sarah Todd. She covers the Jazz for the Deseret News, and she will be up at the Huntsman Center tonight for the Jazz matchup with the Memphis Grizzlies. And it'll be a chance to see Darren Peterson take on Cam Boozer. What a headline headliners tonight up at the Huntsman Center. And the Salt Lake City Summer League did draw a nice batch of interesting, compelling young players, including the Jazz own Darren Peterson. And so we'll get to see those two go head to head. I was listening to Kurt Heelan on with Coach and Scotty G earlier today, and talk about how Memphis. Kurt was kind of thinking Memphis was going to be pretty good. I don't know about that. I think Cam
like
Boozer,
summer league good or like
no,
regular season
like
good?
regular season good. And I think he was trying to make the point of even some of the younger teams or lesser teams are still going to be tough wins for some of these teams that are trying. I just don't know if Memphis is an example of that.
I mean, some nights the Jazz were a tough win,
Oh, man, most nights until they completely pulled the plug.
Right, so I guess
Which
you never
was the
know,
point he was trying to make, honestly. Because, the Jazz were on pace to be a 30-win team basically until, the end of December when they said, all right, well, we're only going to win like 5 more games for the rest of the year. We talked about it on this show. So Kurt was kind of hinting with the different rules, and maybe teams like the Jazz last year will now be a little bit more of a tough out. And he threw Memphis into that convo. I'm pretty intrigued, reboot a team around a player like Cam Boozer, who is the type of player that you can build around, in my opinion, just based on the way that he plays, and he makes other players better. So he'll get every opportunity, though. I mean, Darren Peterson is going on to a Jazz team that, shots, playmaking. I mean, there's going to be real competition for all of that. And I don't think Cam Boozer is going to have something similar. I mean, speaking of Ace Bailey, he's, if he makes the next step, and you heard Sarah talk about his offense and where his offense is right now, I mean, he's going to be pushing Darren Peterson for minutes. He's going to be pushing Keontae George for minutes. He's going to be pushing Lowry Markkanen for minutes. And if he's motivated to make that next step, I think that's a huge storyline, because I do think those sorts of things make players better, to fight it out and earn your role on the team. I thought that was a big part of Keontae George's arc. Last year, if we look back, Keontae George, when he was rookie, he was handed a pretty big role. He was then moved into the starting lineup. I'm trying to remember how far into his rookie year. And, kind of had that attitude like, okay, I'm an NBA starter. I'm here. Let's do it. I've arrived. And then you recall that he was benched the next season in favor of Isaiah Collier, who moved into the starting lineup for the rest of the year. And then famously, the Jazz, kind of had to talk to Keontae at the end of the year, and he came back with a great attitude and mindset, and really earned his role with his teammates and with the coaching staff. And then all of a sudden, he was off to the races last year on a team that had that role and that opportunity available to it. But I think to him. But I think he benefited from having to go out and earn it and battle it out with Collier in camp, and how to exercise his new mentality. And he's been just such a different and terrific player ever since. And that's not going to stop for Keontae either. He needs to fight for his role, and he's quite literally going to be fighting for a contract extension, which he's in the same boat that Walker Kessler was in last year. And we'll see with no Walker Kessler. You heard Sarah talking about, having a little bit more money. Maybe their attitude on whether or not to extend Keontae George this offseason, maybe that changes a little bit, but he's going to be motivated to go out and show his stuff. I don't know if the Jazz view him as a max player, but I bet you after last year, he views himself as pretty close to that. So, it'll be interesting to see if he goes out and battles for it and proves that he's going to be a dude. I did not ask Sarah, I should have, about her thoughts on adding Josh Okogie. That is kind of the news today. The Jazz add I don't know, would you call him 3-and-D wing, Christian? I mean, he averaged, let's see, where was this? He averaged like 38.5% from three last year.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny hearing Tim talk about him. The first thing Tim brings up, defense. Second thing Tim brought up, 3-point percentage, 3-and-D. He's a little short, but he can guard multiple positions, right? So we'll see how he fits into that room with some of the other wings like Ace Bailey and Cody Williams and some of these other players that are going to be rotating at that kind of 2-3 spot.
You know what? He's a player that Will Hardy can play to motivate other players.
Exactly.
Like if he can go into the locker room and howl about defense, and then this is a dude where he can back up his point. You know, if you guys don't want to go guard, I'll just play a Kogi because he's gonna guard. And then if you get the other guys to the point where they can play a little defense and they're gonna play both sides of the ball, then you don't have to play a Kogi as much, and you're only paying him $6 million. In a 2-year, $12 million deal, I'd have to look. I got to imagine the second year is not guaranteed. So if it works out, great. If it doesn't, because other players step up, even better.
Yeah, motivator. You were just talking about how Keontae needed that, and
He did.
Keontae's not the only young player on this roster that needs that. So, yeah, Will wants to make an example. Get out there, Josh, you know?
Because at this point, and I'm going to pick on Bryce a little bit. Apologies, but he's the one who this is most obvious for. Maybe not the only one. But the difference between him being out of the league and him being a rotational player is him becoming serviceable on the defensive side. It's true. His skill set offensively, his size, all of that, and keeps his body right and all of that, he could easily be a productive rotational player in the NBA for a long time. But if he doesn't pour it on defensively and figure out how to guard, teams aren't going to do it because he's not good enough that you're just going to donate the whole offense to him and allow him just to coast on defense. He's going to have to become a two-way player. And if you can figure out a way to motivate him with minutes with a guy like a Kogi, then, all of a sudden maybe you get him to take the next step in his game. But it is true, like Sarah mentioned it's true about Ace Bailey. It's true about, even Darren Peterson, even though he played well on both sides of the ball in Summer League game number 1. These guys are going to have to be two-way dudes in the NBA to get minutes, and I think that certainly is a positive thing. All right. Big thanks to Sarah Todd for jumping on with us in the last segment. Again, check out all her work at the Deseret News, of course. All right, we'll have more coming up next. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got delays setting in on Mountain View Corridor in West Valley, but I-15 is running at freeway speeds all the way from Ogden down to Provo, and the Belt Route is also in good shape. Hey, looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers a great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, Linden, or at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Brian Haney joins us now. He is the play-by-play voice of the Kansas Jayhawks. I know that Darren desperately wanted to be that number 1 overall pick. He's got himself into a good situation here. I know he realizes it. I know this team realizes it. This feels like a win-win for both sides.
For a guy that Bill Self has said is going to be a perennial NBA All-Star, this is maybe just the extra chip on his shoulder or competitive edge he might need to fuel his fire into being one of the most prolific players of his generation. This was just one player picked in front of Darren, but because he's such an alpha, I kind of think if I'm a Jazz fan, not only am I thrilled to get the player that Jay Billis says is the most talented prospect in the draft, but also you get a player that now has just even more fuel to his fire to push even harder and build on that legacy that we all think is inevitable for him at the next level.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group by diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Matt Tate, covering the Kansas Jayhawks for R1S1 Sports and Wave the Wheat.
Utah got an absolute stud. I've been doing this a long time. I've covered pretty much every one and done player who's come through Kansas under Self. I've seen some divas. I've seen some diamonds in the rough. I've seen all kinds of different players and everything in between that. And I honestly don't know that I've enjoyed one quite as much as I enjoyed Darren Peterson. As far as the one and done with the most hype and all the buzz that came with that guy, the outside perception honestly couldn't be more off. Utah got a stud, they got a star, they got a great human being, and he's going to show it, and the organization and the fans are going to love it.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, no Ben today. We are going to be live tomorrow from Big 12 Media Days. Excited to head down there. It's wild when Media Days roll around. The football season is not far off. And we're going to be blowing it out for you. Coverage. PK is going to be down there. Scotty G, Coach Tim Lacombe, myself, we're going to give you 2 action-packed days of football preview. We're going to talk to players and coaches. Thrilled to be going down there and making it happen. I didn't have a chance, Christian, to go last year, so I'm excited to go again this year. And I've been to Dallas a couple times, but this will be my first time spending a couple days there, so pretty excited about that. I'll tell you something that I'm not excited about, Christian, and I would be open to your opinion on this. But listen, NBA games are too long. I agree. They are too long. And they need to find a way to shorten them. And I fear that baseball's success, and I do think it's a success with the pitch clock to shorten games a little bit, has given other sports, other leagues, a little bit of license to mess with it. Again, talking about cats in the wall, solutions that don't really solve anything. So the NBA, Christian, is now, and I'm sure you noticed watching Summer League, they're now testing out these new rules, which have been in the G League for a while, that with free throws, you will only shoot one free throw, and it will equal the amount of the shot that you were taking, right? So if you're taking a 2-point shot and go to the line, your one free throw will be worth 2 points. If you're taking a 3-point shot and you go to the line, your one free throw will be worth 3 points. An and one still exists. Now, I feel like this is fundamentally messing with the integrity of the game. But then again, I'm old and stuck in my ways. But they're saying that the average time saved, Christian, is 5 to 6 minutes.
Over the course of one game?
Yes. So you're shaving 5 to 6 minutes off a game by having just one free throw instead of 2 or 3.
5 to 6 minutes out of what does a typical 2.5 hours?
We're right around now.
Yeah.
We're right around 2.5 hours, which is longer than it used to be even like 10 years ago. It was probably around 2. Your average was, 2:10, somewhere around there. And I would say it doesn't average 2.5, but it's probably more in the range of 2:20, 2:25 now.
Okay. So you don't think 6 minutes is worth it?
I don't think so. And this is me complaining about how long games are, but this isn't the solution.
It feels a little XFL-ish, right? And you look at like the way the NFL adapted the new kickoff rule and some of the kind of wonky things that the XFL or whatever they call it, UFL now, tries out and then the NFL later implements. I'm with you. I think it is a little weird. It feels like a shortcut that doesn't need to be taken. And also, how does it affect, when you've got players who, like Walker Kessler, if he's going to the free throw line and he's shooting one free throw now for 2 points, but he's only a 50, 60% free throw shooter, that guy's never going to make a free throw.
The argument is that it would even out, that for as many front end as Walker made, he would miss, right? So it would come out in the wash.
I guess.
I happen to think that the second free throw packs on more pressure or is a different situation, especially in a close game, right? You make the front and you have one more to tie it or whatever. That makes it to a way different situation, I think. But then again, people could argue that the pressure now is increased on the first one. So again, it would come out in the wash. But I think there's a reason why points in the NBA are the way they are. 2 points, 3 points, and then a free throw is 1 because it all goes by difficulty, right? The free throw, the easy one, should be worth 1, and 2 free throws equal 1 2-pointer.
Yeah.
Or make 3 in a row is equal to 1 3-pointer because that's a more difficult shot. I just feel like you're messing with the building blocks. Whereas the timer in baseball, the pitch timer, you're just telling the lazy pitcher to get on with his stuff, right? He doesn't need to sit there and scratch himself and throw to first 25 times. That doesn't fundamentally mess with the like building blocks of the game. Now, I think what Major League Baseball is doing in extra innings is egregious. So does the ends justify the means? If you want to save 10 minutes off of games, I'm not kidding. Just get rid of replay. I know I bang this drum and I'm the only one over and over and over again. Just get rid of it. Deal with the ref's bad call and move on as opposed to sending those idiots over to the table only to screw up the call anyway. Or automatically review this or automatically review that. Or you know what? Get rid of some timeouts. Or shave 5 minutes off of halftime. I mean, really, it's just TV stations running ads, right? And, of course, radio stations running ads and some really fantastic halftime content, obviously. And my feelings would be hurt personally if they shaved 5 minutes off of halftime. But would we really miss it? Or I would love, and this seems crazy, Christian, I would love for them just to start the game at 7.
That's what they need to work on first. Let's fix the start times before we monkey with any other rules.
Let's start it right at 7 or like 7:01 or 7:02.
We were talking about this with the World Cup. And how many games have they done over the past 2 weeks now? And every single one of them has started relatively on time. I know Mexico got pushed back an hour yesterday, but guess what? They announced that ahead of time, right?
Yep.
If it's a 7 p.m. start, it's going to start right at 7 p.m. or maybe 1 or 2 minutes after. NBA, 6:30 p.m. start. You can go grab dinner at 6:30, be home by 7, and make it in for tip.
Maybe be tipping off. Yeah, I think there are other ways they can shorten the overall time of an NBA game without messing with the integrity of it all. But maybe I'm just a curmudgeon.
Well, the other thing with this, too, if you think flopping on the three-point attempts is out of hand now,
Just wait.
Just wait until they figure out all you got to do to get 3 points for your team is hit one free throw. A lot of these floppers, they're shooting at least 80-85% from the line. So they're going to go out there. What do you have a higher chance of hitting? Your 35% three-point shot or your 85% one free throw versus, to make 3 points,
I totally agree. I think it totally messes around with the integrity to only shave 5 or 6 minutes off. Seems ridiculous. Although I got to tell you, I've complained many a night of sitting there and watching a team shoot 30 free throws. I mean, it is a brutal way to watch basketball. So maybe I'm a huge hypocrite. But I do love basketball, the game, even though the free throw is not my favorite part of it. It is still part of the game. Like we've got the World Cup up in the background. I hate all the pass back and then pass over and then pass back. But that's part of it, right? They're setting up the attack. They're setting up the moment. So I wouldn't want to see that part, even though it's not my favorite, legislated out of soccer somehow because it's not the most thrilling. It's still a basic part of the game to be played and the strategy. So I hate it. I hope they don't. I hope they don't mess with it.
Also,
they should just go back.
The thing that takes the most time for free throws is like setting everything up and getting everybody in position. Which, if you're going to the line anyways, an extra free throw or two isn't what takes the most time.
Totally. Hey, start enforcing. That's a great point, Christian. Start enforcing delay of game. Say, get your backside on the line, or you're going to get a delay of game, and then start enforcing the 10-second rule. Giannis takes a year and a half at the line, although that might be a sensitive subject for OG Jazz fans because people used to complain about Karl Malone doing that all the time. And so what started in the latter part of his career, Christian? The whole crowd would count to 10. It happened in the playoffs every year. The whole crowd would start counting to 10 as Karl was busy whispering to himself. I still don't think he's ever admitted to what he whispered to himself every time he shot a free throw and fell all the way backwards onto his keister. He somehow turned into at least a fairly decent free throw shooter, and he really had no business doing it. Did you ever remember watching Karl shoot free throws?
I did not know. I was 3 when he was on the Lakers, so.
He shot him fading totally backwards. Like, I don't know if you had instruction to shoot free throws, you should be, center balanced and if anything be falling forward, and he would always be falling backwards.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
Well, and if you're Karl Malone and averaging 27 points a game and your team is really awesome, then you just leave him alone. Tim tells a funny story about Rick Majerus, who said that's the reason, pointed at Karl Malone, that's the reason he could never coach in the NBA, because he tried to fix that. And his opinion would matter more than Rick's would. You know what I mean?
Yeah, NBA, the stars matter. Their opinion matters more than the coach.
Absolutely 100% correct. We'll see how Will Hardy navigates those waters. I like Will Hardy's personality with young players. I bet he doesn't have too much difficulty identifying, and he's a younger coach, but he seems to have more of that chill vibe that I think coaching is more moving into.
He and Walker actually had a really fun relationship, and that's one of the things I'm going to miss about having Walker Kessler on the Jazz was the way he and Will Hardy interacted. It seemed like they were always on the same page. And then, earlier we talked about the Keontae George stuff, and Will has been really hard on Keontae, but it clearly has been for a good reason, and it's worked out. So I'm totally with you. I think for some of these coaches, it might be hard to connect with, the younger players, but I don't think Will Hardy has a hard time with that.
Long story short, Adam Silver needs to go back into his crypt and not do this ridiculous free throw thing. Don't do it. It's not worth it. All right, we'll have more Jake and Ben coming up right around the corner. Stay tuned for that. Top of the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to be joined by John Kurtz, host of he hosts a Big 12 podcast. We'll have him back on the show. Top of the 4 o'clock hour. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Walker Kessler on his way. Not only the Jazz trade him, they trade him to the Lakers. A 4-year contract worth $140 million, roughly just shy of $33 million per year. The Jazz get a haul. They get 2 unprotected first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, which is a monstrous amount, a rim protector and a rebounder. An elite is now off the board for the Jazz.
In my opinion, it wasn't part of the plan. I think this is an outlier. I can just tell you, I think there's probably nuance. Numbers say one thing, but I think there's nuance. I want to make sure we talk about in the beginning that they were more than compensated. John Morant, who was just traded, and I know he has his issues, but he was just traded the other day with no first-round picks attached. This is 4 first-round picks.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, summer is here. Hopefully everybody out there is doing a little vacationing, doing something that you love. And I just ask, have you ever thought of what you want your retirement to look like? Do you want to take great vacations? Do you want to do things with your family? Maybe you're a golfer. You want to play golf in your retirement. Maybe it's something to work for, like a vacation home or something along those lines. Well, Trajan wants to be a team of great folks on your side to help you set those goals and then be on your team to help you get there. That's what they do. They are a fiduciary. You guys are quite literally on the same team. I've gone through the process. It's so easy. They're so nice. And truly, now that Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax are there, everything you need financially is right there under one roof. So call them today. Sit down with them for free. They really just want to get to know you. It's a no-pressure type situation. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Let them show you first person what they can do for you. 855-TRAJAN-1. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game. He had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Greater Zion,
No greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
All systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. No Ben today. Coming up at the top of the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to let you hear from John Kurtz. He hosts a Big 12 podcast. We'll get a little Big 12 Media Day preview from John, so stay tuned for that. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, we're going to let you hear a bunch of jazz sound, all the post-game sound from Summer League game number 1. You'll hear from Cody Williams, Steve Wojciechowski, Darren Peterson, and then we also will chat with PK, Patrick Kinahan, coming up at 5:30, as PK also is headed for Dallas for Big 12 Media Days. Christian, I really regret that I was not able to follow the details because I was out of town, to follow the details of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding. Were you dialed in? Your wife is much more of a fan than you, but you are a fan. Were you focused on the talk snap all weekend, seeing what happened?
I saw some of the major highlights. I wasn't glued to it because I think, and my wife is on the same page. It's crossed the line to where it's starting to be a little pretentious, right? Go figure, right? Shocker. But yeah, Adam Sandler officiated it.
I bet Ben was thrilled. Ben's hero, Adam Sandler, the biggest movie star on the planet, according to Ben Anderson.
A lot of random stuff.
Really appropriate. I saw that one of Travis Kelce's friends, Will Compton, what's his name? Compton. Was complaining in the public that he didn't get an invite. And frankly, I don't blame him if he has a relationship off the field with Travis Kelce, because did you see some of the other bozos? There's no way that George...
Gene Steratore was there?
Oh, yeah. George Stephanopoulos, the news guy. What is Snuffleupagus is going, but Will Compton can't get an invite? I'd be bent too.
Have you ever not been invited to a friend's wedding?
Yeah, it happens. I told you, or maybe I didn't tell you, but after going through it where you have to narrow down a guest list, I will never have hurt feelings again after.
Unless Snuffleupagus got invited.
Yeah, unless I didn't get invited, but some clown like Snuffleupagus is going. What does he have to do with anything?
Yeah, it was a pretty random guest list. I saw Greg Olson was wearing a funny hat.
Did Stevie Nicks end up playing? Do we know?
And that's the other thing is I don't know what's real and what's not. Like, I don't know. Some of it is so outlandish that it sounds fake.
Okay.
But maybe it's all real. And that's just how crazy it was.
Now, I want to know, are you judging Travis Kelce for crying? Because apparently that's the reports, is he was very emotional.
Oh,
during his vows.
I cried at my wedding. Did you cry at yours?
Oh, blubbered like an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. My wife was just a robot too. You know,
mine too, yeah. I don't think she shed a single tear.
No, she gets through her vows, bing, bang, boom. And then hands it over to me and it's like, oh, just crying the whole way through. Absolutely. It was embarrassing.
But Travis is a football player, so he can't cry?
I'm in front of like 1,000 people up there blubbering. I don't know. I don't judge him. But if it were me, I would be super self-conscious if I were in his shoes. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, remove your tear ducts or something.
I don't know. No, I'm not judging. It's emotional. Good for him. He's in love. Good luck to those kids.
That's how you know it's real, I guess. There's still like a lot of people who think this is all just fake and set up.
Well,
by like the overlords at the NFL.
Well, the divorce album is going to be epic.
Right, and that too down the road.
I mean, let's face it, the divorce album is going to be wild.
I was following TMZ, like put pictures out of her ex-boyfriend Matty Healy was like taking his new girlfriend out to lunch like the day of the wedding.
Oh yeah,
TMZ was all over it. Yeah,
was he the English guy?
I honestly don't know. I get them all mixed up. She's dated several Englishmen.
Has she?
Yeah.
She's got a taste.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, it's something to take over downtown New York City, downtown Manhattan for your wedding over the 4th of July. But
it's only like the 3rd private event ever at MSG or something crazy.
And didn't they donate $28 million or something like that to charity in honor of their wedding?
Like that?
I sure hope so.
They've got enough between them. Although you'd think Travis Kelce's career earnings is, I don't know, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 million. He's got a fraction. I wonder what the prenup looked like.
Yeah, $111.1 million for Travis Kelce. And she's a billionaire, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy prenup.
Yeah, crazy prenup. Who knew the professional football player would be the gold digger in this circumstance? Sure would like to have been the lawyer that hammered that out. I bet they made a fortune.
Yeah, wild times, really. I mean, again, if you would have said 3 years ago, before this whole relationship started, that this is where it was going, it's like, really, Travis Kelce?
Hey, the NFL comes out on top. That's just what happens. Whether they're orchestrating it or not, the NFL just always seems to win. I wonder if he looked fat, because wasn't that the complaint about Travis Kelce last year, was that he's turned into a fat guy?
Yeah, fat and slow.
Because he's distracted by all the stardom and all that, and now he's fat and slow.
Well, you could tailor the suit, you know.
That's just so he looked all right.
It's hard to tailor your football uniform.
It is a little bit.
You can really slim yourself with a nice tailor.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised he came back. Because aren't we expecting Kansas City to suck next year?
I sure hope so.
Well, they'll still figure out a way to beat the Donks. I mean, they're in that in-between phase. Like it was the magic of the Patriots, right? That they were able to reboot the roster around Tom Brady like 3 or 4 different times and ultimately be successful. Feel like Kansas City is in the down part where they're trying to reboot around Patrick Mahomes. And I don't know how well it's going to actually go next year.
Yeah, they've had, after some really good draft hits that led to that incredible run, they've had some really bad misses the last few years. And so we'll see how far that sets them back.
You think your Donks are going to win the division then?
Yes.
I'm assuming?
Yes.
You think they'll be better than the Chargers?
Yes. They might lose one division game.
Wow, bold.
Maybe one. They might split with the Chargers, but I think they sweep Vegas and Kansas City.
You think Throw Picks is going to be that good, huh?
MVP.
Where's Ben to bring you back down to earth on Throw Picks?
MVP.
Ben was a little off on that one.
The revenge tour after breaking his ankle.
You think?
Yeah. Okay. Buckle up, dude.
Look at, hey, brace yourself. All fall long, Christian's going to have wall-to-wall Broncos coverage. He always does. I mean, pretty much guests daily. I want to make sure we find out what's going on.
I'll dial up Woody Page again.
Oh, no, do not. No, don't dial up Woody Page again. Don't do that. Is he even actively working?
No, not PTI. Around the Horn. I get mixed up.
Because of me.
Because of you. Yeah, Around the Horn got canceled. So I think he is
But he doesn't write for the Denver Post anymore or anything.
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, we don't need to have him on. That's fine. We'll have more coming up next. In fact, Big 12 Media Day is going down tomorrow and Wednesday in Dallas. We are going to be there as a station. Super excited about it. PK, Scotty G, the coach, myself will be in Dallas bringing you coverage all day tomorrow and all day on Wednesday. To help us preview it, John Kurtz is going to join the show. He hosts a Big 12 podcast. We'll get to that coming up next. It is the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well, and it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big,
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Said settle down, everything is fine. Take your eyes off the floor. She said no, I'm not, no.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The show, in fact, the entire station, going to be in Dallas starting tomorrow for Big 12 Media Days. Very excited about it. Let's get out to the Zone phone. Somebody else that will be there tomorrow. He is the host of the Open for Business, a Big 12 podcast. He joins the show. He is John Kurtz. Hi, John. How are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm doing well. Appreciate you having me on.
What's your overall thoughts? I've covered Media Days for 20 years now. What's your overall thoughts on covering events like Media Day?
Oh man, well, I love it, but it's like a sprint, like a 48-hour sprint. You're just constantly stimulated. There are things going on all the time, whether it's trying to, especially if you're on radio / now it's Podcast Row. We've officially changed the name to Podcast Row, sign of the times. But if you're trying to get interviews with somebody or watching a press conference or trying to just go talk to somebody, all your media friends that you see, getting everybody in the same building is always really fun. So it's a blast. It's also exhausting, but in a really good way. So I enjoy it, especially when it comes like in the middle of July when we're all just really starved for some football content.
Totally agree. I do find it hilarious that everybody's in such a good mood. The cliche, nobody's lost a game yet. I mean, you can talk to the projected last place team in the league, and they're still going, we think this is going to be our year.
Yeah, well, hey, in fairness, 2 years ago, that team was Arizona State, and they won the league.
Yeah,
so
great point.
There is that. I thought there was a great clip. I'm going to forget who it was. One of the Texas Tech accounts had a clip of Mike Leach from Media Days, which, I mean, it had to be the early 2000s. And he was basically making the same point you were in his very own Mike Leach way. Like, hey, all of us are just coming here and saying we're great and we've improved and blah, blah. He's kind of making fun of it. And I was like, well, I'll let you do that, Mike, because you provided us with endless amounts of entertainment.
Oh, man. Amazing. Rest his soul, Mike Leach, for sure. Let's talk about, from an overall conference perspective, what are the major storylines you're looking at? I mean, I know Sorsby's going to still be a topic, but it's not going to be nearly the circus it would be if that were still going on. So what are we all going to be talking about down there?
Yeah, I mean, that is number one on my list. Like, I would say, like, the combination of Sorsby and the Protect College Sports Act, like what's going on with the Senate bill and how it's pretty adversarial right now with the SEC and Big Ten who continue to oppose it. I mean, like today we saw Alabama and Auburn put out a joint statement opposing where that's at right now. And you have ADs like Jamie Pollard at Iowa State who have been really publicly outspoken against the SEC and Big Ten before about all of this. So it's on both of those topics, me wondering, will everybody keep it pretty in line and pretty locked down, or are there going to be folks that decide to speak up and speak their mind? Because, like Gene Taylor, K-State's athletic director, dropped an F-bomb to Ross Dellinger on the record about the Sorsby thing when it happened. Jamie Pollard literally just said last week on with 365 Sports, they did a great interview with him. He just said that Texas Tech should pay the Big 12's legal fees. And, I mean, you could just tell by the tone in his voice, he's still pretty bothered and upset by the whole situation. Cody Campbell was tweeting at Terry Mahajer, the athletic director at UCF, a couple of weeks ago about what he thought was hypocrisy over Mahajer saying, hey, if we had Brendan Sorsby situation, we wouldn't play the guy. So are they all going to talk? Is Cody Campbell going to be there? He was there last year, and he's certainly not shy about voicing his opinion and doing interviews. So be interested on that on both fronts, because obviously he's playing a huge role in the Protect College Sports Act right now too. So is he going to be there, and what will he say? How many of the ADs are going to be there and doing interviews? It's weird, like the players get sort of overshadowed because so much of what is happening right now is like so big picture and deals more with the coaches and the administrators. But obviously there are some great players there too. I will say one thing I'm looking forward to beyond just that is you have a really important new class of coaches that are going to be making their debut there for the first time. So you have 4 new head coaches: Colin Klein at K-State, Morgan Scott at Utah, Eric Morris.
John, I want to talk to you a little bit about, of course, our local schools and where they stack up. A lot of people around here are pretty optimistic. And let's start with BYU, who bringing back so many players, bringing back their quarterback, their all-conference running back. I'm curious, with the drama around Texas Tech, do you put BYU still in their class? Do you expect those two teams at the end of it all?
To me, once the Brendan Sorsby situation happened, I knocked Texas Tech back from the definitive favorite to just in the top tier, and I have BYU and Houston both in that top tier. So I definitely think BYU's in the mix. Every reason to think that, with L.J. Martin, Bear Bachmeier back, leading the charge offensively, even though they have to replace, the top 3 pass catchers, the Parker Kingston situation definitely hurts. When you also look at all the talent that was retained on defense, plus getting one of the best linebackers out of the portal, and just the stability of Kalani Sitake still being around. I know the Jay Hill thing is a question mark, but I'm still very, very bullish on BYU here, and I think it's just such a rock-steady program right now that absolutely they can win a Big 12 championship this year. And one thing you got to remember is, when you say, hey, Bear Bachmeier's back, and he is, and it's great, the guy didn't even have spring ball last year as a true freshman. He should, I think, improve by leaps and bounds this year if you're just judging off of what he was able to do already last season, considering the circumstances. So, I am very high on BYU. Maybe not quite as high on Utah, just because there was a little bit more turnover there with everything that happened with Kyle Whittingham and company, and taking 7 coaches from the staff and some of the high-end talent from the roster and the best member of the recruiting class. And you've obviously got a first-time head coach there, Morgan Scalley, versus what you have in Kalani Sitake. But I do still think that they're probably a top 5 to 6 team in the Big 12 at worst, and could certainly play their way into the Big 12 championship game at best, especially with not one but 2 quarterbacks return.
Yeah, I think Ute fans would tell you they're optimistic because they bring back the components to that offense that really was dynamic on the ground and then looked, great in the bowl game. And they lost some headliners, but they also kept some pretty fundamental guys. So I'm curious what you like about Houston to put them in that top tier. Yeah,
I understand that Houston, to a lot of people, is a regression candidate because a lot of people would look at it and say, well, they got a bit of a kiss with the schedule last year and won some really close games against a couple of teams that were not that great, and so perhaps had a bit of the close game luck. Phil Steele will talk about that a lot in his preview magazine. So they're due for a regression this year. But Willie Fritz wins everywhere he goes, and he's on that same trajectory at Houston right now. I loved what they did in the portal. I think they got a lot better up front, especially on the offensive line, which is something that they really needed. Like, the biggest measuring stick game they had last year was against Texas Tech. I think they got really pushed around up front, so they needed to get better there. I think they did. They got, in my opinion, one of the best running backs in the portal that will really help elevate the ceiling on offense. And then, Connor Wigman may not have as high of a ceiling as some of the quarterbacks in the league, but he is pretty darn good. And he is finally getting to work with an offensive coordinator for a second straight year. That's been something that's plagued him throughout his career. The guy's just dealt with a lot of turnover and a lot of change going back to his time at Texas A&M. So I think he's somebody that will be even more comfortable and very good. He brings back his top receiver. I just think there's a lot to like there with Houston, and Willie Fritz and company always seem to be able to figure out a defense. They even did it last year when they lost their defensive coordinator to Texas Tech. They kind of money whipped Shield Wood away, and it didn't matter. They were still pretty solid on defense. So to me, it just the trend line and what we have seen from Willie Fritz in his career would indicate to me that they're going to be a force to be reckoned with and be pretty darn good this year.
I didn't have a chance to be at Big 12 Media Days last year, but I was there 2 years ago when we did it in Vegas. And I remember Deion Sanders rolling out and the reception he got, and he only did what he wanted, and him shaking hands on the floor. It was a true celebrity moment. I'm curious to your thoughts on Colorado and where Deion is at with his program, and if you think he'll still get a similar reception, because after all, it is still Deion Sanders.
Really interesting question, and I was thinking about this last night, because he's going on day one, which is when you have Texas Tech, BYU, your Mark press conference, Eric Morris at Oklahoma State, Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. I was just how far down the list does Deion go in terms of attractions here, which has not been the case each of the last 2 years. You mentioned 2 years ago. That was wild. Yeah, most coaches go and they'll be walking around and you can go up and ask to get them for an interview, or at least ask the SID who is with them for an interview. And Coach Prime was not doing any of that at this point. Now I feel like it might be smart for Colorado to try and get him out there to more people. I don't know how much his attitude on all of that has changed. But yeah, there's just not a whole a lot of talk that I'm seeing about Colorado. I do think there's optimism about their portal class. Bill Connolly from ESPN had it ranked in his top 10 favorite classes that anybody put together, and they still have Julian Lewis, who was one of the most talented high school quarterbacks a couple of years ago. So there is potential there, but to me the question will continue to be, I don't doubt that Dion can put together some good skill position talent. It's, are they going to be good enough in the trenches, and are they going to play good enough defense? And I'm just sort of in, I need to see it before I believe it mode. Now, some of that too, if they get consistent quarterback play, obviously they didn't play a whole ton of defense or run the ball very well with Shedeur Sanders, but they had a great quarterback, and they won 9 games. So if Julian Lewis really turns into that guy, maybe they don't need quite as much of that. Last year, really inconsistent quarterback play hurt them a lot too. But, I'm seeing them picked 15th, 16th in the Big 12 right now. And even though I don't view them in a vacuum necessarily like a 3-win team again, but when you start holding them up to everybody else in the league, I am sort of I can see why you would predict them there.
So who is the candidate then to be the Arizona State from 2 years ago and maybe not win the league, or Houston from last year to really climb the conference maybe unexpectedly?
I guess it depends on how you deem, what you define unexpectedly as, because Oklahoma State, I think, is the easy answer. If you just look at pure what their record has been the last 2 years, they were so bad. And then they have debatably a top 10 portal class, depends on where you're looking. I think actually it wound up in the top 15 on 3, not the top 10. But they have a really good portal class. They have Drew Mestemaker. They have Wyatt Young. They have Caleb Hawkins. All these guys that would have been top flight portal additions anywhere, even if they were going to the SEC and Big Ten. They're going to play offense. Will they play enough defense is the question, but I think there's every reason to believe that they're going to improve by 5, 6, 7 games this year, perhaps. I don't know that I'm ready to go all the way to hey, I think they're going to be in the Big 12 championship game, but Wyatt Young himself in a Max Olson article brought on the Indiana comp, where obviously a lot of James Madison's roster followed Kurt Cignetti to Indiana, and they had some immediate success. So they're not shying away from that. That's one team to watch out for. I actually think another team that has done some really nice work in the portal, and a coach that I think still does have some legitimate chops here at this stage in his career, is what Rich Rod is doing at West Virginia. Cam Cook is a guy to watch out for that I think will be one of the most exciting players in the league this year that they're bringing from Jacksonville State. And they have a quarterback competition going on right now. I know Scotty Fox still involved, the guy who played some last year, but they have Michael Hawkins, who got his start at Oklahoma, really athletic, the skill set that has typically worked well with Rich Rod throughout his career. And they really did turn over a bunch of the roster again in the portal, but I think they've become legitimately much more talented because of it. So I do have my eye on West Virginia as a team that could sneak up on some people this year.
He is the host of the Open for Business, a Big 12 podcast. He is John Kurtz, kind enough to join us, give us a little preview of Big 12 Media Days. John, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Hey, anytime, guys. Take care.
Thanks, John. There you go, John Kurtz. Fun to preview Big 12 Media Days, of course, starting tomorrow in Dallas, and then continuing on Wednesday, and we'll have a cover for you top to bottom right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. In fact, I was just chatting with Salzar about the plan, and we're going to have everybody down there. We're going to have it all covered for you. We'll get all the local players, and we will try and bird dog as many of the other players and coaches as we can possibly get. Not that anybody cares about this, but the Big 12 is much less organized when it comes to their media days than the Pac-12 was, or even the Mountain West, I would say, back in the day that ran a pretty tight ship. The Big 12 does a little bit more of a scatter approach, where they just kind of release everybody onto the floor, and you kind of go and get them. And it's a loose schedule, but it'll be a little bit more I wish we could tease a little bit better the times like we used to be able to, but it's a little bit more of go get that guy and throw him on. Here we go.
One thing that we implemented last year that we're doing again this year, I'm going to call it the Stone approach. One of our techs, Stone, he's like the head honcho now. Shout out to him. He's great. Not a sports guy. Not a Big 12 guy. So we literally print out headshots of every coach and player in the conference that's going to be attending. So he knows, they're like flashcards. He knows
he can get
who
after.
to look
Go
out
get
for. And you tell him, like, hey, there's Coach Fritz over there. Go get him. And he will go and hound dog him until Coach Fritz is on the air. And he did a tremendous job last year. Did so good that we're sending him back again because he did really help tracking people down.
Well, that dude is just good at his job, period.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great.
He is great. So that will be a great help to have Stone down there helping us get everything figured out. Interesting that John thought that the Sorsby thing was still going to be, or was going to be, the buzz of Pac-12 media days. And I was talking to Tim about this a little bit. It's, part of being there that's fun. You do get to talk to the coaches and the players, but it's what is the buzz around the ecosphere? What is the buzz around the league? Last year the buzz was all about Texas Tech and buying a team and Cody Campbell, and is that going to work? Are they going to run away with it and going to be the new big dog in the league because of all these resources? And then we saw that storyline certainly play its way out through the season. And I'm guessing that John's probably right, that the buzz around the ecosphere, if that's even a word, is going to be about Brendan Sorsby, even though he's not going to be there. And maybe, I was hoping that we could move on from this story a little bit and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But I think he's right with all the kind of relationship stuff that happened while that was all going down. Texas Tech really digging their heels in and going to bat for this guy in such a delicate circumstance. We remember back to that the call with the athletic directors, and Brian Santiago, the AD, obviously at BYU, came on our station the next day, and he said the right things, and we're on the same page, and everybody's going to be pulling in the same direction. But then you read reports about ADs really voicing how this wasn't going to happen, and you heard John there talking about how the Iowa State AD continues to go at not only Texas Tech, but continues to go at the SEC and goes at the Big Ten. Personally, I think that guy probably should shut his big bazoo. I don't think he does anybody any favors when he kind of is as vocal about it as he is. But, those relationships, I think, might be on full display tomorrow at media days. How is the contingent that Texas Tech sends down there? How are they going to approach it, and how are they going to behave? And they certainly, and I do feel bad for them in this way, they are going to have to answer questions about it all day
I
long.
don't feel bad for them.
The players, I do, because the players are going to be asked about it. They're going to be asked about if it's been a distraction, and
I guess
they don't.
That's true.
And they don't. But here's the problem, Christian, and this is funny, but there's so much like different media down there, and let me tell you about media types. We're not very smart, so it's not like you're getting unique, insightful questions from every interview that you do. You're getting the same questions over and over and over again in every interview that you do. So the, linebacker that gets sent down there from Texas Tech is going to have to answer questions about Brendan Sorsby the entire day. You know what I mean?
He knows what he's going to be asked about, so he's going to have his PR statement locked and loaded and ready to go on repeat all day.
I would think so, because they certainly don't want any controversy from media days, because everybody's in a good mood and everybody says the right thing. But those players are going to get asked that over and over and over again. And I will be curious to what, the ADs say down there, who is made available, as you heard John say, is Cody Campbell himself actually going to be there and giving comment about not only Texas Tech and the Sorsby situation, but also the legislation that he is a big part of the effort to get out of Congress. There's some soap opera-y stuff. So we'll see how much we'll see how much that happens, and we'll see how much other schools actually comment about it, because they're going to be asked about it too. That is for sure. All right, coming up next, we'll dive back into the NBA, some news and notes and some stuff going on out there. Some interesting rumors regarding LeBron James. So stay tuned. We'll talk about that coming up straight ahead on the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a new crash northbound I-15 at 500 East in American Fork that has been moved over to the right shoulder, and delays remain southbound as well on I-15 through the Midvale area. Hey, at UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, and your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the New Look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chatting with Chris Mammoth, president of the Utes Stampede Rodeo, going on July 8th through the 11th. Chris, this is a special event, and it's America's 250. Lots of local celebrations, including yours. Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, we're really excited about our event this year. I'm starting out with our bull riding on Wednesday the 8th. Happy about having a great lineup of cowboys for that, and it rolls right into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Pre-RC rodeo every night. We've got our carnival again here in town.
And you're going to honor the firefighters working hard too.
On Friday night, that's the 10th. Our theme, if you will, that night is first responders and military, and that night for sure we're going to be bringing some firefighters in. All of our surrounding events that we normally have, including parades, the car show, craft show, 5K run, and all those things, we're super happy to be bringing it again in 2026.
Chris, where do we go for tickets?
UtesStampedeRodeo.com. Also, our ticket office is open from 10 to 6 daily, and that number is 435-623-5608.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, so carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Brian Haney joins us now. He is the play-by-play voice of the Kansas Jayhawks. I know that Darren desperately wanted to be that number 1 overall pick. He's got himself into a good situation here. I know he realizes it. I know this team realizes it. This feels like a win-win for both sides.
For a guy that Bill Self has said is going to be a perennial NBA All-Star, this is maybe just the extra chip on his shoulder or competitive edge he might need to fuel his fire into being one of the most prolific players of his generation. This was just one player picked in front of Darren, but because because he's such an alpha, I kind of think if I'm a Jazz fan, not only am I thrilled to get the player that Jay Billis says is the most talented prospect in the draft, but also you get a player that now has just even more fuel to his fire to push even harder and build on that legacy that we all think is inevitable for him at the next level.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. No matter how you may be absorbing the show, we appreciate you doing it. Maybe you're listening over the air on 97.5 or 1280 on the AM. Maybe you are streaming at KSLSports.com. Maybe you're streaming on the KSL Sports app. Maybe you're watching the show at KSLSports.com or right there on YouTube. Or shout out and a hearty hello to our friends from the future who may be listening on the podcast as well. Christian, we'll get into the LeBron stuff in the NBA here in just 1 second, but I watched the England-Mexico game and I watched the end, but I turned it off during the celebration. I just saw this. Jordan Henderson, who's only appeared in one game for England and did not play on Sunday, even though he got a yellow card for interference on the bench. But did you see him hurt himself? Hurt his wrist? Celebrating?
A little more than hurt. I think hurt is putting it lightly.
Well, he had to go to the hospital. We don't know how if he's going to miss any time or how much. I would guess it looks like he broke his wrist. He was celebrating with the fans, and then he was coming back and tried to get over, what do they call those, like advertising things that are on the side of the field? You know what I'm talking about? Those little signs that are like a triangle that stand there. He's trying to hop back over it, and he falls and catches himself. He tries to catch himself with his hand and breaks his wrist, or at least it would look.
Ouch.
Where's Ben when you need him to talk about wrist injuries with his skateboarding past? Ooh, isn't that the most common injury for skateboarders or roller skaters or rollerbladers or whatever the kids are into these days? Because you fall and then you catch yourself and break your wrist. Have you seen those wrist guards they have?
Well, yeah, and I've seen a ton of YouTube videos, you know.
But, I mean, how stupid would you feel hurting yourself celebrating at the World Cup? Like, if he can't play in the next round, not that he would have played anyway, maybe, but it's like, hey, Dad, tell me about your World Cup run. Well, son, I got in a game, and they were making a run, and then I hurt myself like an idiot celebrating and had to miss the rest of the time.
And I got a yellow card before that.
Well, maybe we shouldn't feel bad for this dude. You ever hurt yourself celebrating?
I never had anything to celebrate.
No? Not in your illustrious athletic career?
No, not me. No.
I never hurt myself celebrating either.
That is it. That is the worst way to get hurt, though. Like, I remember even like Ronaldo's celebration where he jumps up and I don't even remember what it's called, but he like jumps up and then lands really hard. And people try to do that all the time and tear their ACL doing it.
Who was the idiot kicker that did it? Bill Gramatica? Or something like that. You should look it up for the Cardinals. He tore his ACL
like
jumping around like a dumb kicker.
And that's why kickers shouldn't celebrate.
Kickers shouldn't be allowed to be on the team. They should the kicker should sit in the stands until they're needed.
You stay up there.
You stay up there and stay away from everybody else, and no celebrating whatsoever. If you're the manager of this English club, I'm telling my team, hey, if we win this next game, I don't want to see any celebration whatsoever. Players are dropping like flies over here. But I would feel really dumb as a world-class athlete, hurt myself trying to get myself over some advertising thing. Way to go. Have you seen that not that I care about the odds markets out there or whatever, but have you seen that they've taken a dramatic turn with a favorite for LeBron James services?
Still Golden State?
No. Now, I do find it funny because coming out of LeBron's camp, did you see that Rich Paul floated it out there? That
the whiteboard.
Yeah, that it has 10 teams on it. Sure it does, Adele.
Did you see the whiteboard?
I did not. Did it have everybody written out on it or what?
Well, it's just funny because it's like the murder movies, when there's like the suspect board and there's like all the lines connecting everything and all the evidence and information. And it kind of looks like that. I'll send you a picture. It's really funny. But it's got, the team name and then the pros of each location listed under it. And
they showed that?
Yeah. Right. It's pretty... it's the most LeBron thing ever, right?
You owe me a like that on yourself.
Like that?
Sorry. It is the most LeBron James thing ever. If by that you mean horribly obnoxious.
Yeah, just look at me.
So everybody now is pointing to LeBron going back to Cleveland. That has become the overwhelming favorite out there is LeBron returning to the Cavaliers. And there's one reason why some people are thinking that. Do you want to know what that is, Christian?
Outside of him being born from, being from there?
Your guy, Jake Fisher, is reporting. Who does he work for again now?
The Stein line.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, Jake Fisher is reporting that the Cavaliers are keeping an open roster spot for Bronny James so they can lure LeBron in this offseason. Per the Stein line, quote, one conspiracy whisper making the rounds, they want to make sure that they have open roster spots to be able to trade for Lakers' Bronny James in the event that they are able to welcome Dad back as a free agent signee.
Also, how old... when is he going to start going by LeBron James Jr.? You can't go by Bronny forever.
Oh, you think that needs to be a coming of age thing?
Yeah, it was cute when he was a teenager or whatever.
I still call my cousin Danny because we grew up together, but in his professional life he goes by Dan, one of those kind of things.
Or Daniel.
Uh-huh. That's not actually his name, Daniel, but yeah, I get your point.
Anyway.
So you think Bronny needs to start going by LeBron James Jr.?
Yeah.
Okay. I think he probably needs to improve at basketball. I do think it'd be funny having him backpack across the country with his dad, It would be like, oh, on Dad's team again. But this makes a ton of sense because what's the other report out there? That LeBron wants to have a camera crew follow him everywhere for a Last Dance-like documentary. And being the most LeBron thing ever, that dude is all about the narrative. All about the narrative. So going home to Cleveland, just a boy from Akron, that storyline. And then if he were able to put the Cavs over the top, which I don't think would happen, but imagine that, Christian. Imagine that documentary. LeBron goes back to Cleveland and gets them one more title before he retires and does it alongside his son. Now,
which is the funny thing compared to the whole Last Dance thing, right?
Uh-huh.
Why did the Last Dance work? Because they won.
Because they won. I wonder if it would have been as interesting if they did not win. Probably not. Although an MJ propaganda doc has the chance to always be entertaining. But LeBron James going to film it all. And imagine the storyline going back to Cleveland. That's not the Geezer Warriors. That's not a good storyline for a documentary. Playing alongside Giannis, that's not about LeBron. Going back to Cleveland. Now that's all about LeBron. Now, could it have a fallout for the Jazz? Because if you look at that team in Cleveland, if LeBron goes there, they don't have a lot of shooting. And they certainly don't have a lot of shooting in their starting lineup. And there's some reports out there that maybe Cleveland, if LeBron came back, would be a little willing for spacing purposes to move on from Jared Allen, who I happen to think would be the perfect replacement center for Walker Kessler. Although his contract is reasonable now, it does blow up a little bit, but at no point is he making more money than Walker Kessler would have been. So if Jared Allen becomes available, I'm the Utah Jazz, I jump at that in a heartbeat. And there's some people talking that if LeBron were to go back to the Cleveland Cavaliers, that maybe they need a little spacing and to clear out some of that size, and they're probably not going to trade Evan Mobley. So
you're telling me that Danny/Austin Ainge might capitalize on a team making an incredibly stupid mistake? Go figure.
That's what I'm getting at.
Right.
To move on from a good center because you're bringing LeBron back for 1 year. But the hard part is, and there's been a lot of conversation about this on this show, but I heard Kurt Heelan talking about it with Scotty G and the coach Tim Lacombe earlier. But the market for centers right now is bananas, and thus the reason that Walker Kessler commanded the not only salary but the return for the Jazz being willing to do a sign and trade. So if in fact Jared Allen did become available and Cleveland did put him out there to be available, man, who knows what the price tag would be on that. I'll tell you, it'll be interesting to see what Jalen Duren does with Detroit, because are there other teams out there that are still desperate for a center? You know, Sacramento and that whole thing comes to mind, that they're still willing to do something, because it seems like, I don't know, the market is a little slower on Jalen Duren. So maybe it goes against the point I was bringing up. Maybe it is turning into a little softer market on centers, but we'll have to see. I do love me some Jared Allen. He would be a great fit next to Triple J and Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah, well, I do think if you're Cleveland and you do move on from him, you have to start with the baseline of, well, what did Walker Kessler get? Right? 2 firsts and 2 pick swaps. So I think that would be the starting point. And then, of course, as you mentioned, Cleveland would be looking for some shooting, some floor spacing in return. You've got to add some salary in there to match the salaries. And that's something that Ben has kind of brought up. Like, the Jazz don't really have those mid-level salaries to help match in trades. So we'll see. That could get really interesting. If Cleveland does decide that they need/want to move off of Jarrett Allen, there are going to be a lot of suitors, and the Jazz would probably be right at the top of the list. And they do have these extra assets now from the Kessler trade that they theoretically could just turn Walker Kessler into Jarrett Allen without having to sacrifice much of their own stash.
You're right. This whiteboard, Christian sent me the whiteboard. Ridiculous. It is the most LeBron thing ever. Way to go. All right, we've got the audio vault coming up next. Don't forget, top of the 5 o'clock hour, we're going to go through all the post-game sound for the Jazz initial Summer League game that went down on Saturday, and the Jazz take on Memphis at the Huntsman Center tonight, starting at 7 o'clock. So you'll have a chance to hear from Cody Williams, from Steve Wojciechowski, Wojo, who was coaching on Saturday, and Darren Peterson himself. So stay tuned for that. That's at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. But coming up next, we have the audio vault. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 is getting slow in spots from 3300 south down into Draper, and northbound I-15 is slow from Bangor Highway in spots up to the North Interchange in North Salt Lake. Attention property managers, customers judge your property in the time it takes to park. Don't fail that test. Call GoPave Utah right now. They've got seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the entire Wasatch Front. Call them right now or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Beehive Meals. And man, do I love the good folks at Beehive. The food is so good. I've been getting their crock-pot meals for a long time now. And listen, those fit seamlessly into a busy lifestyle. The kids love the food, and we love Beehive. And that's why I'm so excited to be on board with their new rollout of their brand new product, Flat Top Meals, and they are amazing. I have tried them. You've got to try it out for yourself. Of course, this is Beehive we're talking about, so it's super easy. No chopping, no measuring. You just thaw and cook, and dinner is done. And with the Flat Top Meals, you're going to do it on your flat top griddle, or even a regular skillet. And it is so easy and so good and done in a heartbeat. And you know what? They even leave a little bit room so you can put a little personal spin if you want to spice it up or change it or put it over pasta. They're extremely flexible and pliable to what it is that your family wants. So log on. Go to beehivemeals.com. You've got to check out the menu for this month. It's fantastic. They do all sorts of stuff. It's so easy. Check it out, beehivemeals.com. Ready to make dinner easier and better. Order now at beehivemeals.com.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
Joining us now from the Oregonian, Bill Orm.
You know, the thing that is just wacky and is that there's like a massive political issue going on with the arena. And there is no guarantee that they're going to get an arena deal done on the stated necessary timeline to renovate Moda Center. The league is expecting a deal done. The league has said that the arena needs to get renovated, basically for the Blazers to stay. The team leaving Portland after 50 plus years is such a real threat. And I don't think I don't know how many people fully understand that yet. Tom Dundon can't help make headlines on even crazier stuff.
I can't bring you on here in Salt Lake City without asking you, what's the situation there to try to bring a Major League Baseball team there?
Let's try to keep the team we have first, Scotty.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game. He had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Papa was a copper and the mama was a hippie. In Alabama, she was swinging a hammer. Price you gotta pay when you break the panorama. She never knew that there was anything more than gold. What in the world does your company take me for? Black bandana, sweet.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay tuned. Got a big 5 o'clock hour coming up for you. We are going to hear all the Jazz post game from their initial Summer League game on Saturday and a win over the Hawks. And then coming up at 5:30, we've got a conversation with Patrick Kinahan previewing Big 12 Media Days. Right now, though, it is time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. Christian, were you dialed into the Mexico-England match?
I was. It was a really fun match. There was a lot of hype surrounding the Mexican team, after winning their first, knockout game in 40 years. So a lot of hype going into the match last night against England. Unfortunately for Team Mexico, they lost. I would have liked to see England lose on 4th of July weekend.
Oh, yeah, that would. I do. Man, that would, have you ever been at a stadium where somebody, like a team, takes an unexpected loss or even a drubbing, and the eerie silence and the deflated feeling of the home building?
Yeah.
I'm sure it was wild at the Azteca Stadium, and where the small patch of English fans are just going nuts and everybody else is just looking on in stunned silence.
Yeah, I guess Team Mexico had only lost at Stadium Azteca 2 or 3 times since it was built.
Yeah, which is crazy.
And it was built, I don't know, the stat I saw said it was built before we went to the moon. So quite old.
And the Mexican fans did find out where England, I guess, had changed hotels and did so in clandestine fashion because I guess the Mexican fans had been harassing the opposing teams.
As they should.
And they still found them. And they were still able to harass them late at night, which is kind of funny. But England overcomes. Oh, and did you hear that I had no idea. And hey, we're being mature on this show. Did you know that taking Viagra helps you with altitude sickness?
I had not heard that before.
I hadn't heard that either.
I'll have to look into it.
Man, I'd be worried about an embarrassing moment on television, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Well, Chad Ochocinco said he would take it before football games.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I had no idea, but apparently that helps with altitude.
Just get your
sickness.
blood going,
Okay. Well, England came away with a win, and their star player, Harry Kane, scored a goal, right? Did he score their third one? Yeah, I believe he did. He scored their third, the game-winning goal, and he gave an interview after the game, and his voice struggled a tad.
Well, Harry, huge congratulations. What a contest, what a win. But I just firstly wanted to ask you what's happened over there by the England goal, because there looks to be some concern.
Yeah, Jordan, my voice is gone. Henlo just fell over there. I think it's okay. Just something to do with his arm.
Okay, well, as for the performance, I think it says it all, the fact that your voice has gone. That was some contest to watch. What on earth was it like to play in?
Yeah, it was a crazy game. We had to fight. We had to find something. Yeah, I've just been sitting there. I can't really talk, but all the occasion, the team, everything against us, we found a way.
I was going to say, is that what pleases you the most, the resilience today? Because even your penalty, a word on that as well, not the one you scored, the one you conceded. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I thought I got to the ball first. It was one of those days that the ref gave a lot against us. And in the end, it didn't matter. So, yeah, I'm happy.
What can this do for England going forward? You've got a quarter-final in Miami against Norway to look forward to. What can the England fans look forward to now?
Well, just look at them here. Incredible. Unbelievable support. Speechless. I can't even talk, so...
Go and rest that voice. Rest up. Thanks, Harry.
Okay, hilarious. But listen, okay, is this an unfair criticism, Christian? She's there to do the post-game interview. He's the star. I get it. It's a big moment. No doubt about it. Couldn't you just ask him a couple real quick? Do you need to ask him about his injured teammate and then 6 more questions when he's just dying his way through it? Couldn't you just ask him a couple and then when he's obviously struggling, say, thank you for the interview and let him go on his way? Am I wrong? Is that a fair criticism? I couldn't believe she went back for, what, several more questions? Yeah. Several more questions. Like, hey, this is an expose, Harry. I know you can't talk exactly, but you're going to answer my questions.
He should have just dipped.
Should have just gone, like, all right.
Marshawn Lynch,
Oh, yeah, just pulled a hide.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Darren Williams used to do that. He used to hide from the media because everybody would be waiting for him and he'd try to sneak out. So, yeah, good for Harry Kane for doing it, but she could have taken it easy on him and been like, okay, that's enough. How does it feel? Big win. Great for England. Tell us about it. All right. We'll see you later. And I'm so glad that this reminded Lloyd of this piece of audio that we're going to play, because I absolutely had the same thought when we were talking about what to do for audio vol. Have you heard this before, Christian?
Lloyd previewed it for me. Yeah.
How about this? This is a guy calling a horse race that had a similar bout with laryngitis.
Did a travel in second place, Elia Rose on the inside, Linveld 80. 1 out, 1 back, Leona Tejan on the inside, 3 back, Booberawi Boy, and Harding coming 3 wide now. We're 1 step closer, just racing greenly at the tail end of the field. Heading towards a 600, second quarter, 32-1, 65 for the half. Now he goes full steam ahead, we're 1 step closer, and he goes forward 3 wide quickly. Going with the Elia Rose on the inside, Cop and Eiffel can't go with them. Then in turn behind those between runners were Leona Tejan on the inside, Linveld 80, and at the tail end of the field, we're looking about 5 or 6 metres to Booberawi Boy. I think we're going here in front, leading the way. It's Elia Rose, leads by 2 metres in second placing. No, I don't think I'll get through this. Yatesy, where are you? We need you, mate. In front of Elia Rose, down the outside, trying hard, was 1 step closer, but Elia Rose wins. Second placing, Leona Tejan, I think, or on the inside, Cop and Eiffel.
Take a day off, dude. It's all right. Take a race off. You know what? It's not your day.
That one's hilarious because it gets worse the more he keeps talking. Like it goes more and more downhill. And he's clearly making it worse.
Just wait, Christian. You lose your voice on a Saturday morning and you've got to come in and bang out a Saturday show sounding like that.
Like that?
That would be like if Bob Costas showed up with his pink eye.
Exactly.
It's slightly pink on his way in, and on his way out, it's just bloody and on its way out of the socket.
Excellent comparison. All right, stay tuned. We'll get you Jazz sound from their post game Saturday after they beat Atlanta in overtime. Of course, a huge game from Darren Peterson. You're going to hear from him, Cody Williams, Wojo as well. That's straight ahead on the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. It's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Hopefully everybody out there had a happy Independence Day. Hopefully you had a chance to do something fun. Maybe you were able to get out of town. Well, have you ever thought what you want your retirement to look like? Maybe you want it to look like 4th of July weekend all the time. Maybe you want to play a little golf. Maybe you want to travel. Maybe you want to make sure you pass something down to the next generation. Well, Trajan wants to be a team of great folks on your side to not only help you set those goals, your goals, but show you exactly what you got to do to get there and help you every step along the way. And now the Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax is a thing. It's all under one roof for you. So give them a call today, 855-TRAJAN-1. Sit down with them. I'm a client. I've gone through it. I've gone through the process. It's so easy. They're so nice. Give them a call. Sit down with them for free. 855-TRAJAN-1. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game. He had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the New Look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth. But here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's Lagoon's Deal of the Decade in July. Single-day tickets are $59.95 plus tax with purchase of 2 or more. Online only. Promo code not required. Visit lagoonpark.com. lagoonpark.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. No Ben today. It is time for Not So Live at 5, and it's brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. We do have Big 12 Media Days starting tomorrow in Dallas. I am off to the airport to catch a flight to get down there to participate in all of our coverage coming up tomorrow. So in order to give me a little extra time to get to the airport, we're doing a couple of recorded segments to get you home today. Of course, the very most relevant stuff, which is the point of Live at 5, or in today's case, not so live at 5, as I make my way out to Salt Lake International. But the big story of the day, of course, the Utah Jazz. Coming off Darren Peterson's Summer League debut on Saturday in an overtime win over the Hawks, 103-102. He led all scorers with 28 points, 11 of 21 shooting, and was just electric in his debut for the Jazz. And the Jazz are back at it in Summer League action tonight at the Huntsman Center, taking on the Hawks. And not the Hawks, the Grizzlies, Cam Boozer and the Grizzlies. So Darren Peterson versus Cam Boozer tonight at the Huntsman Center, starting at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. But we thought we'd walk you through some of the post-game sound from their win over the Hawks on Saturday. We're going to hear from Cody Williams. We're going to hear from Steve Wojciechowski, Wojo, and his post-game as he's coaching the Summer League team. And we're going to hear from Darren Peterson himself. So hang on. We're going to walk you through some of this post-game sound. PK is going to be on the show in the very next segment. Had a chance to talk to PK. Really interesting conversation previewing Big 12 Media Days as PK is making his way down to Dallas as well. But let's get to the post-game sound from the Jazz post-game in their initial Summer League. And let's hear now from Cody Williams.
One of the things that kind of stands out is the added strength, and that's been an incremental process for you. How's that been for you? Just steadily getting stronger as time goes on, and just what does it mean for you kind of going forward a little bit?
Yeah, I think, end of last season, met with the coaches, and that was the number one priority, just because it's going to allow me to do a lot of things that I do on the court even better, like guard multiple positions, play defense, get out and run, play through contact. So I feel like that being an emphasis of the summer has kind of helped raise other areas of my game. So, I feel on the court, I feel quicker, I feel stronger, I'm able to play through contact. I'm starting to learn how to impose my own will on defense and kind of just, keep getting stronger and using that to kind of dictate what I want the offense to do. So, it's just helped a lot of areas of my game.
What stood out to you about playing with Darren and just seeing him on the court in a Jazz jersey for the first time?
Yeah, it's fun. It's awesome when you guys all get along and we're all happy for each other's success. And it's always good to see him, especially as, a rookie, first game, first NBA game, Summer League game, coming out there and just doing what he does. So he did it efficiently, and it's just, always fun to play with guys like that.
Building off that, Cody, you touched on it a little bit, but how do you think you did his first game here?
Oh, I feel like I did good. Definitely, I think the biggest thing about this Summer League is just getting film and doing the stuff I've worked on all summer, and then getting the film from that and learning what I did well and what I can do better. So I feel like my defense was pretty good. I could take that up a notch as well, and then kind of offensively getting to my spots, playing through contact, kind of using my bumps to create space. And I feel like I kind of did that pretty well today, so just going to carry that into the next game.
Offensively, what are you focusing on?
Just playing my game, really. I feel like, I'm really confident in my mid-range, so finding different ways to get that, especially, coming season, it's going to be if I get a bomb or, money, 5 seconds left in the shot clock, being able to kind of get to my spot in the mid-range and, make a shot. I feel like that's going to be important this year, so being able to come out here and practice that and learn how to get to my spots and get to my mid-range, hit my open threes, being able to pick up the ball, go multiple positions. I feel like, this Summer League has really helped me establish that.
Cody, you mentioned everyone getting along. What can you tell us about Darren's personality for everyone that kind of hasn't seen him or doesn't know anything about him? What have you learned over the past couple of weeks?
He's a smooth guy, really confident. He's smooth. He's a little low-key, but he, obviously has a great sense of humor. He just fits in really well with our program and our guys. So, it's always a joy to just be around him, on the court and off the court. So, great guy, class act, really professional, on time, shows up early, is on the court early, does everything he's supposed to do. So, just a great teammate.
Cody, you've been here for 2 seasons now. During this summer, how would you say you guys are trying to build a culture? What does that kind of look like as it translates also onto the court in Summer League as well?
I think one of the biggest things we're highlighting is defense. Especially with our numbers last year, we were either dead last or towards the last in a lot of defensive categories. So I feel like, they've made a real emphasis on defense being a part of this next year's team. So just being able to take that mindset in Summer League and apply it, so that way, come season time, I know what I'm supposed to do and I kind of know the culture and identity that we're trying to build.
Cody, you had a couple nice dunks, especially the one coming down the lane cross and then right in the poster. Can you just walk me through that play, and then just do you feel like your strength is helping you in those areas?
Oh, for sure. Just, playing through contact. I feel like when I get on the open floor in transition, I feel like that's where I'm most deadly. So being able to just get out and run and, push the ball, being able to get the ball in the outlet, run a transition or a fast break, I feel like that's one of my strengths. So, the lane just opened up and I took advantage of it. But, it just comes with being aggressive.
All right, that is Cody Williams. Cody was very good. In his 34 minutes, he had 17 points, efficient, 8 of 13 shooting, had 6 turnovers, which you don't love, but you love to see Cody make his presence felt. We talked to Tim Lacombe about that earlier in the show. That was lacking in his game a little bit, the oomph, and as he gets stronger physically, you could really see that in game number 1. All right, let's get to the coach's thoughts in game number 1. Jazz assistant Steve Wojciechowski. Here's what Wojo had to say.
Coach, obviously, what are your thoughts on Darren, and just what are your thoughts on just how you guys played overall?
I thought our guys played really hard, and I thought we played very good defense. I mean, we talked about transition and protecting our paint before the game. They had 5 transition points, and we outscored them in the paint 60-36. And so, defensively, I thought we were really good. We were connected. I thought our guys played hard. Offensively, obviously it's the turnovers are things we need to clean up, but some of those came late when I thought fatigue came into the game, and some of the ones that came early on outlets were just over exuberance. Like we were trying to make a play that wasn't necessarily there, and we were throwing outlet balls right to them. But overall, I was pleased with the way our guys played. In a short period of time, it's hard to get familiarity, but they controlled the things they can control, and which is competing, which is trying to play connected, and trying to win the game.
Love to get your overall thoughts about Darren today, but also that first possession right when the game started, was the point to get the ball into his hands and kind of give him a chance to run, or was that just him?
No, we want Darren to be aggressive, whether he's on the ball or off the ball, and that's one of the things that's exciting about Darren. He's really good on the ball, and you can play him off the ball, and he's dangerous there. He's been an incredibly impressive kid. His maturity is well beyond his years. And, the idea that these games are easy when the top picks especially haven't played since their season ended, that's a lot to ask. And I thought he played to his identity, which is a mature, really good young basketball player.
In the lead up of this game, you had said that Darren was everything that was advertised in the lead up of the draft. Was this kind of what you saw in the background and in practices and in scrimmages for what fans kind of saw as the first glimpse of him today?
I think really good players rise. They meet the moment. And so, it's obvious in, 3 or 4 days of a short practice, you knew he was really talented, but I think the game even brought out more. And I was proud of how aggressive he was. We want him, and this group is going to need him to be aggressive. And that's the best way for him to learn, is by being aggressive, trying to make plays, and majority of the time for him they're going to work out.
How did you see Cody affect the game?
Cody's a different player. I thought Cody was outstanding defensively. He had some really good defensive possessions. He had some strong drives, and I thought he had some good rebounds as well. Cody can impact the game in a lot of ways, and we don't want him to think that scoring is the only way to impact Summer League. We want him to have his fingerprints all over the winning possessions, even if they don't end in him scoring. And I thought he did a nice job of that.
kind of already hit on it, but Darren only played in 24 to 26 games in his college career in very limited action. Was it kind of a motivating factor for him in heading into this game, just to kind of show fans what he was about, showcase that he could play a full game and all of that?
Yeah, I mean, that may be a better question for Darren. But I think he was very excited to play, and he played the right way. I thought his defense was really good. Offensively, he had some huge moments and made some big baskets for us at times when we were struggling to score. And so I thought, for the first time playing since the NCAA tournament, I thought he was very good. And obviously, a lot of eyes are on him, and he rose to the occasion.
I'm wondering how cautious you guys are being with Ace, and if that was kind of just precautionary, and if you kind of expect him to play day after tomorrow.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to Sports Performance. He wasn't back there, so I didn't. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait till Monday to get an update.
And then in general, thoughts on Ace when he was out there?
I thought Ace was good. I thought Ace has gotten better, and it's hard when you don't have the ball in your hands in summer league at times to know when your opportunities are coming, especially with a team that's really new and just playing together. But I thought he had some good reads offensively. I thought he had some forceful moves to the basket. But I was really pleased with his defense, and I thought he played a very good defensive game. And obviously that's been a focus of ours, and probably time for us to focus on offense a little more.
All right, there you go. That is Wojo. Let's move on to the headliner making his Jazz debut, Darren Peterson. And I've been saying it throughout the show. It really felt like he played. He showed up. He cared. Like he had something to prove. Played with a chip on his shoulder. Sarah Todd, who joined the show earlier today, talked about how he's definitely got that dog factor, and that was on full display in Game 1. We'll see what it looks like tonight in Game 2 going up against Memphis. But let's hear what Darren Peterson had to say after the game.
Darren, how would you assess, your performance tonight, and what were you seeing, particularly, down the stretch in those possessions?
I think I was pretty good. I could help my team win. Happy we came out on top. Last couple possessions, I know I missed the box out, turned the ball over. I'm going to have to watch it back, but got to be better at the end of the game. We had a lot of turnovers at the end of the game. We got to be able to seal the game.
Darren, at the start of the game, first possession, you guys get the tip and then you get the ball. Are you thinking to yourself, I just see something and you drive for it, or were you instructed to kind of go to the basket?
Just a read. Yeah, I seen a bigger guy come out on me, so I tried to just attack him.
When you walked out onto the court for warm-ups, you had a standing ovation from fans, and there were fans chanting MVP and all these kind of things. What was it like just getting to play in front of them for the first time?
It was great. Kind of takes me back to the Kansas, just reminds me of Kansas a little bit, with a great fan base. And like I said in the media before, when I put on the uniform, it's not just for myself, it's for the fans as well. So happy to see me out there.
Darren, with everything's happened, getting drafted, all of that, I'm sure there were some nerves or something built up for it. Just how did it feel to go out there and finally play with Jazz across your chest?
I felt great. I said after the game, that was my first game since my last game in March. And that was also on my mind because Zubies was on the other team, and they beat us on that game winner. I don't know if you guys seen it, but that was on my mind. So, happy to get the win.
Darren, you had kind of talked about you were itching to get back on the court and kind of prove yourself. Was that kind of a motivating factor for you heading into this game, and how did you kind of use that in your favor in your first game as a Jazzman?
For sure. I've been training super hard, manifesting this game for since the season ended, my Kansas season ended. So to get out there and finally be able to put on a jersey and play again is great. And then on top of that, I got Jazz across my chest now. So it's a huge honor and privilege.
Darren, you hit a 3 towards the end of the game that was just a little bit left of the top of the key, and you had a very similar shot against Texas Tech in a tie game. Is that a spot you like to get to in a moment, or is it just kind of what the game dictates? Take me through that kind of late game moment.
He's kind of just a game dictator. They switched. I had the same layup I had on the beginning of the game. I had him again, and I just thought score when I got him. So got one up. Happy winning.
Playing next to some NBA guys on your roster, better spacing, bigger size, though. What did you notice in your first game?
First thing I noticed, it was like I'm tired. Like I was like the altitude was getting to me a little bit. I was tired, but yeah, like you said, more space. Also, how important scouting report is. It was important in college, but also like I got to be able to go out there and perform what we scouted and went over. So I got to be better at that. Those probably the main things.
Darren, you kind of already hit on it, but you said the opposing team had a player that hit a game winner against you in Kansas in the NCAA tournament. How do you use things like that? How do you note-take things like that to kind of motivate you heading into these games? I mean, what is the process?
Like that? Like that?
I'm already kind of motivated going into the game. Just it's a basketball game. I'm a competitor. Every time I step out there, I want to help my team win. But I use that as a little bit extra just because he ended my freshman year. So I kind of use anything I can.
Darren, what have your first days been like, just kind of on and off the floor? And, what are some of the things that have stood out to you? And, have there been any, signature moments that you've encountered that you'll remember going forward?
Yeah. First couple of days been great. Practice, going hard, competing every day. Leaning on guys like Keontae. He's been at every practice and been pushing me to do certain things and hold me accountable. Like I can't wait to play with him, play together. Then off the court, really just been with my dog. I don't really want something off the court. I don't got much time to myself no more. He got to be taken out and walked and stuff. I want him to have like a great life. So I've been trying to like walk him and spend as much time as I can with him when I'm off court.
What's his name?
Denim.
Like the jeans?
Yeah, like the jeans. Yeah. It's crazy. Like the people were telling me like at halftime, my alarm was going off on my phone. It said feed Denim. Like so yeah, I'm trying to get dad of the year. So yeah, I had that on there. But yeah, off court, just him really chilling and treatment and him.
Has anything surprised you with this, the week of practice, this game? Have you had like a welcome to NBA moment or anything that's kind of wasn't something you expected?
Welcome to NBA. I'd probably say like these guys are a lot stronger, maybe. That was the biggest thing I noticed today. Also got to get used to like the refs, the whistle. It's a different whistle. That was the first thing that come to mind on that one.
Darren, you talked a lot during the pre-draft process about wanting to get back to showing your playmaking at the next level. Just how did it feel to have the ball in your hands so much this game?
It felt good. I feel like I know I had a lot of turnovers. Yeah. I got to be better with it. But it felt good. Got to take care of the ball, though. Can't have talk about that with Coach Hardy the other day. Live ball turnovers are bad, so we gotta be better.
A scout I was talking to says it looks easy for you in terms of like getting to your spots, creating your shot. Does that still feel pretty natural and pretty easy for you at this level?
I don't know. I train super hard to try to make the games easier for me, but I wouldn't say it's easy. I just try to find my spot. Like they said, I just try to find my spot and get it up or make a play, but I wouldn't say it's easy. Still got to work.
I know you've talked a lot about having conversations with Keontae, but quite a few vets are back from Bryce, Jaren, Isaiah. What have those conversations been like?
Mainly just with Keontae, but those guys are at the scrimmage we had the other day, so they just basketball stuff really. We spent some time together at Coach's house, and we'll probably get together today for the 4th, but just been like welcome and happy to have me, that kind of stuff. Only one that's been like coaching me up is Keontae on court. Yeah.
There you go. That is Darren Peterson, the Jazz rookie, 28 points in his Jazz Summer League debut on Saturday against the Hawks. All right, coming up next, we're going to play a conversation that I had with Patrick Kinahan, PK, going to be a big part of our Big 12 Media Days coverage. He's on his way down to Dallas. We talked to him about his expectations and what he wants to hear. We'll get to that coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 is starting to move slow in both directions in the Riverdale area due to the construction up there. Also have typical slowdowns on I-15 in Salt Lake County in spots between Draper and the North Interchange in North Salt Lake. Hey, looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them at American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or check them out at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Walker Kessler on his way. Not only the Jazz trade him, they trade him to the Lakers. A 4-year contract worth $140 million, roughly just shy of $33 million per year. The Jazz get a haul. They get 2 unprotected first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, which is a monstrous amount, a rim protector, and a rebounder. An elite is now off the board for the Jazz.
In my opinion, it wasn't part of the plan. I think this is an outlier. I can just tell you, I think there's probably nuance. Numbers say one thing, but I think there's nuance. I want to make sure we talk about in the beginning that they were more than compensated. John Morant, who was just traded, and I know he has his issues, but he was just traded the other day with no first-round picks attached. This is 4 first-round picks.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahan, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Massive data centers are taking over entire communities, and Utah could be next. KSL investigator Daniela Rivera goes inside the data center capital of the world to hear what residents wish they had known sooner. Beyond Box Elder, tonight at 10. Saddle up for your chance to watch some Bronc Bust in action at the Days of 47 Rodeo, July 21st. Visit KSL.com/contest and enter to win a family 6-pack of tickets. Winners will be announced daily on KSL's Facebook page.
Championship football teams aren't built by chance. They're built with the right game plan. The same is true when it's time to sell your home. In Salt Lake City, sellers trust the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, because they know how to win. From premium marketing that gets your home noticed, to expert pricing and skilled negotiation that help maximize your sale. If you're ready to make your next move, put a championship team in your corner. Visit sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team today.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Try this combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Man, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big 12 Media Days is tomorrow and Wednesday. I will be down there. I'm catching a flight right after the show. Our next guest will be there as well, of course, co-host of DJ and PK in the morning, the one and only Patrick Kinahan. Hello, PK.
Hey, Jake. I'm really appreciative. I want to give a shout-out to Bonneville and KSL for the bosses for allowing me to charter so I didn't have to wait at the airport and all that type of stuff like you guys do.
Yeah, that's super nice of them. Well, they know where their bread is buttered. How many media days? I mean, you and I together have done how many media days for these local schools have you done now, PK? You've been at every one going back to the 90s probably.
Yeah, because you have to account for when I was exclusively a print journalist and actually one of the better, if not the best, print journalists that we had in town. So I certainly did that back then. But I think pretty much, at least for radio, since we started doing it, I know every Pac-12 one, and that started in 2011, and I haven't missed, the COVID thing, and they did some stuff by the phone. So that was something that didn't work there very well under the circumstances, but it was cool for the Pac-12 because we would go around to different movie studios that we would do, Warner Brothers and all the other ones that they had there. So you'd go back in the sets. So that was always entertaining. And then Universal, and I think they gave us passes because Universal has like a little Disneyland there, rides and takes you behind the scenes and all that. And I'd always bring my family. As you know, you spent some time with me at the beach.
Yep.
Over the years, I'd always combine it with a little beach time in my where I used to live down in that area. But, the last couple of years has been Dallas, did Vegas for a bit, and now we're at the Cowboys facility. And, I prefer it to be in L.A. or Vegas, but once you're there and it's go time, it doesn't really matter where you are because you're just bringing through a bunch of people. And everybody has optimism. Everybody's going to have a great season, if not a good season, every single one of those 16 teams. I can remember one time we were in Vegas, and right next to us was New Mexico back in the Mountain West days, and they were coming off like a 1-win or 0-win, and the radio station was next to us, and Ben Bagley and I were listening during commercial breaks, and they were convinced that team was going to get bowl eligible. And I'm thinking, you guys haven't got a prayer, man. I mean, it's one thing to be a homer, but it's another thing to be up in the night and not having realism. So the point is that there's a level of optimism that all the teams have.
And all the players, which of course is fun. Yeah, I've definitely cooled out with your family on the beach. Watched you do some fine bodyboarding, if memory serves. And
I love that.
We were not on the same station at the time when the first Pac-12 Media Day happened. But you were there, and I was there as well. And Utah did not take a quarterback, but their quarterback going into the season was going to be Jordan Wynn. And I had, stood next to him. And then you go to that Pac-12 Media Day, PK, and do you remember the run of quarterbacks that came through that day? Well,
Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck, Brock Osweiler, who was like 6'9", and Nick Foles, who's also like 6'7". And I don't know if you had the same thought I did, but I remember thinking, wow. Utah they're going to have to step it up. This is a different level.
I actually had a coach on Utah's staff. I don't want to name him, and I won't name the players, but about once they started getting good in the Pac-12, he went through each of the players that they had starting for those first couple years and how small they were relative to Pac-12, and how much just in that 3 to 4 year period, just the physical style and nature and just the characteristics of the players were so much bigger that it was evident. And he literally went through, being as we recruited to Mountain West. Now they did very well at the end there. They were a top team in the Mountain West, but even still, when they made that transition, especially with the depth situation, it just wasn't there. And I can remember the first year ASU comes to town, and the Sun Devils, pretty much a middling program for majority of their time. The first several years in the Pac-12, Pac-10 then obviously was good, but then about 8 years in, and then the Cardinals came to town and they made a coaching change. They really struggled at that point, but they always had good receivers, and the receivers look like freaking Walker Kessler being guarded by you or me. I mean, it was just the physical size was so startling difference between the two. And the Utes now have been recruiting at a Power 4, Power 5 level for many, many years, so we don't see that anymore.
All right, so let's talk about the local storylines that you think are the biggest with the Utes and the Cougs. What are we trying to find out tomorrow about those teams?
Well, we'll go with BYU first because I think they're expected to be, if they did a poll, they would be a little higher. Not that the Utes are going to be low by any stretch, but obviously they've got a blow at receivers, right? We know the Kingston story, and we know the Cody Hagan story, and he retired from football, and I believe he got married and moved on with life, which happens. And, they lost Roberts, obviously, last year. Kingston was a really, really good player for them. There's no doubt about it. And he's got his legal stuff, and so be it with that. We'll see how that plays out. But, he's not expected to be there at the start, at least, if not the entire season. So they've got to find guys. Then they got guys, but guys need to step up, JoJo Phillips, you've been in the program now a number of years. This was presented to you. I don't want to say given because nothing is really given on the football field, but it's presented to you a golden opportunity to go ahead and decide to be the man, right? Now go ahead and take that. Now on the flip side, they've got some better tight ends. They got a little more depth at tight end, so they can throw the ball there. Bachmeier has got another year, so you would think that he would be better, more diversified. They wouldn't have to be as consistent or conservative. And the running backs, L.J. Martin, you can make a strong case for best running back in the conference. He runs so smooth. He's so unbalanced. It's like he glides. He doesn't really even run, right? And if he stays healthy, it looks like he's another NFL back, and he's going to produce minimum 1,000 yards. Health has got to be there, knock on wood for him. And then on the defensive side, they lose some fairly decent players, and certainly one very good player with Jack Kelly at linebacker. They got the Uvalde kid out of Cal, who's a local kid and came home here for the end of his college career. Glasker's a stud. He's been a stud now for a couple of years. And then they got Satawala, and Jay Drew had put out a story in the D-News a while back about him being injured. So we'll have to see about that. Offensive line, you got to replace a couple guys, but they've been able to move guys in there to get some experience, much like Utah. Utah has to replace the entire offensive line as we switch to them. But they do have guys that they were able to play and get opportunities. It's not like they're going to be making their first starts. I mean, most of those guys, the two studs, didn't play in the bowl game, and they destroyed Nebraska. So I think with Utah, it's a question of maybe you might say their bigger question marks, it's what's going to happen not off the field, but from the sidelines, because there's so much newness there with the coaching staffs, particularly from the offensive perspective, right? I think Atawaya is the only returning running back coach there. Everybody else went with Kyle over to Michigan and received significant pay raises, so good for them. So how's that going to play out? But as you know, Jake, this is the year they got the best crop of receivers that they've ever had collectively, which I think is the 15th year in a row.
Yep, which is it's got to be a record. There's got to be some sort of I think you're right on the money with Utah, well, and BYU for that matter. But Morgan and the change in the culture is the story. It's how much does it change? How does it change? I'll give you an example with the offense. Utah in the bowl game had a different ethos offensively, and I'm not talking about more run or more pass, but keep your foot on the pedal, which is something watching Witt for so many years. He just didn't want to do. In fact, I'll tell you, I covered the Oregon game where Utah blew him out right at Autzen, and after the game was over, I said, why'd you pour it on like that? Why'd you stay so aggressive? And he said, because we're playing Oregon. The Ducks can come back at you at home at any time. And I thought to myself, well, why don't you pretend you're playing Oregon every week? But I thought the bowl game, and it's one game, but it seemed like they were more willing to kind of pour it on offensively. And I wonder if that's one of those components that changes.
We shall see. Now, that was Jason Beck. Now they got the new coordinator. Devin Dampier's had 2 successful years, both with Jason Beck. I believe Jason Beck is a big-time up-and-coming coordinator, and there's going to be big things from him. We're going to hear big things from him for the next 15 years, probably, as he could very well find himself being a big-time head coach at one of these big-time programs. Not that Utah wasn't, but he was the coordinator. He's a guy on the come. Devin Dampier in the Vegas game, sitting in the press box and watching him survey the field, it's like he was unleashed. And he was healthy, because he had some time off between the end of the season and the bowl game. Reminds me of John Beck. John Beck's senior year was hurt, had an ankle injury, and was limited most of the season. And then he gets 4 weeks off, and they go down and play Oregon in Vegas and kick the crap out of him, only to have Mike Bellotti say, I still don't think they're a Pac-10 quality team.
Yeah, right.
Come on, Mike, you just got destroyed. And so I think we saw Devin Dampier. We certainly saw the best of Devin Dampier in that Vegas Bowl. I don't think that he was any better at Utah, maybe New Mexico, but take the level of competition. I saw him play in New Mexico several games. He went wild against Arizona in the beginning, but New Mexico didn't have much of a defense. They lost that game. So I'm expecting Dampier to pick up where he left off. And if he can stay healthy, he has an opportunity to be dynamic. He's probably not going to be an NFL quarterback because he's smaller. We understand that, but he's being paid millions now, literally, to be a college quarterback. And if he can stay healthy and be able to do the things that he can do, I really believe the Utes have an opportunity to be in the thick of things, even with all the change. And they did take a hit, some talent-wise. A couple guys, Johnson and Snowden, that were pretty good playmakers for them in the defensive backfield. They took off, transfer portal, and then you also have graduation and so forth. So they do have to reload. But the good thing, they're reloading at positions where they've largely been able to reload.
PK joining us, giving a little Big 12 Media Days preview. On the conference overall, PK, looking at Texas Tech. In fact, go back to Witt's first year ever, his first year. They're still in the Mountain West. And I remember they were overwhelmingly picked to win the league in, I guess it would have been 2005. And I talked to somebody up there who said, well, slow the phone, hold your roll a little bit, and then pointed out all the draft picks from Urban Meyer's final season that they lost. I mean, just legends, incredible players. With that in mind, with Texas Tech, they lose the number 2 pick in the draft with Bailey. Rodriguez was an absolute game-changing type of
soul, that defense, if not the entire team.
It's amazing. And so I get it. It's a new age, and you can buy players and Cody Campbell and all of that. But part of me feels like you cannot just simply lose players like that and just reload the next year. But maybe it's a new age.
Yeah, I mean, you can argue that so many of their players, I think if I recall in my studies of them last year, that 6 of the guys that they started on defense or received significant playing time were specifically brought in knowing they only had 1 year left, and Bailey being the top of them, and they had Romello, another kid at defensive line who was a draft pick. So they had 2 guys in, but they knew that they were just going to be one and dones. And I think they might have they had most of those kids got drafted, because I think they had 9 players drafted, and I have to double check the numbers, but 6 of them, maybe even 7, were defensive players. So that's a lot of talent to lose. And you look at the way I look at it, you bring up that Utah example, and that was 05. And in those days, kids stayed. They didn't move around. And look at those kids when it was 3 years later. Oh, they only went undefeated and beat Alabama, right? And not all of them, but a lot of them just grew up and became seniors. And then half of those guys on that defense went on to play in the NFL, right? So that was a really good defense that they had. So I get your point, but, you look at the transfers. And the great thing about with football, and you've seen it a little bit in basketball, but I think especially in football, you can pluck kids out of the lower levels, right? Whether it's the Mountain West, whether it's conference, the AAC or whatever it might be, or even the Big Sky level. And there's players there that were overlooked for whatever reason. In football, it's hard. Jalen Brunson talked about, I was short and I wasn't quick, but they couldn't judge my heart. Well, we saw what he did from the basketball sense, and I think from the football sense, you can do that even more. And with that in mind, I don't get caught up on where these kids are from. And if Texas Tech is evaluating these guys and bringing them in, that must mean that they're good. So to me, they're still the team to beat.
I want to know if you're going to rake Dilly over the coals like you did Herm Edwards a few years ago.
No, I love him. I'm going to kiss him on the cheek.
What's Arizona State looking like? Dilly's begging people to scratch checks, begging rich people to spend money, and did it work?
Yeah.
Still lost their quarterback?
They've got some people that are donating. Yeah, it's better. He'll tell you. He's honest in that regard. He'll say, yeah, we're a lot better. But when you get better, the teams that were better than you, this is going to sound twisted and jilted, they get more better, right? You see what I'm saying?
I do.
If I have $10 million and I catch up to you, well, by the time I caught up to you, you've surpassed the $10 million mark. So, and they lost, obviously, Levitt, and they had a 1,000-yard rusher who didn't do jack the year before, and he wasn't even the starter at the beginning of the season, Raleek Brown, and he ends up rushing for 1,000 yards. And as I said this morning, he's going to look great in his burnt orange uniform because he's playing for Texas. And Levitt left for money, so be it. They got a quarterback from Kentucky who has potential. The thing that if you want to look for what the Sun Devils can do, Dillingham has a way with quarterbacks because he was the coordinator at Oregon when Bo Nix went there, and Bo Nix was basically a salvage project. Well, then he turns into a first-round draft choice, working a couple years with Kenny D, right? So there's something there. So we'll see how that plays out. They had a decent transfer class. They don't return very many starters, less than 5 between graduation and transfers, but they had some young players last year. They recruited well the year before. And so it's the old Utah thing, next man up type thing. I think they'll be competitive. I think the days of them under the Herm Edwards, where they only win 3 games or so and they're an embarrassment, you cheated and still sucked. I think those are gone. I think they'll be competitive. We were doing the pregame show last year with you, me, and Alice Carey, right, for BYU Utah. And they were the only team to beat the Texas Tech Red Raiders in the conference, right? They got it done. Well, they had Levitt was there that game and Jordan Tyson. They got a couple of good receivers out of the transfer portal. And so I'm expecting them, if you just give them like an average amount of breaks to repeat, like at a 6-3, if things break their way and they stay healthy and they get some crucial turnovers, maybe they can go a 7-2. So that's the beauty of this league is that they're going to be picked anywhere between, I'd say, 6 and 9, maybe 10. And on any given Saturday, if things are clicking for them, they can give you a tough time. and I know Utah doesn't play them, but BYU does in Provo, I believe. So we'll have to see how that plays out. I think it's right before Halloween. I think it's either on Halloween or the day before, whatever that Saturday is. So I want to say the October 30th in Provo, if I remember correctly. I have to double check on that. So yeah, they're going to be formidable, as is Arizona. Fafita is a really good quarterback. If Fafita was 6'2", he wouldn't be at Arizona. He'd be in the NFL, but he's not. He's 5'10", and so the NFL frowns upon 5'10" guys, as we know. But he's good. Houston's on the come. Kansas State's got to overhaul with the coaching staff, but they got Avery Johnson back. And so he's going to be a fourth-year starter by now.
Right.
So they should be dangerous. TCU, I think, is always dangerous. Sonny Dykes, background, got to know him pretty good at Cal and read up on him. He's very good offensively, as is Rich Rod. Those are two what I would consider mastermind offensive coaches.
PK, you are the best. Thank you. And it'll be fun to do another media day with you starting tomorrow. I'm excited about it.
I just hope that in this little hit that we did that I wasn't too windy.
Oh, shot at Christian on the way out. I like it. Now, that is my type of interview right there. That's my type of way to go.
Just let Christian know that I don't mention him. There's two people I don't mention in my life. One is Herm Edwards, and one is your producer.
Hey, I don't blame you. Thank you, PK. You're the man.
Okay. All right. Talk to you tomorrow.
All right, bro. I'll see you down there.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. That is the one and only Patrick Kinahan, big part of our Media Days coverage, as always. PK goes back, as we were talking about, covering these Media Days as a print journalist and a radio bozo, goes back to the mid to early 90s. PK has been a part of covering BYU and Utah in Media Days. Of course, he'll be live tomorrow morning from Dallas. And then Scotty G, coach Tim Lacombe, going to be live as well. And then I'll be there to hold down the afternoon. And honestly, we'll all probably make appearances with the coverage throughout the day. So keep it tuned for that. Awesome that we get a chance to travel the staff down there and give the best coverage possible. So that indeed is what you're going to be getting tomorrow right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll have more coming up next. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 is slow from downtown into Sandy, and then the slow traffic starts again in American Fork in spots down to Springfield near 400 South. Northbound I-15 has delays between Orem and American Fork, and more delays heading into the downtown area. Hey, at UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, and your big plans. We move purpose. We move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim Lacombe.
Brian Haney joins us now. He is the play-by-play voice of the Kansas Jayhawks. I know that Darren desperately wanted to be that number one overall pick. He's got himself into a good situation here. I know he realizes it. I know this team realizes it. This feels like a win-win for both sides.
For a guy that Bill Self has said is going to be a perennial NBA All-Star, this is maybe just the extra chip on his shoulder or competitive edge he might need to fuel his fire into being one of the most prolific players of his generation. This was just one player picked in front of Darren, but because he's such an alpha, I kind of think if I'm a Jazz fan, not only am I thrilled to get the player that Jay Billis says is the most talented prospect in the draft, but also you get a player that now has just even more fuel to his fire to push even harder and build on that legacy that we all think is inevitable for him at the next level.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Summer is all about making memories, backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations, but by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, so carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Are you due for something that actually tastes as good as the service feels? Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is your place. The perfect occasion for all occasions. Great food, ambiance, service. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on their ways, talking sports. They got him made Jakes and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. No Ben today. We're getting ready for our Big 12 Media Days coverage, getting started tomorrow in Dallas. We're rolling out. The staff is going down there. PK is going to be down there, of course. Scotty G, the coach, Tim Lacombe. I'm headed down as soon as the show is over, jumping on a plane and cruising down to Dallas. Very excited. I didn't have a chance to cover Big 12 Media Days for the station last year. Did the year before in Vegas, but not last year. So I'm very eager to be going back again and to do it down in Dallas. And I frankly think we're headed for a really fun football season here with not only the Cougars, who are bringing back so many players, including the Bear, including the quarterback, high expectations down in Provo. But I expect really good things from Morgan Scalley and the Utes, bringing back the engine in that offense with the quarterbacks and the running back with Wayshawn Parker. I expect the offense to be a little unleashed. If the bowl game was any clue to how aggressive Morgan Scalley is going to be, you had to like what you saw there. And I expect Utah to fill the gaps. We talked to PK earlier, or in fact in the last segment. Utah, some of their question marks are at positions where they're really traditionally able to reload, and certainly I expect the defense to be to not skip a beat, even though Morgan Scalley is not Kyle Whittingham. So all sorts of awesome storylines, both locally and with the conference as a whole. We'll be digging into all of it over the next 48 hours, which is super exciting. Utah is going to be in day number 2. BYU is going to be in day number 1. So they were even nice to us spreading that out a little bit as well. So next 2 days should be super action-packed as Big 12 Media Days coverage. And, of course, we will manage to try and slide a little analysis in on the Jazz Summer League tonight as Darren Peterson and Cameron Boozer go head-to-head up at the Huntsman Center. That game tips off at 7 o'clock. So busy week. No off season on sports radio, not here, not anymore. Busy, crazy week in the NBA. And, of course, with college football right around the corner and media days starting tomorrow. So, busy 6 o'clock hour for you. Coming up next, it's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth Newsletter.